Thank you, Carmen. Perfect. Also, this is done. We are all set. No, it's really such a pleasure to see all of you here. I was looking forward to this day and to this meeting over the last month since we started to prepare in April or May, right? We started. So dear partners, colleagues, friends, allow me to start a little bit gloomy because we had some side conversations yesterday and we all felt that this annual meeting is very timely. It's very timely because there are, as you all are aware, complex crises increasing all around us, but resources for humanitarian and development work are not. Amid post-pandemic economic recoveries that are quite weak in many countries, we have a public that is more and more critical towards humanitarian work and development cooperation. And in this context, this coordination that we are having here and this interagency alignment is more than ever, not only a programmatic, but also an ethical necessity. Sorry to start it a bit gloomy, but I thought I can allow this because we have flowers that lift ourselves up, and Carmen is wearing a wonderful vest that is also very, very colorful to lift our moods. So the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, is really proud to be able to support the IASC. Because indeed, most of the progress in our field over the last years was a fruit of this cooperation in this committee. And we, GIZ, the implementing agency for BMZ, we are also really, really proud to be part of that. On behalf of BMZ, I am extending you some warm wishes, especially by Anne Brooks, who is the MHPSS officer for MHPSS, officer for MHPSS at BMZ, and Tanja Fabricius, who is the head of the special initiative for displacement and host countries. Allow me just some words on the political context of MHPSS in Germany, because I think it might also be interesting for all of you. And then I want to briefly share with you why our regional project, Mental Health and Psychosocial Support in the Middle East, can support the annual meeting and the open forum. I think it is now pretty clear that given all the protracted crises in the world, the need for development-oriented assistance is crucial. So BMZ supports and continues to support structural, mid and long-term MHPSS measures in context of crisis and displacement. Just to also share some numbers, for next year in our special initiative for displaced persons and host countries, 30 million euro will be dedicated to MHPSS. This is not the world, but it really shows BMZ is committed to work on BMZ and will continue to work on MHPSS and will continue to work on it. Also, which might be interesting for you to know, and many of you might already have heard, BMZ is implementing a feminist development cooperation policy. And BMZ also plays, MHPSS, sorry, I have not yet had enough tea this morning. MHPSS also plays a big role in this feminist development cooperation policy. Because what the rationale or what we are discussing between BMZ and GIZ is, thank you so much, dear, is that MHPSS helps people to deal with experiences of marginalization, and the feminist development cooperation policy seeks to assist marginalized groups in claiming their rights and living self-determined lives. MHPSS is needed to make sure that marginalized groups can deal with those experiences of marginalization and thus are able to also really make use of the opportunities that are being provided by development cooperation. In other words, MHPSS supports people to find the strength and to increase their capacities to claim their rights and to make use of feminist development cooperation measures, while development cooperation is creating the frameworks for marginalized groups to have more access to rights, resources, and representation. I'm telling you this because this shows that given that MHPSS and the feminist development policy very much go hand in hand, we have hopes that MHPSS will increase further in importance for BMZ. And this is why, as our regional project, we are also positioning ourselves very strongly in those discussions on the feminist development cooperation policy. Some background on our regional project, MHPSS in the Middle East, because not all of you know our project. We are commissioned by BMZ to contribute to the strengthening of the technical know-how of MHPSS actors, as our project name says, with a focus on the Middle East. However, since we started in 2015, BMZ has asked us to also work globally, as much as our human resources would allow us. And this is why, since then, we are part of the IASC. I'm the head of the project since the beginning of this year. And all our technical staff, including myself, are psychologists, psychotherapists, who have themselves over several years supported people in crisis and displacement, and this helps us tremendously in our work. I just wanted to share with you some faces of our regional project because you might meet them again. They are based in Jordan, they are based in Iraq and Lebanon, and partly also in Turkey. Back in 2015, when we started, we had to define together with BMZ what MHPSS means for the German Development Corporation. What is high quality MHPSS when activities are expected to aim at system strengthening and at long-term and sustainable change? To answer that question, we developed the guiding framework for MHPSS in development cooperation that many of you know. Luckily, humanitarian development and peace work are today more strongly intertwined than ever, woven together in one nexus, as you know. And this is why in the development of this guiding framework, we were able to draw on the groundbreaking work that you all have been doing on MHPSS in emergencies. And I'm sharing this guiding framework because we are currently revising it. So my hidden agenda is there are some hard copies outside. I really mean it. If you have suggestions or comments for improvement, because it was published in 2018, much has happened since then. So if you feel there is something that development cooperation should really express concerning MHPSS in this guiding framework, please share your comments with us. We really appreciate this bundled knowledge and excellence that we have in this room. Given that this guiding framework is now pretty much established as a point of reference for the German Development Corporation, we are now focusing our efforts much more on the integration of MHPSS into other sectors of development, acknowledging obviously that psychosocial well-being is a prerequisite for any productive and meaningful participation in society. And this is very similar to what has been done as part of the minimum service package. We are developing guidelines on how MHPSS can be integrated into fields such as employment promotion or the strengthening of agriculture or the reintegration of internally displaced persons, just to give you an example. And to be very frank, convincing engineers or economists that their project needs a MHPSS lens is not always our favorite task, but it opens new doors that are urgently needed. Development cooperation is still far from being sufficiently aware of the importance of MHPSS, despite of all the great steps that have been done in the past, and we still have a way to go. And given the high number of complex emergencies, humanitarian development work are closer than ever, and the IASC is a key partner in advocacy and awareness raising. In our work with governments and CSOs, we develop knowledge products and context-specific interventions when our partners identify a gap that appears crucial to be filled. And similar to the guiding framework, those manuals and guidelines are always living documents, and we appreciate your feedback on their usefulness and feasibility for your specific context. This is why we allowed ourselves to place this little sheet with the QR codes on your table. It might look like self-marketing, but I promise we really, really would appreciate if you read one of those in one of your lonely evenings here in the hotel, and you have, probably not, but you never know, and you have feedback concerning those knowledge products, please share it for us. Just as a little teaser, for example, my personal favorite is the systematic review and meta-analysis on the effectiveness of psychosocial support interventions, because it really shows which M&E gaps we really need to take into account in MHPSS. Or we are currently much more using arts when addressing highly stigmatized topics such as suicide or GBV. This is a guideline on how to use arts-based approaches in support groups with people with lived experiences of suicide. We also have an website. It's Wujudi Amal, My Existence is Hope in Arabic, which is a website that uses arts for awareness raising on the importance of suicide prevention. Or maybe interesting also our work on staff care. It's still a very important topic for us. Many of our partners are interested in developing staff care concepts. And this one, for example, is especially interesting for local organizations supporting GBV survivors, because it is very much informed by a feminist trauma-sensitive approach. So this was a brief advertisement block, but seriously, like, if you have feedback or comments, please let us know. I have one or two more sentences to say before I hand back to Carmen and Fahmi. Something very personal. Amid those emergencies all around the world, and also very close to where we are meeting today, I really feel that those conferences and exchanges gain further importance. I think we all need more than ever, or at least maybe I need it, maybe you need it too, this nourishing feeling that we are not alone in that simultaneously rewarding and overwhelming mission to stand up for mental health and well-being for all. I really mean it. It was a real pleasure to prepare this annual meeting and open forum on Thursday, together with Carmen and Fahmi, with Maya, with Barbara, with the Turkey Technical Working Group, Khalil, Akfer, Alice. And thank you to all GIZ colleagues who have supported in this preparation. Two of them are also with us here in the room. Johanna Stucki over there. Thank you, Johanna. Philip Noon over there. Outside there's Fleur Ziri, and there are, of course, also other people who are in the background. I know that many of us just came back from different crisis contexts, and myself being based in Beirut, I'm very much affected by the suffering of civilians in Israel and Gaza. I'm sure, as was the case in previous annual meetings, the sense of urgency that many of us are feeling will be transformed into inspiration and productivity. I'm looking forward to continuing conversations, starting new ones in the next days. So on behalf of BMZ, I wish all of us a truly exceptional annual meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Lina, Joanna, Philippe and Flor, we are really grateful. From a very grateful IASC MHPSS reference group, we really appreciate what you have done. I think it's a rare situation where colleagues who are working on preparing these meetings, all of them were either evacuating, relocating, in the middle of an emergency, connecting with phone calls. While doing all that, you are also giving huge amount of time and attention to every detail to make this meeting a success. I don't think we had many reference group meetings with flowers on the table. Someone from GIZ came here 7 o'clock in the morning to get flowers with a comment saying, let's it's very stressful time. Let's take care of mental health of everyone. So let's bring flowers to people. Thanks, GIZ colleagues. Colleagues, it's wonderful to be here, to see all the faces. Like Alina, I feel also the support being part of this community. And let's start with picture of the year. What a year. And which picture? So we spent some time thinking about this as a team. Should it be the picture of Ernest, our colleague this year who was deployed through the surge mechanism to Niger? It's a tough picture. It shows in 2023, this is where he was having his MHPSS coordination meetings, but also show what you can do with limited resources. Or should it be this picture with the gentleman in the earthquake in northwest Syria, an emergency that happened on top of an emergency, but I think it was evidence-based, the smiles and coping, that he is making a difference in this context. If these young children home is those strengths up there, when I witnessed the happiness on their face and the ability to cope and the difference he was making.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe also the work of UNRWA in Gaza, allowing kids that at that time were in the summer break, not having classes, to have a space to have psychosocial support before all of this happened this recent time. So this is the work that is happening all over the world in MHPSS during this year and from years before. So this is why we were saying, and I think what you were saying, Aline, is exactly the feeling of this slide. It is overwhelming. Yeah. Just at the end of last year, we were in one quite bad situation. We are in an even worse situation right now, and it's not getting any better. We don't have enough resources, but you are here and your organizations are doing an amazing work. So we just wanted to start with that reflection that really, it feels overwhelming. I think we are all these days a bit, so let that be welcomed in this room and let you all feel a little bit at home, that maybe you can rest a little bit these days, you can lean on your colleagues from other organizations, and we can come together to take care of each other as much as taking care of what we do in our work. So really we wanted to say that your work really matters.
Thank you, Carmen. But we are making a difference. And this type of work cannot happen by one agency alone. Today, in 2023, 87% of countries identified having humanitarian emergencies are having a functioning MHPSS technical working group. Functioning means met at least once during the previous months, have terms of reference, have work plans, have resources, have someone with the function of co-chair, means functioning groups. 87% of the countries listed are having a functioning MHPSS technical working group. That in fact exceed many humanitarian coordination mechanism and active humanitarian architecture. And it's important to say how the journey was not easy, because this group in 2019, when we looked at the same denominator, which was the global humanitarian overview of 2019, it was only 56%. It shows how the group, how the field has grown. But the focus of this slide is how did we get there and how we even improve, not only in quantity, but also in quality of that. Colleagues, this group has grown from 2007 when the IASC guidelines was developed. We usually call it now, when we write terminology, IASC guidance, because we believe the minimum service package, the monitoring and evaluation framework, the handbook of MHPSS coordination, all the resources that followed also have equal importance. But the group exists for 4 key functions. A, the most important function, supporting country level MHPSS technical working group. Second, surge capacity deployment. Third, developing consensus-based MHPSS resources and tools. Fourth function is linking to humanitarian architecture and humanitarian coordination mechanism. The group is growing not only at country level, but also in members. We have 2 new members, and we'll have a session today actually introducing the new members who join. And not only members, observers are also growing, donors who come and join us, and we'll also have the opportunity to introduce many of them.
Absolutely. We were trying to find a picture from 2007. We couldn't, but I found some very interesting pictures from 2012. So if anybody wants to see themselves with different color hair, different body shapes, you can come to me and I'll show them to you. It's really, really fun. So let us just show you a little bit what has been happening in 2023 based on those 4 priorities that the Fahmi was mentioning. The first one, and probably the most important, that's support that we all provide to country-level operations. So how we do this as reference group, it has different shapes, one of them being remote support. I think Fahmi and I spend in our phones and our emails most of our time doing that country-level support to those countries. We just listed the countries that you can read later if you have a minute, where we've been providing support, whether it's a technical question, whether it's a humanitarian diplomacy support in many, many different shapes and forms. And we'll also have a session later to share with you and get a little bit of an idea on how to continue to do this. We've had specific support this year to support Francophone countries, and that has made such a difference. So how can we improve that diversity of language is a big focus.
Thanks, Carmen. And if you notice, some of you noticed already, I'm using 2 phone numbers. That's one for acute emergencies and the other one for protracted crisis. And this is the way we have to cope, because there are so many MHPSS technical working groups, so many updates received during the day and things we need to respond to instantly. It's not all the support we provide, but it's a big part of day-to-day communication to the groups and the requests we get, particularly in acute emergencies, which sometimes lead to life-saving networking, which is urgent and need to be done immediately. I think the support to the online group really varies, and we try to do the ones focused, which only the IASC can do. For example, solving a coordination dilemma, helping in reactivation of a subnational group that was stopped by the de facto authorities, for example, in Adan, helping the subnational coordination that the government established in place, such as Tigray, things where we, through MHPSS humanitarian diplomacy, are able, on behalf of all of you, to make difference when we intervene remotely. But also it would be good, thank you, Carmen, it would be good also to share with you that one of the observations we noticed this year is the growth of MHPSS technical working groups on platforms such as Relief Web, particularly with having MHPSS dashboards. One of the really biggest MHPSS technical working groups in history is the Ukrainian one, 300 organizations. This is their map. As you see, very detailed, good quality information system available publicly and live on Relief Web. They are not the only ones, but that's the only example of many. Carmen, you and Cecile, you contributed also to excellent remote support to French-speaking countries, and we will come to that in a dedicated session. And Barbara, you did amazing work also this year in strengthening the communication of technical working groups. Many of the good work was hidden, and now we have a dedicated emergency newsletter where you document the work of colleagues. And I think we are progressing with this newsletter. I think this year, and advancing more in the quality of updates and come from our colleagues in the field.
And we're hoping, on top of that, bringing the technical working groups colleagues together online that we did at the beginning of this year. Next year, we'll see as many as possible of them face to face. So we're trying to have a retreat with the technical working group coordinators together. That would be exciting. And that's not the only part, isn't it? We also do face to face.
This is a list of the countries we have visited this year, but I have to say that some of these countries, actually Carmen and I have visited multiple times this year. Ukraine, for example, several times, but Ukraine, I didn't go on those missions to Kiev necessarily. So this is an image from one of the shelter hospital at the front lines with emergency team working there in the east of Ukraine. There was a mission to support the subnational group led by IMC in Odessa. It was actually coincidentally for preparedness, but it happened just 1 week before the Kakhovka Dam incident, and helped in strengthening the multi-sectoral response through the Odessa subnational group led by IMC. This is my picture with my good colleague and friend Hatem from IOM, actually in Dnipro, together with the area humanitarian coordinator from OCHA, trying to put a multi-sectoral operational review for activities for the first time, sadly. Because of the tragic earthquakes that happened in northwest of Syria, we regained access to that part. So the pictures here from the crossing, getting to northwest Syria, trying to support also partners on the ground, mainly local NGOs operating there through the Gaziantep cross-border operations. And I don't take a helicopter every day to work, but that helicopter ride was actually with my colleague from WHO visiting the eastern part of Afghanistan. That was the only route we can get there, to try to talk to the de facto authorities, to one of the mullahs, basically, trying to stop them from building a psychiatric hospital to have 2,000 beds for substance use, together with you and the ODC colleagues. That's the type of missions we do, things which are focused, things we don't go to countries, we don't invite ourselves, we get invitation from technical working groups to go there.
And some of these missions also show collaboration with other sectors. Both Colombia and Venezuela were initiated by Kuhn, supporting the child protection areas of responsibility in those countries, and then noticing there is an issue between protection and health, how can we bring it together? And then throughout the years, we've been able to go to both countries in a region that I think Fahmi knows really well. We're really trying to bring up to the visibility that it doesn't have, and it really requires still so much support. Or also just establishing the specific technical working group inside of the Gaza Strip right before 2 months ago, when there was one only on West Bank, and it was very difficult to coordinate, obviously. And now, right now, seeing those two technical working groups supporting each other is actually been really, really encouraging. So we will have a session this afternoon on our missions. We want to hear from you. What else can we do? How can we improve this presence in country level? But just wanted to bring to you those two more specific examples. Venezuela, for example, is a good example of how the continuous support throughout the years can actually lead to very nice things. So the first request, as I was mentioning, came in 2021. This lack, we had actually two groups working in the country, one for child protection and education together, one for health, not talking to each other. I had the opportunity to do that mission in 2021. It wasn't easy. So it was really beautiful to come back in 2022 and hear, oh, welcome back. I was like, okay, now everything is sounding very positive. In the middle, having a colleague deployed, doing all of this work, a new technical working group, how can you make it have all of the resources that you need, continue going back, visiting the field, doing trainings, etc., and right now having another support mission that is building on what we had done before. And okay, so what else do we need? In this case, information management and training. So I think we always hope that these missions lead to more and more and more requests for support.
Thank you, Carmen, and really credit goes to you, because I remember in 2019 when we met at ARC in Amsterdam, we didn't have a single technical working group in Spanish-speaking countries. I think a huge shift that happened during the past years. Venezuela is only one example, but there are so many good examples also you did for Venezuela, for Honduras and Colombia, among many others. So really grateful for your work and the IFRCPS Center work on that. Northwest Syria. Despite the tragedy of the earthquake, we gained access to the first time. This group did not forget Northwest Syria before the earthquake. So coincidentally, I was in Northwest Syria 1.5 months doing capacity building. It was a forgotten emergency at that time. It didn't become forgotten in February this year. It re-emerged back, but we were still investing in building the capacity just before the earthquake. Not only building the capacity, but also building the relationship with the clusters. So we are not seen for the local community. And as you would have heard, the local community was really upset that they felt they were forgotten for the first days of the earthquake. The reference group did not forget them before the earthquake. We were among the familiar faces which were there even before the earthquake. After the earthquake, I was deployed there, stayed with the technical working group in Gaziantep for a while, and gained the first opportunity for someone from a UN agency to cross the border and visit the facilities. It helped because majority also of the player are local NGOs operating there. It was good to have the support inside. It's a tough place to visit. You need to get actually deconflicting green light from 4 countries through the Security Council to visit. There is no member state there. There is no country government. So you have to get also this militia guarding you, at least 3-4 cars of them. But the aim was not to visit the local NGOs implementing MHPSS, but also to visit a very vulnerable location. This is the female ward of the Azaz Psychiatric Hospital, where a number of people with severe mental illness were taken against their own will, and no one has visited since the last 10 years. That was a mission to assess and get back to the clusters and subclusters, including GBV protection, child protection, and health cluster, with a plan to evacuate. We helped in evacuating some of the patients. We identified during that people with cancers that were forgotten, for example, someone missing families took back because the Qatari Red Crescent. This is kind of missions you cannot do unless you are doing interagency work, because by definition, it needs to be 2+ agencies. So I was coordinating with Zainab, I was coordinating with Peter, so that I make sure that I have a vehicle, so that 2 agencies are able to act. By definition, these are interagency missions.
And I mean, I have to go back to you and congratulate him, because that after all of that effort, for the first time, I think ever, you had the opportunity to coordinate a call with all of the technical working group coordinators of the whole of Syria. Very complicated thing to do, and that happened this year. It was quite emotional for them. Yeah.
Thank you, Carmen.
We are, of course, we're going to move faster, I promise. We are doing a lot of capacity building, and some of you are engaged in this because your own organizations are inviting us to contribute to capacity building efforts, to do trainings. We're not going to stop on this, but just so you know, there's a lot of online training that is happening, both to technical working groups, to organizations, to other types of modalities. So you have the figures there. We've tried as much as the previous year to continue working with our colleagues from other sectors and support each other and do that double, what do you do, what do we do, coming together. And of course, our help desk and some very interesting initiatives together with the WHO, MSF, and Humanity and Inclusion. We are adapting the quality right training package to humanitarian settings, which is really amazing to bring a human rights perspective to our work at country level.
Thank you, Carmen. And these are snapshots of the really going so well help desk functions. So this is an image for a joint UNICEF and WHO trainings that happen. You see Joanna and Inka here in Gaziantep providing technical inputs through the help desk through the MSP minimum service package to the operational plan of Northwest Syria, and engaging various sectors. One of the things we were not successful before the earthquake was linking education and child protection to the MHPSS technical working group. I think the operational plan has helped in this happening. You see Vanya also in Mozambique doing the same. Up there, I'm sure you identify many colleagues from IMC Claire. This was done in one of the shelters in Kiev, doing a multi-sectoral simulation exercise with the Ukrainian civil defense, engaging IMC and WHO as co-chairs of the group and other sectors as well. Again, it happened before the spring escalations and was crucial for scaling up the response of multiple of the agencies there.
That happened.
Thank you, Carmen.
There you go. Okay. Now it works. Got it. Thank you. Okay, so very quickly, you know this. You know we're having more and more technical working groups. So just to emphasize that we've continued to solidify these technical working groups. There's of course a very dynamic figure. Technical working groups are established and deactivated if things go really well, or maybe there are other circumstances why they have to close. But the figure that we keep on being very proud is that 60% of either local leadership or government leadership. So we're working still very strongly on having more and more technical working groups. We're working a lot on subnational level.
This is a new phenomenon also happening this year. Some governments start to have on their government payrolls a job of subnational MHPSS coordinators. That happened in Ukraine. I contributed to the capacity building of this group together with IMC colleagues and the national coordinator, but there are people with a job called sub-national MHPSS coordinator at oblast level in Ukraine. Same here in Ankara. Akfar, together with the Turkish government, is kindly inviting me to facilitate with 3 different ministries, including education, health, and social sector, for the provincial level MHPSS coordinator who are also on the governmental payroll. The same apply to the Addis Ababa MHPSS technical working group, which is inviting me also for regional MHPSS subnational coordinator, again on the payrolls of the government. This is a new phenomena. It comes with opportunities, but come also with challenges, because not all the subnational coordinators necessarily know about MHPSS. One of the subnational coordinators in one of the countries was a professor of history, but this person had the delegation by the law in that specific country to actually be reporting to the governor as a person accountable. You cannot change the person, but you can build the capacity of the person, orient them, and link them also with existing networks, which were in some cases existing subnational MHPSS technical working group. Many of the capacity building is about linking, but many is also about orienting them about existing tools through tailored problem-solving stations that we call mastering station, where we build their capacity on.
And just to highlight the final thing on that support to country level, it's of course the calls that we do together, that you join when just regular global calls, but also when we need to have a call for specific emergencies. Thank you for the support on that. And I really want to go back to the point on the resources. We are working really hard. Barbara and Maya is helping us so much in doing having those newsletters. We need your support to tell us, is that good? Is that useful? More information. I don't think the case of more information is needed, but different information. I think definitely we worked a lot in the last couple of years on this communication from global to national.
I think also what happened in 2023, unprecedented number of acute emergencies. I remember there was a call where we were trying to discuss Nagorno-Karabakh in the middle of responding to Libya, to Morocco earthquake on top of Ukraine, and then Afghanistan, two earthquakes on top of the protracted crisis, and Syria and Turkey was all there. We are thinking of strengthening the capacity of the reference group by having one of the colleagues within the Secretariat focus on acute events, like what other clusters, this can be one of the ideas, but we want to know also the existing tools. Are they useful to you? The emergency calls that we arrange, are they useful? Is there something that you need to add to the emergency update calls? The emergency newsletters, is there something you'd like to add? The mapping and informations, is there something you'd like to add? So we need your inputs in the session we will have about improving how we work with countries.
Absolutely. And of course, we would not be able to support countries at all at this level if we didn't have the search mechanism, that it has been really a game changer since 2020. Just to cover very quickly what we've done this year with the deployment, we've had 14 deployments so far this year. We can't see the bottom of that slide, but there's like 4 more in preparation right now. And you have some of our amazing colleagues, Clara in Mozambique, Aislinn in OPT, and our friend Robert in DRC. We have 3 DRC colleagues right now. So allow us just show you this. This is a bit overwhelming. And it's as overwhelming as managing the search at this moment, because how much is happening, so many requests are coming. But we'll leave that slide with you so you can take a look at it. It just highlights how many of those many deployments that we've done in the last 3 years are then leading to an existing technical working group, either new or strengthen the existing one. And you have a little bit of the geographical distribution, which is good.
Thank you, Carmen. We can no longer say that actually DRC and CAR and Chad and Mozambique are forgotten emergencies, because we have ongoing deployments to this group of countries right now. We have a mechanism for remote support right now. Surge has made a huge difference. It's important to note that 17 deployments we had this year, that represent nearly 40% of all deployments we had to surge. I think we are seeing a surge in surge requests, very similar to the COVID days, but focusing on humanitarian emergencies. There is a switch also. With the switch of the public health emergencies, more requests come from UNICEF, more requests come from UNHCR. We are so proud with the requests we get from ACF, especially the request for co-chairing the group for Afghanistan. Sanem will be deployed there. However, we have a challenge, that we have only one international NGO who have an agreement with Dutch surge support for deployments. We would like to see more international NGOs signing agreements. Otherwise, it will stay UN agencies only making the request. We encourage international NGOs to reach out to our RVO colleagues who are here to please sign agreements to replicate the experience of ACF, because we'd like to see more deployments in international NGOs.
Yeah, and we'll have again an opportunity during this meeting to talk more specifically on deployments and this kind of search support. Just to let you know that we've communicated this year several times, but just to remind everybody that we're also changing what is it that we deployed for. It's not only just the technical coordination, but anything that is interagency, but it's interagency training, interagency mappings, assessments, specific technical support. If there's a specific issue, that we're talking colleagues in Colombia that were talking at the terrible levels of suicide that they're experiencing, can we send an expert specifically on that? So you have here what are those things that we're offering at the moment, and just the whoever we send, that person will have our support in different ways. So not only the amazing support of RVO or colleagues that will be also talking about this a little bit more tomorrow, but also, or today, I don't even know the agenda anymore, but also FAMI and our support to each of those individual colleagues and that are being.
Yeah, we have a WhatsApp group for all the surge deployee to exchange, and also for acute emergencies when they get deployed, dedicated channel with any surge deployed person. That's usually on my left phone, not the right one. And we review the TURs with the TWG and with the member agency focal point to make sure that it's inter-agency, not an individual agency request. We don't take individual agents, we take only inter-agency requests, and we attend the briefing and we attend the debriefing call. But we put in different color here, troubleshooting or problem solving, because that's a big part of what we do. We think it's impactful to have someone in the system to deal in a diplomatic way when there are challenges that the person work plan start to deviate towards the work of one sector or one agency. We try to review that by talking to the focal point with the agencies that have an agreement with our view.
Okay, so back then, third point is just very quickly on our resources. You know, you've basically developed these resources, and we just wanted to make another point on what else we're doing other than having them ready, and we'll talk about that later. But is how much effort we're doing in translating. That figure, it doesn't really represent what is happening. Yes, this is the minimum that we're trying to do, having at least 9 languages for every new tool. Yeah. But there's all tools that needed to be standardly translated because they were used in contexts that were not being used before. And there's, you know, that we have some of them translated to 40 plus languages, some of them to 100 and something languages. Yeah. So that's a big part of reaching. And we are working really hard. That's a very cute selfie from Maya and Barbara going to Geneva to support our colleagues from the IASC Secretariat and looking at the website and how can we make it a bit more functional, a bit more easy to find things, and how can it be useful for all of you.
And we have not only to thank, but also to apologize to Isabel and Melinda and the IC Secretariat. We are grateful for the work you do. We know that this is a little bit above the average number of translations and upload required for the IC Secretariat. And you tell us that this is the most frequent web page visited and received downloads. We know we are a bit source of pressure for the IC Secretariat, but we are proud of that and we are grateful. And you are part of this team and family and network and contributing to that. And the fact that we get all this translation, 150 translation come from the field. We don't send to translators. So that means these products are meaningful and are helping real people in real emergencies.
We always put smiley faces. Sorry? Yes.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
A lot of smiley faces in the emails. Can you please? Thank you. Just a note on how those resources that definitely not sitting in a shell, they're being used very, very actively in many contexts. A few of the latest ones are really already catching up. The handbook on MHPSS coordination, we've already had the opportunity to deliver a 2-day training based on the handbook in a couple of contexts. Is working really well. Yeah. Not training the coordinators, but the entire technical working group, and then going through this process of, this is everybody's. Like, if we do it together, coordination can be cool. Yeah. Sometimes we manage to. And also, FAMI, there's been a lot of requests for the suicide prevention guide, hasn't it?
Yeah, indeed, Carmen, and we're developing innovative methods for building capacity on the handbook of MHPSS coordination, including problem-solving exercise, tabletop simulation exercise. Of course, all that reflect in building the capacity of the roster, but also countries are asking for this, including in Afghanistan, including here in Ankara and in Ethiopia. As I mentioned, these requests keep coming. I think it was very smart from our collective group that we did not call it handbook of MHPSS coordinators. We called it Handbook of MHPSS Coordination. So the accountability remain within the whole group, as every agency have a leadership role to play. You may wonder why we have the picture of RU again. What happened? So RU was reborn again, and we didn't know about it. In the earthquake in Syria, one of the NGOs, local NGO, redrew the RU book and actually developed RU book number 3 based on the earthquake edition. That was an adaptation. There was so many adaptations. We have a website for the My Hero Is You adaptation with actually 70 plus adaptation in addition to the 160 languages. But when it emerged in the field, we thought, let's get to Helen, let's get back to our UNICEF colleagues, let's get back to agencies also in the MHPSS technical working group in Damascus to review it. And then it was taken in Morocco as well. So it was very useful, but the reborn of RU was not under our control. We just supported in the field, and the field gave it another rebirth. And Helen will talk about this unique experience in her session with us during these 2 days.
Yeah, just to highlight the help desk that we mentioned before. So I'll move because we're back. Yeah. We're a little bit late, and we hope to share very good news very soon on the endorsement of these 3 new resources on disability inclusion, peace building, and the research priorities. You know this very well. So they're about to be officially released, and we'll also have to ask these wonderful colleagues, what else do we need from them? How do we put them out there? Again, we're not going to stop on this very much, but you know the process, but some colleagues are new, some organizations are new. So just to highlight how a comprehensive process this is, that really you are doing an amazing work and not just sitting together, 2 people, drafting something and putting it out, really going through a process of first, we all agree that this is needed. There's a decision making, and there's a minimum of support that needs to be there for something to go ahead. And that there, when the group is being coming together to develop something, all of those iterations of asking technical working groups at country level, asking the other organizations, going over it again a few times, and then I'll come back to the editing in a minute, then going through that process of review with your agencies, submitting to OPAC, getting the endorsement, and then doing what really matters, which is all of that dissemination and translation. But we wanted to share with you this amazing type of process that we're doing. It can take many meetings to decide what is the cover of the peace building guide, but there's a reason for that. There is a coming together, deciding on something. Someone realizes, but this is not acceptable in this context. Oh, okay, then let's not do that. Then let's use the map of the world, but let's not use a map of the world with Europe in the center. Let's use a map of the world with another different angle. So it's a lot of work back and forward that we really are working all together in getting done. So these are even more usable. Yeah. And we have we have the colleagues from LinkedIn and Kelly Hopley, she's the expert on this. Like, she should be talking on this slide. But definitely having organizations that are helping us on doing that work. Yeah. And then a lot of humanitarian diplomacy, high-level policy dialogue.
There is a lot happening on that front. Engagement with global structures. Carmen, you just came from the Cambodia meeting for the Mine Action member states group. Nancy, together with Guli, together with UNHCR colleagues. So Sophia, we were in Estonia for an event on MHPSS preparedness that went so high level, to the level of the first lady of Estonia. 3 ministers was there talking about MHPSS preparedness and developing MHPSS technical working group and conducting mapping in a country without an emergency, in a country preparing if an emergency happens. That's a major development and interagency work. The work on HNPW, it was fantastic to work with you, Peter, on that, and the HNPW also this year, and many others. I don't think we can list all the global level engagement and advocacy. And MHPSS, I think, due to this high level policy activities and engagement, is no longer seen in the field as an add-on or something we still need to convince people that it's important. I think this policy engagement was impactful, as well as, and lead to good country work, because it opens a space for more country work.
Yeah, and maybe to highlight that, indeed, there's no the one rare event a year anymore. It's not, we got an MHPSS session at Anga. Whoa. No, that now we have to be like, no, I can't be there because there's another, like really every high level policy dialogue happening has MHPSS in it, which means we need to be better than ever. And we're really happy that we have an advocacy subgroup, thematic group, helping first the country level advocacy. And then let's think together also through these days, how can we cover all of this with the support of all of your organizations, because there's a lot happening. A thank you that can never be complete. If we had 1 million slides with 1 million faces, it would be not enough to add everybody we need to say thank you to. But we wanted to highlight the teams that are working very directly with the co-chairing functions. Of course, Maya and Barbara and many other colleagues. Fami, you're a big piece of the puzzle of getting them what they need to work.
Thank you, Carmen. This is a slide not only of acknowledgement, but also to share with you that many colleagues are contributing to this work day to day. These are the colleagues who had a contract to implement any of the IC reference group activities, who worked as a consultant for one of the thematic group, who contributed to one of the activities or emergency responses during 2023. I want also, there are a couple of faces, 3 faces, 4 faces you may not know. Andrea, Zahiri, Pia, and Shah. So many actually of these contracts are done by admin. How people will have a contract selected as a consultant, the selection process, reporting and payment. And big part of that happened within my agency, and big part of this workload go to colleagues like Andrea, who had this year to develop 140 plus contracts with consultants, with implementing partners to implement all the activities, from the designers to the text editor to the great work that Pistic was doing when the earthquake has happened to support the responders, the frontline responders, and the list to go on. So we are grateful for all of them, but also the colleagues who are not with us today, the admin and finance, who make the machine, the actual machine, who makes this happen every day and timely.
I'm really glad that you are dealing with that part of our work. So happy. So, final words from us. Fami, do you want to do some final reflections?
I don't think we can talk about many priorities now. There are so many and competing, but we will have group work tomorrow, and I think that would be the opportunity. But let me share some of the highlights of the year in summary. I think the shift in focus to preparedness, inclusion, not the shift in focus. Still, we need the acute response. Still, we need also the recovery phase. But for the first time, we have countries putting preparedness very seriously, and we saw that at very high level. I think Nancy, Guli, Sophia, and we were sitting in Tallinn and saying, look at what level MHPSS, when we are sitting with the First Lady of the country talking about the need for MHPSS preparedness, the need to establish coordination. I think that was a special moment, and we need to invest more in that, because we see Syria is one example. Ukraine also, escalation and war was another example. Countries that have already protracted crisis, and you need to scale up, and you don't know when is the time that you would need to scale up. Gaza is another example now. Israel is another example now. I think also another special moment was thinking about acute emergencies and what role the reference group can play, and we need inputs from you in the session we have this afternoon. How can we do better? Acute events is not 1 or 2 now that happen across the year, or ones that happen every 2 or 3 years when there is a major emergency. Sometimes we have 5 or 6 happening at the same time. How's the reference group, and what do you need from the reference group to scale up our response to acute events like the one we have now? What type of information you look for so the reference group can serve your needs better? And what can you bring also to contribute to serving the response and needs for acute event? We currently share updates. We currently help in when there is no coordination mechanism to establish it, to send surge, to do mapping. But is that what you need? I think we need to have a discussion around that. Working with new sectors was a highlight, the mine action, but also trying to focus more on empowering education, trying also to make sure that sectors, classically nutrition, WASH, sectors who do not put MHPSS on the agenda, how to make sure they are contributing to the MHPSS multi-sectoral approach. So it's not always protection and health who are doing the response.
Yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. And I think what we have these 2 days is a really great opportunity to put our brains together. It's a lot of good neurons in this room. If we can put them together to think about the greatest challenges that we have, and the greatest challenge that we have is this side effect of a blessing. We are growing. MHPSS is everywhere. It's a reality now that MHPSS is present in all emergencies, in all plans, in all new proposals. How can we be up to the task? How can we maintain the quality? All of that effort that has been done over the years, keep it there and be present. And it's not easy. We find it very difficult, like you do, to reach out to everything that is happening right now and to be equally useful at country level, at regional level, at the global level. How can we do that? I think it should be the focus of this year. How can we bring those multi-sectors together in a better way and talk to each other in a better way? And how can we keep on doing what we're doing with the resources that we can, which is really not forgetting emergencies, having the capacity to respond to the most urgent, most visible one without forgetting all of those. They're still there. They still have shrinking resources and protecting our humanitarian space, which is not so protected these days. So a lot to think about, a lot to think together, but I also don't want to end on a negative note, because I think probably one of my highlights is that it's been an amazing year of your work. It's been impressive. So I think it's also a bit of a celebration of all of your amazing work these days, and see where the thing to be twisted is, so we can be even better, but not to be better, because we are already. So yeah, let's use 2 days of work. Yeah.
Thanks, Carmen. I think we have facts to celebrate. I think the picture of the year, the work that we are all contributing to, and the fact that 87% of emergencies have functioning MHPSS technical working group, and that's growing, I think is a fact to celebrate. That's in fact helping. If you look at the PIN, that's in fact helping out of the PIN would be 317 million people through this functioning coordination mechanism. There are ways to improve that, but we have a good foundation in this group, and we are here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, we're late. Yes, we are late, of course. But the next session is really, really fantastic. It's the work that you've been doing in the thematic groups. What has happened this year? Where do we need to continue going? So I'm going to hand over to Maya to facilitate this session. And yeah, thank you, Maya. Sorry. I won't notice. It's okay.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So next we will hear from the thematic groups. We will hear about their updates, what they have done this year, what they propose to do next year, and how they are doing with their deliverables. As Carmen just mentioned in the previous presentation, all thematic groups are based on deliverables, and those deliverables are being decided by the reference group members during the annual meeting. And if there are more than 5 agencies interested and committed to contribute to this interagency product or tool or resource, the thematic group is being formed. So we will hear from all the thematic groups now. They will present their challenges, their achievements, their work plan, as I just mentioned, and then they will open the floor to you if you have some questions. In total, the co-leads have 7 minutes for their session before we need to move on to the next one. We will follow the alphabetical order, and then we end with the advocacy group because they have requested some extra time to discuss with you some points. What else? This session is for the technical discussion. There will be another session on thematic groups during the governance meeting where we can discuss, for example, the co-leads rotation, how to strengthen engagement, criteria of members, etc. Right now we will be focusing on the technical content. What else? Oh yes, and the voting. So every co-lead and thematic group have been discussing whether they will want to continue or not. And then after the annual meeting, we will be doing the voting online through a survey, so you can all discuss internally. And the same applies for whether we will form new thematic groups or not, and who is interested in becoming a member. Okay, so we will be starting with the alcohol and substance use thematic group. This is being co-chaired by UNODC, WHO, and UNHCR. And I will hand over to Peter. Yes, I will give you the mic.
Can I sit here, or how do you want to do it? I mean, no, let me stand at least. I'm not going to stand there, but at least here. So is the slide already there? So we have a thematic group on alcohol and substance use. I was thinking, why would I be first? But it was the A, the alcohol, yes. So this group exists for 2 years, I think. We had a little bit of a dip last year when we didn't have that many meetings, was too much going on, but we revived it and quite successfully. So we had 7 meetings this year, focused on partially on sharing updates, because it's a topic that's hardly discussed between agencies, so people take the opportunity to share what they're doing in different technical working groups or agencies, but mostly focusing on the training materials that we're developing. So the idea, our main deliverable, is actually training materials for community workers, community volunteers, on providing orientations and basic support for people with alcohol and substance use disorders in emergencies. That's the basic tool. We have a great consultant, Karen Paul. You saw her picture as one of the 24 consultants. She's doing great work. She did her PhD on humanitarian work. She's very well qualified to do this. So this is what we have been doing. It wasn't so easy because when there is nothing, you tend to make a beautiful document that gets a little bit too long. So we're now trying to cut it down to make it feasible. We have had a little bit of field testing. For example, in northwest Syria, the group was very eager to use the material, so they actually did it while they were not in the advanced stage yet. Also in Afghanistan, the materials have been used by local actors, but we haven't yet broadly shared it. We did already create some buzz around the topic, so we were presenting on the materials that we're developing in different meetings, because the whole world of substance use is huge. And they hardly do anything with humanitarian settings. So the fact that we are doing it now really, really helps and is gaining interest. And next slide, perhaps. Yes. So we had a meeting 2 weeks ago where we formally asked the group whether they wanted to continue, and yes, they want. The goal is now to really finalize these materials. And then start field testing them. We thought of a kind of approach that we do not formally release it yet, because there may still be some issues in that are not good, but release it on demand. So basically say if agencies want to field test it, they're welcome to reach out, and they can do that on the condition that they provide us feedback for us to make it better. And we want to do that in at least 5 country settings in at least 3 continents. And we think we will be able to do that. There is quite some interest in the group to use the materials. We will also review modules on substance use in the preparedness trainings that are being done. So basically the group is getting a bit broader than only focusing on one product, is also basically providing support to other areas in MHPSS. Next, if there is a next. Yes, just briefly, this is the a slide of the process that we went through, from consultations, having a rapid survey, talking with thematic working with technical working groups, and then working on these training materials. And now the next one, because this is a slide I really want to show. This is basically how the training materials will look. So a layered approach. With the first one, a 2-day manual for non-specialized volunteers. Volunteers are to some extent always non-specialized, but let's say volunteers who could be anyone, volunteers including in wash and shelter, camp management. So no medical or MHPSS background. And you would want them to use basic psychosocial skills. I mean, this is really the bottom of the pyramid, so you have to use generic skills as much as possible. Providing information about substance use disorders and linking people to support without very active processes of screening. Responding to life-threatening situations. We thought it's important that if there is really in certain context an overdoses or so, that you can train volunteers about what to do. And in general, working in a dignified way with substance users. Sorry. I'm still a bit caffeine deprived. The second layer is then typically for community health workers or for psychosocial volunteers, which many of our organizations have, and they can go a bit deeper. To say it very simple, here we think we can use the SPI approach, screening, brief intervention, and referral. And we have good tools for that. Those tools are actually there. Is that first layer, there is actually nothing that we can share with organizations. The second one is a bit easier. And the last one, the advanced interventions, we will most likely work with MHGAP modules, because that's in fact already there. So this is it. I don't know if it was longer than 7 minutes.
No, you still have some time for
okay.
questions.
So good questions. So we think we should continue. We have talked a bit about it, and the issue is, of course, people are enthusiastic in the group. They want to share things. Interesting, we have a few academics in the group. People said, can we join? And which we, of course, allow as observers. So there is also a bit of a tendency to have this group for eternity. And I stress all the time, we should not do that. We need to focus on deliverables. But there is a clear need to have a platform. But anyway, any questions? Anne?
Is there any focus on adolescents? Or is there any chance?
The question that I knew would come. Not so much. We have the materials have different case examples. So we work with case vignettes, which was a hell of a job already, because which substance are you going to use? Heroin should be in, alcohol should be in, but in West Africa, not Captacon, but other things must be in. So in the end, we have a whole menu of different tools, of different examples. Some of them have, I think, an adolescent, or people who started at adolescence, but you keep us sharp. So I will definitely take that on, that we make sure that it's across the whole lifespan. I don't think we have much on children, honestly, but adolescents, yes, we have a few examples where people start at adolescent age.
Thank you so much. No, just in response to the question, so we do have somebody that works with UNICEF who's focusing on substance use in adolescents, who's part of the working group. So we have, of course, wherever possible, make sure that there's intentional, at least mention and recognition of substance use issues in that age group. And we are developing supplementary material that hopefully will go along with what's being developed through the working group from the UNICEF side. And we will, of course, very much still in the early stages, but we will open it up and see how we can perhaps engage through the working group, or of course, certainly through interagency coordination as well.
Thank you, Peter. I'm not in this group, so disregard also what I'm saying. You're welcome to do that. On the basic communication level, I'm wondering whether to not bother investing much time there, because so much has already been done. So it's more about transferable skills. The basic psychosocial skills should be common across a lot of interventions that don't need to be rewritten. they're already training
Very much
materials
so.
on it. But so maybe, like you said, it's more a case study specific to substance use or disorders, and how to support a person with an imminent threatening situation is likely to be because of a drug overdose.
The background, actually, the initial idea was to use PFA, look, listen, and link, as an organizing principle, because there is a lot around that as well, which we still do, but there were some concerns in the group of using PFA in substance use settings because it has never been tested and whatever. So we still use it, but we don't. We de-emphasize a little bit that it's an intervention. But basically, it is using existing skills. I agree with you, but it's tailoring it to a context because there are some additional challenges in substance use with substance
But I think
users.
in terms of getting it disseminated better, the training packages for basic psychosocial skills are already out there and widely used.
Yeah.
So don't tinker with that. Tinker with the case studies.
Yes,
is what I'm saying.
The idea is more that this basic communication levels materials, that it's likely that people have had trainings, but more on basic communication and not on substance. Is that link that we want to make? But thanks for adding it.
Thank you, Maya. After you.
Okay, just a quick question actually. When you go to Latin America and also the Middle East, you see a lot of overuse of psychotropics actually, and the way they become addictive as well. And they go very quick to the world of psychiatric medicines. Is that also covered here or not?
Yeah, that was a complication because that was then psychotropic drugs are included. So the answer is yes. Yeah, so we have I think 9 case vignettes now, and the idea is that in each setting you choose the case vignettes that are most logical, that are most fitting to your context, and then you adapt it a little bit.
The issue is that actually the ones who provide the services are actually the ones who are over giving.
Now, I agree with you, but that's not the focus of this of the training on community level so much. But you are right, of course, a lot is iatrogenic damage done by people who prescribe them. Although what we often see, and that is that was emphasized in the group as well, sometimes you see that prescription drugs were used for a good reason, but when people are displaced, get more distressed, they continue to use it. That, for example, you have certain anti-epileptic medication that's used for PTSD, for nightmares, that is then prescribed, and that we now, which I had never heard of, now it seems there are networks in Europe of asylum seekers in reception centers who are actually traveling through Europe to get these prescription medications. Yeah. So you need to address it, but it's more here awareness raising that there could be a problem where you could get help, and it's on this third level, these advanced interventions that, well, MHGAP says, of course, do not prescribe psychotropic drugs for longer than 7 days if it's benzodiazepines, for example. But we know, of course, it happens massively. Yeah.
I see a big problem of alternative care settings. In alternative care settings.
Yeah.
I want to share with you and the colleagues also some reflections from the work with this group. The experience of finding Karen was not easy. I think we advertised, I think it took more than 7 or 8 months, and we looked at many CVs that we rejected. Finding the expert who know about our MHPSS tools and know about substance use and humanitarian emergencies was a rare find, really. And now we have in the surge functions, we want to develop capacity to support once we have the tool. If you have CVs, share with us, so also we add to the RVO database. This is a very rare area. Second, I noticed how much also we as MHPSS experts do not know about this area. 1 month ago, I was in Afghanistan, and the interest in MHPSS in Afghanistan is coming from substance use, actually, perspective, including from the de facto authorities. So I traveled with the substance use focal points that we have. I learned it from listening to Dimitri, the colleague who was with me, who is expert in this area, how much I don't know. The questions he asked, we don't have in our guidelines. The types of referrals he is looking for, the mechanism he is looking for, including in multi-sectoral approaches. I noticed how much I'm ignorant as an MHPSS expert about the field of substance use. We need education about this field as well. We really, there is a lot we don't know. Finally, it's a suggestion for the group, the cultural aspect. I feel is still missing. I mean, you go to Yemen and khat is not just a substance, it's part of life. You go to Ukraine and alcohol is not just substance. The same happen in many Captagon now in some places in Syria. So you need really to look at the cultural aspect of substance use and how we apply what you do in the primers on emergencies, but for substance use and how to have a multi-sectoral approach using also cultural aspects and perception.
And when, let's say, culturally accepted behavior becomes problematic behavior, that is that.
In Yemen, it was until very recently almost a taboo to talk about cuts. No one will let you talk about it.
Yeah, it is a bit in the case studies, but you're right. And yes, to reiterate what you said, it was a steep learning curve for me as well, having two co-chairs, Dimitri from WHO, one of them, and UNODC, the other, which is great. It's great to bring them on board because they have really a lot to offer. It's a whole world, but nowhere to be seen in emergencies.
So, sorry, can I just say very quickly, even though the conversation has moved from the PFA conversation, that Ananda was also talking about basic psychosocial skill from 2020 being useful on that regard, just to note it in the chat.
Nancy, here you go.
I can speak loudly. Yeah. It's really nice to see everybody. Last year I was in Budapest with you, but sat in a hotel room with COVID. So it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you all in person. I'm a little bit older, but nice to see you. That I'm happy that there are 3 layers, and that we run a substance abuse program in Egypt, and I've been, frankly, a bit horrified about the professional layer. That it's wonderful to do community training and to do all that stuff, but if the professionals who are actually going to help do not have knowledge, then we're really in trouble. And I've been horrified about the lack of understanding about the difference between use, substance use, abuse, and addiction. The word addiction is translated constantly as from abuse to addiction. Everybody's addicted, right? And that's just not true, and that's the wrong service that we would offer. So I think it's really important, where most of us are pushing in today's times about community education and awareness and all volunteer training. Me too, but this is one area where the professionals really need training. So I hope that that is really promoted as part of this.
One thing I should have said and didn't is that UNODC is developing simultaneously with this group a handbook for substance use in emergencies, and that is actually for clinicians.
Thank you, Peter. We move on to the next group, which is children and families. Or Carmen, you would like to say?
No, I'm just moving the microphone around.
Children and families, co-chaired by MHPSS Collaborative and UNICEF, and Quifa will be presenting.
Thank you. Yes, so I'll co-present with my other co-chairs. So key achievements, we've done a lot of technical input into key products. So the first one listed there is the Child and Family MHPSS Resource Collection, which was spearheaded by the MHPSS Collaborative and MHPSS.net. The online course on mental health and psychosocial well-being of adolescents affected by conflict, also led by the MHPSS Collaborative. Bloom, which is the exciting psychological intervention for younger children that UNICEF and WHO are working on. The Compendium of Family and Caregiver Strengthening Interventions and Tools. So this is actually led by the Family Strengthening Task Force of the Alliance for CPHA. It's too many acronyms to squeeze in. And then finally, the MHPSS and Child Protection Education and Emergencies Learning Module. So I think Ala is here somewhere. I haven't seen her yet, but hi. So Ala has been leading on that with other colleagues, and the review of that is happening at the moment. So we did a kind of an anonymous survey among our members, because we know when we ask in the meetings, they all say, yes, it's very useful, but we wanted to make sure they had the opportunity to anonymously tell us if they didn't think it was useful and to give us constructive feedback. But really, the feedback we got was that the group really feels like a go-to group of experts for input on pressing issues when it comes to children and adolescents, and also caregivers. And one thing to note is that a lot of the requests for support are internal from members of the group, but also we get a lot of support requests from other coordination groups as part of different clusters, etc. And we have a lot of strong participation from members. So we have up to maybe 22 people in a meeting, but are averaging around 13 to 15 in every meeting. So people say it's useful for jointly identifying key challenges and gaps and opportunities, but also for cascading that information through their organizations in internal newsletters, etc. One achievement I think this year is that we've had a more balanced focus in terms of the emergencies we focused on. So last year we listed as one of our challenges that particularly the Ukraine crisis was taking a lot of attention. It needed a lot of attention, but we've tried to be much more cognizant of more neglected emergencies, like Carmen was saying as well. And also we use the meeting to give orientations on key products that are being developed by different members. So they're cut off there, but I can give you the slides after with the specifics. So I'll hand over to Anne to talk about challenges and then Marie to talk about some key ideas for discussion.
Thank you. So this, I think, is going to be a challenge that comes up across working groups, is finding the funding for the products and for consultants to lead on that work. As you are all aware, we are all fully employed in other jobs. And so this is a big ongoing challenge. And then also making sure that we can find representation from a broader area, broader sectors of work. And please, always wider participation is welcome. I know, Peter, you mentioned that you have people involved as observers. Maybe we should try and reach out a little bit more. But those of you who are connected to this space, please feel welcome to join. So those are our questions, really, is how can we find more dedicated resources for doing some of these outputs? And also, I think I'm going to say in that is an implicit sort of question of being so output focused, which I think maybe will come up in other conversations as well, that we really do see the value obviously in the outputs, but probably an even bigger value of just being together and sharing resources and being a collaborative group apart from solely being output focused. And then really looking at how we move towards the intersectoral work that is inherent on working with children and families. And we're gonna come back to that later for some of our further questions in the session.
I think that was fine. I'll just say, continue on the questions or the ideas for the future. I'm Marie, by the way, nice to be back. I've been on maternity leave for a year, so it's really nice to be among you all again. So I think we've had the privilege of getting a 35-minute slot for tomorrow to talk more about improving intersectoral working on MHPSS for children and families in particular. And we're really glad to have had a chance to get some survey feedbacks from this group. And I think some of the challenges that we're seeing in coordination around children and adolescents and youth-specific needs in emergencies for MHPSS have really come out. So we'll get back to that tomorrow. But we can see kind of an area of future focus developing already there. And the nature of that is, of course, then a call for agreement, but also engagement of different sectors. We have participation from child protection in the group and from education from time to time, but there's this recognition that we can't really do intersectoral coordination better if we don't have representation from everyone there that support children and adolescents. And then there was also a question for how do we really make sure that it's the needs of the country level technical working groups that actually bubble up to the level of where we then work in a global thematic group. I think that goes for everyone. So I just want to put a plug in for there. I remember a couple of years ago when I was leading the People on the Move group together with Annie, we had the same question, like how do we actually get the needs described from the country level? And I think, just putting that one as a general question, but we would definitely like to, from the Child and Family group, get a more real sense of not just what we hear as global representatives in a global thematic group, but what actually are the needs on the ground for improved work. So we're happy to have the support and from the group to continue. And now we have time for questions. And
I'm have a question/comment. I've been thinking about this a lot. And yes, we've discussed many times that the thematic groups are outcome oriented for a good reason. It's already complicated enough. We can't become structures. There's no such a thing as in the IASC structure, another group. It has to be very dynamic. We have to have the opportunity to stop a group when the role, the thing that we're getting together to do is done. But the children and families group has continued to exist in this specific way because there is a need for it. And I think those questions that you're asking talk to that. So what's been backing me in my head is if we are not maybe talking not anymore about a thematic group, which could be restarted again if there's a product to be developed, but if we're talking more about another help desk function, in the same way that we have help desk for other areas of work, and this is just my own thinking, but I feel that that is the support that a help desk can do in being available for other sectors, being available for country level support, being available for all of those different things. But this is just, I don't know, maybe it makes no sense, so I'm just bringing it up as something that has popped in my head.
Just a quick...
Other than, of course, in my idea, in my mind, thinking that the continuation, I think it's important. But is it just a continuation, or do we have something else that, as children and family focused MHPSS colleagues, we need to do? Yeah, just a question.
Just to say from my side, I think that's a really interesting idea, and I think that will be very helpful. I think in terms of our question here, though, it's rather, what is the key resource that is common to different technical working groups that we can support the development of, which we then would need the dedicated funding for, and so on. But I think apart from that, the general support for help desk function, very interesting. We'll bring that
Sorry,
back.
I didn't even look at FAMI for that. What about, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question on how you link with country level working groups, your link is through your agency. So all of us are here representing an agency. So my link is to the agencies working at country level, whatever the national society. So that's where your information comes from. And then it's up to us at the global level to advocate for them. That's how it works. We're here as agencies. So it comes from internal discussions within your agencies. That's where the information comes from, and from operational agencies. That's the point. And also linking, the difficulty with this group is that it exists in other forums. It exists within the Child Protection AOR, it exists within the Child Protection Alliance, and they also have help desk functions. They also have full-time staff dedicated to doing this. So my suggestion is, let's not replicate, actually. It's much more joining forces, and they are highly operational, particularly the Child Protection AOR. That's all they do, is operations and coordination. And they're specifically looking at multi-sectoral MHPSS for children and families. And I think if we wish to have the group and it not have outcomes or outputs, then have it, but it doesn't have to sit within the reference group. Have it, have your discussions, have your meetings. It's a separate important topic. It just doesn't have to sit within this reference group, and you don't have to report and stand here and say, we don't have products, but we think it's really important. It is an important area, it's just a question of where it sits. And I know that the Child Protection Alliance split from the Child Protection AOR many years ago. Very painful divorce to watch, but it has meant that you can have technical discussions within the Child Protection Alliance and also operational discussions within the Child Protection AOR. It's one, I'm not saying that's a model to go to, but I think it's much more about us bridging and linking up with existing other areas rather than us trying to create something separate.
Can I just speak back to that quickly? Because I think that's a very good point. If we're going to go down the road of a conversation, if there's going to be a help desk, I think that's a very important point. I think there still is a very important space for us to fill as a working group. I don't think we're saying that there's no products. Like clearly on the previous screen, there's lots of products. I think there's just also the desire to have the group exist anyway and not feel the pressure to be like, this is going to be, you know, the main point, when maybe we feel like the main point is actually something else. But I think absolutely we don't want to replicate something that's already happening, and all of us are very active in those spaces. So I think it's not like any of us are going to this group instead of going to another group. Like it still filling a very specific need. But point taken 100% that we definitely don't want to be duplicating another process that already exists, especially when all of us are already involved in those other processes as well.
Sorry. Okay, there's another comment from Peter and I think Fami and Koen. Are there more comments or questions? Because we also have a session tomorrow and I'm just like thinking what would be best in the interest of time. Okay, those three? Yes. Okay, then we go to Peter.
Oh, it's a more generic one, actually, because Marie mentioned, like, how can we have the link with national working groups or actually people on the ground? Because this, and that's a bit of a tension, I think, in all of the groups here, because you do represent an agency. However, in the alcohol and substance use group, it has really worked well that we have people who are not the typical HQ persons, like the person from UNICEF that you've assigned. So it's, and IOM has someone also really from the deep field, and that really helps. So I think, but there is a bit of a tension because those field people may not know may not have the full global scope. So I think that's something we need to discuss either these 2 days or on Friday. How can we better engage with people in the field?
I have one. Beautiful one. Yeah, just to say, complimenting on Sarah, is that something that we learned in the CPAOR is that all agencies have their own identity. They solve their problems in their own way with their own guidance. And it is the result, as you say, from internal discussion. We have a help desk with 4 full-time people paid for it, and me as an MHPSS specialist, supposedly. Now, I don't think that it's the purpose here in this group that we have to speak with one voice. If it's going to be a help desk, then we have to speak with one voice, right? And that's going to be very conflictual. I think that will not be easy. I see already Save the Children, UNICEF, all those things. Wow, fantastic plan. So I don't think it's a fantastic idea. But please know that the CPAOR is closely linked with this group. Yeah. And we really use everything that has been said and done in this group in our help desk. And I use it as well. That's what I want to say. Finally, one word is that, of course, the CPAOR, we support child protection coordination groups in the field. We do not always work directly with MHPSS technical working group. We expect that the CPAOR coordination teams do that in the field. So there might be a role actually to link from this group directly with the technical working groups. That's a channel that we can explore. I don't know how yet. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Maya.
I think I passed. I skipped the line. I'm sorry for that. It was his fault.
No, it's okay. So this is just a quick note to share that I agree with the point raised by Carmen and the point raised by Koen. So we haven't discussed this before, but I think the group actually function as a help desk function similar to what we have in the M&E and the minimum service package groups. I think also when we think about this group contributing to the surge support training, we're thinking the same way. If the group functioning as a help desk function rather than a product bound group, thematic group that would end with delivering a product. So it's a good idea for the group to consider because I think part of the functionality of the group match with that as well. I like what you suggested, Koen, about the group helping in the operational dilemma and bringing child protection actor within the field closer to the technical working groups and make sure that there is linkages. And this is a function where the IC reference group is well positioned to play, actually, I think a bit more than CPORs or in collaboration with CPORs. I think to do that, the group need not to be a thematic group only, which are bound to product traditionally with the way we're organizing the thematic groups. I think a help desk function similar to the M&E and MSP group.
Thank you. I would suggest we move to the next one and we can continue this conversation tomorrow during the 45-minute session that is allocated. This is the community-based MHPSS thematic group, which is co-chaired by IOM and MHPSS.net. And here we will try to connect with Ananda, who is online and will present for us online. Ah, perfect. Oh, you... Yes, hi, Anna. Sorry, actually, there's someone in the room who will present.
Yes, it's Anna Lewis, actually, yes, I was going to say. I'm just here to support.
Hi, my name is Annelies. I work with UNICEF, and I'll stay here if that's okay. It's slightly less intimidating than in front of the whole room. But yes, and thank you so much, Ananda, for joining. And I'm sorry you couldn't be here today. And we have another co-lead, which is IOM, and Bully is also not here at the moment. So we'll be presenting on behalf of our group. So on the screen, what you see is essentially our deliverables that we set out in our work plan. So we'll be giving an update on where we are with that. So the main deliverable that is currently that we're currently working on is a toolkit for implementing community-based MHPSS activities. I don't know if we will be able to show you on the next slide some examples. I know Ananda has worked late last night trying to update the slide, but I don't know if that was still in time.
It's actually updated in the folder. There were some screenshots of the toolkit, but it's fine. It's just some images. You can continue.
Don't worry. So yes, this is something that we've been working on. We started a little bit late this year. At the beginning of the year, we were very happy to have MHPSS.net joining us as a third co-chair. And yes, our main activity is the toolkit that we're currently working on. So we have a prototype at the moment that has been developed, and that since yesterday, I think, is live. So we have different type of resources that are being, thank you, Ananda, for the link, that are nominated by members for being part of the toolkit, which is then being reviewed. So that process is ongoing, and we currently have 16 tools as part of the toolkit, and we plan to be working on that the coming months. Then the second activity is actually a continuation of activity that we started last year, which was a webinar series showcasing locally developed community-based MHPSS approaches and activities. So in January of this year, we had the last two webinars done by different organizations. We also have a community of practice that is being continuously updated. This is actually done by MHPSS.net. And our fourth activity was to conduct a desk review measuring the impact of creative and art-based methodologies used in community-based MHPSS. So this is something that has actually was on the work plan for 2023 and 2024, but has actually been moved to 2024. In case the group continues, this will be part of the work plan for the coming year. I don't know, Ananda, if you have anything you want to add to the toolkit or any of these. Okay.
No, thanks for that, Annelies. Just to say that we have actually collected quite a large number of resources that we hope the group will be able to sort through and nominate for inclusion in the toolkit, which is a bit more curated. But we're also uploading a general community-based MHPSS resources to the COP space, and I think we have over 200 members who've joined it since it was opened. But over back to you, Annelies.
Thank you. And I think we can go to the next slide, actually. Thanks. Yeah, so as I mentioned, one of the challenges is we had a little bit of a slow start. Sorry, I think it's just we're skipping ahead a little bit. Yeah, that we had a little bit of a slow start, but yeah, we picked up halfway through the year. One of the challenges for us, I think, similar to other groups, is that we have very limited resources and really need to use the internal resources of the different organizations to mobilize and work on different activities, which can be challenging at times, especially when emergencies come up and sometimes the plans cannot go ahead as we had initially anticipated because of different unforeseen things happening, both in terms of co-leads and members. So that's just an ongoing challenge, I think, of these groups. And I think, Ananda, you wanted to share something on the
Yeah, I'm not.
phase.
Thanks. It's not. I'm not so sure it belongs to the challenge, or maybe it's a bit of a mix thing. That it was really about the question of how do we connect to the fact that community-based MHPSS, on the one hand, as a working group, we have we've not been able to yet mobilize resources to do more ambitious things. But the positive thing is that there are spaces within which there is interest in community-based MHPSS, and there's certainly a need being expressed for methodologies, ways of working, lessons learned, and kind of in being able to apply community-based approaches to address particular issues. And I think the expert meeting that the German and Dutch governments, along with some reference group members, hosted earlier this year was a good example of that. But then we've also got international courses like the one run by Fordham, but also an IOM, where community-based MHPSS is being promoted as a part of the learning for practitioners globally. And then we've got examples more at the country level of approaches like the MHPS Design Lab that was piloted this year in Nepal and Sri Lanka, which is about capacity building at the national level and creating this sort of interest and engagement around this. And I guess one of our challenges is how do we connect the work of the working group to these other initiatives, which are not necessarily working group initiatives, but where the working group, in a sense, can play, working group members can play quite an important role in promoting and responding to the needs in the field around competencies and knowledge for CB MHPSS. Over to you, Andres.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any comments and questions for this group? It can also be outside the comments that are placed here, which are reoccurring and which we can also, we are taking note of to discuss during the governance meeting as well. Any specific questions for this group, or shall we go to the next? Okay, I think we can go. Anne, would you like to? Yeah, you can, of course.
No, maybe I'll just say that, just to echo Ananda's point, that I think this is another group that by definition is valuable in its existence for people to join and learn about, even people who might not be members of the IASC, but maybe the actual products, while really important and helpful, that might actually not be the most important outcome from the group, but rather having people to come together around this issue. Over.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, we go to the next group, which is, thank you, Ananda, online as well. Disability and Inclusion, co-led by CBM and UNICEF. I'm not sure who Zainab is going to present. Perfect. Maybe you can get a mic there. Yes.
Hi, everybody. Good to be here, and I'll be co-presenting with Julian, who'll help fill in some important gaps. So we have been, I think this one will be a short presentation. Last year, during the reference group meeting, there was consensus that we would essentially work towards transitioning out from the working group and its existence. The reason for that is we had this wonderful achievement of finalizing this information note on disability and inclusion in MHPSS. This is an important achievement because it was something that was very much needed. There was a very rigorous process involved in the development of this information note, including one, of course, being overseen by the working group and engagement of the different working group members. We had a series of workshops with organizations of persons with disabilities, And we also involved the disability reference group as well in both the development and the finalization. And we really are hopeful that we will be working to improve MHPSS programming and inclusion as part of that. Another success, of course, was also using that to inform other important resources and products, including the minimum services package for MHPSS. Next slide, please. So in terms of challenges, so as I mentioned, late last year, we were really at a point where the information note was finalized. And just so you're aware, the information note is complemented and supplemented by an advocacy brief as well as a checklist for frontline workers. But we had, of course, similar to other working groups, issues with delays, which essentially meant that we had to hold off on sharing the resource with organizations in the field who were asking for it. So we ended up producing it with, in bold, kind of stating that it was a field level document that is awaiting clearance. So we were, in the end, able to disseminate it. We are now, I think Fahmi alluded to the fact that we hopefully will receive good news and that it is cleared almost. In terms of the future of the Disability and Inclusion Working Group, we have, as mentioned, stopped as of June 2023, but there's so much more that needs to be done. We have, Julian will speak a little bit about some of the training materials that are being developed to supplement and to go along with the information note. And also, one of the things that we are really struggling with as a working group, and we had very formal discussions around this, is how do we ensure that inclusion agenda is just not lost now that the working group has dissipated. We did bring forth to this reference group last year, and I think multiple times before that as well, the idea of having an expanded working group that focuses on disability, focuses on inclusion, including disability, but not restricted to disability. And we would love to hear from working groups who are represented today, who might be covering issues surrounding men and boys or LGBTQI+ and other areas and thematic components that really are relevant to inclusion as a broader area of work. And to hear from you what your thoughts are on perhaps transitioning and maybe merging together into a working group that kind of covers inclusion more broadly. And before handing over to Julian, one other thing to mention to you is we do have a very close working relationship with the Disability Reference Group, and Julian, as well as UNICEF, we contribute regularly as part of that reference group and making sure that we're bridging MHPSS and the disability sectors in that way. Julian, over to you.
Thanks, Zainab. So one of the main ways that we think we're going to make this transition from being a dedicated and focused group to being something that's in the DNA, hopefully, of all the different parts of this sector, is by taking that information note forward into a practical training resource. I can slightly hear people's hearts sinking when I mention training, because there's so much training out there already, but this is going to be different. So what we want to do is to provide a means where many of you represent different agencies here can quickly and easily make sure that all of your staff and your agencies, all of your partners, all the different actors you engage with in the community, think of disability, think of inclusion when they're doing their day-to-day work. So the information note is packed full of really great ideas, practical things that people can do. And what we want to do is to translate that into a 1 or 2 day additional module that you can do with your people when they get together, any one of those different groups of people, to think about really sensible, easy ways of making sure that people with disabilities are included in the things that you're doing in your different activities. The bold and radical thing that we're going to do is that we're going to insist that always that's done with a local organization of people with disabilities, wherever you're working, because they're the people who hold knowledge about disability in that particular context. And it's been really interesting hearing earlier on people talking about how do we make sure that country level actors are more engaged in what we do. Well, this is how we're going to do that, is that whenever this disability and inclusion training is happening, it always is embedded within the knowledge that local actors, particularly in this case with disabilities, have. So that is currently being developed. We do have resources to finalize the document, and we're looking and thinking about how we can make sure that we then have resources to make sure that is then something that is being done by all agencies over the next few years. I think the most practical way of doing that is not a central budget where we pay for that to happen in lots of places, although that's part of it. But actually what we want is commitment from all agencies to say we are committed to making sure that we think about disability and inclusion more broadly in part of everything we do. So for everyone to be thinking about that resource being available. But we're very excited about this. It's going to be ready by the end of the year with a couple of field testing exercises where some of you might be involved, happening over the next few months, and then we'll be able to share more broadly as soon as the main information note is available.
Thank you, Julian. Zainab, you want to say something?
No, just to say, just for clarification as well, that the inception of the development of the training materials happened when the working group was active, but now it is being developed outside the working group, just for clarification purposes. But there is a steering committee that has been created where some of the existing working group members or previous working group members signed up for just to stay engaged and to kind of be engaged in the development process and then hopefully in the dissemination and implementation thereafter.
Thank you, Zainab, and thank you, Julian. The group also noted Miron. I'll come back to you. Maya is sharing. So I think this group has contributed to changing the practice of the IASC reference group. All our resources which we release are now adapted also into Braille and easy to read version, and we will continue keeping this habit, and it's unique within the IASC. I think only us and the disability reference group are doing so, but we will continue this habit that we all learned from this group in collaboration with the World Blind Union, who help us in that. I think also the new tool, Heather, we are grateful for her work and for CBM for the work on and the steering group on that, and all agencies involved. And there are demands from technical working group for this training package. So I think we're creating something useful through this thematic group. For the future, mutual representation in relevant bodies such as Disability Reference Group and Accountability and Inclusion Task Force within the IASC, I think would be a good and important way forward, whether we decide to continue the group or not. These are the suggestions, but we have a problem. The tool may not be cleared. We are stuck. And I want to share this also collectively with the group. The reason why the tool is now stuck. One of the IASC, not the IASC reference group in general, the IASC policy officers from one of the agencies formally shared a comment which we struggled a bit to apply, and I want to share with the reference group because likely we need to take this back to the disability inclusion group. We felt as co-chair we cannot take a decision on that because that's a significant change if we do. The document is about disability and inclusion MHPSS. So one of the groups identified for inclusion is LGBTQI and mentioned several times within the document. So this agency focal point has requested formally to change the term into sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics. So to be SOGESC instead of LGBTQI. Some agencies are not familiar with this suggested term. But as you know, the process of approval has to be 100% consensus based. So if one of the members of the OPAG put a red flag, and it was a red flag to change the term, then the document stuck. We cannot clear it. And it was sent as a package that explained also why the peace building document and the research document is not released. It's mainly for this term. We're able to apply all the other changes because they were minor things, including editorial and adding example or preferred term. But this is a significant change because this is a document about inclusion. And we need advice not only of the disability and inclusion group, but also of the reference group in general. Shall we replace LGBTQI? Because we think they have different meaning from LGBTQI, from SOGESC. which in my agency we are not familiar and we don't use. So this is to the group, but I think it's important because 3 documents are now stuck specifically because of this. And also reminder to us that when we develop a product, we need to contact our focal points within the OPAC to make sure that this does not happen, because the review within our agency is our responsibility as well before submitting the document. So if a member agency is a member of the reference group, we need to make sure that this change does not happen. Isabel, you want to say something?
Can I maybe just very quickly comment on that, probably we want to consider not just replacing, but there has to be a combination, because as you were saying, the terms just don't refer to the same thing. So you can say, suggest, whatever you want to use it to talk about in general, the issue of representation and so on, but an individual can't identify us. So yes, it has to identify as an LGBTQI+. So probably that would be something to clarify as well. It's not just replacing, it's, okay, when do we have to refer to one term and when do we have to refer to both? Yeah, just that comment quickly. Sorry, Isabel, I think, and then Zainab.
I'm getting back that sharing to Maya.
Thank you.
Yes, no, I just wanted to add a little bit of information in that context, because it's an issue that we also encountered in connection with other working groups. And I did some research about the difference between LGBTIQ and SOGIESC. And what I found out is that, in fact, LGBTIQ is very much used in the American sphere and in Canada, whereas SOGIESC is used in the rest of the world, and it's considered to be more inclusive than just LGBTIQ. So hence there are more and more now moves to go to SOGIESC and say people living with SOGIESC rather than sticking to LGBTIQ, because that's considered less inclusive. But and I know that IOM has some guidance about this. HCR also has changed the term, I think, in its training documents and so on. But it's up to you to decide which term you want to use. SOGIESC means social orientation, gender identity, and expression of sexuality, something like that. It's a complicated way to say LGBTIQ.
Sorry, let me just read it out loud. Sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, and sex characteristics. Mm. So as you were saying, Isabel, if you were to talk about a person, then you have to say a person living with. Mm-hmm. And I think it goes back to representation. It goes back to the decision of that community to tell us what is it that applies the best. I think is our call.
Zainab, please. Yeah.
Yeah, just to really comment quickly, at UNICEF we have adopted SOGIESC as well. It falls under our human rights and child rights agenda. And there actually has been ongoing work that UNICEF is supporting tied to the UNSG office as well that utilizes this term. Although I've noted in the field where there are working groups that are meant to kind of consult on the contents of these products, they've been used in combination. So it's like SOGIESC and LGBTQI+ groups that support these discussions, because a lot of people just aren't very familiar with SOGIESC yet. So I think we are on our way to kind of using that term more and more, increasingly by different agencies, but just my 2 cents, because when I saw that feedback come in, Fahmi, I thought from UNICEF side, oh, like we would have no issue with it from UNICEF side in terms of changing it.
Any more comments? Okay, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Marion and I'm with HelpAge International. I've already said this to Julian before coming here because we're presenting tomorrow. Within the disability and inclusion, the older person is a wee bit lost and is not really as such there. It's a fantastic document, the information note that was shared last year, and I really do. Once you get your terminology correct, I hope to see it out soon. But I think it's really important to remember that older people, 46% of older people have and live with a disability. And also CBM have an excellent document out. I don't know if it's called Good Practice on Inclusive MHPSS. So sometimes we do have to remember there's a lot out there. Even the community-based MHPSS, I just read recently. I think it's an older document by WHO. So it's just trying to remember what's out there, but it's also trying to remember and keeping in mind that they are including age, disability, and sex. That is the important thing. And we'll talk more tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The next group is DRR and Climate Crisis, co-chaired by WHO and CBM.
Thank you, Maya. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. So I'm Brandon, and our other co-chair from CBM is Mita. She's not with us because she's on maternity leave right now. So I was going to say unfortunately, but actually maybe fortunately for her. These are the members of our working group. The logo is pictured on the screen. I hope we haven't missed anyone. If we have, it's not my fault. If we haven't, then I take full responsibility. Just a quick update on what we've been doing in the group this last year. One other thing to say, sorry, before I go to that. The group is also supported by our good colleague, Ashley Namiro, who has recently joined WHO and is consulting on the work of this group. So, three main things we've done this year that I'd like to highlight. The first is development of a training package on MHPSS preparedness. Now, if anyone remembers, this group's been around for a while. I think 2018 it was first formed, and the initial goal was to develop what we call the technical note, which is sort of a guidance note on integrating MHPSS and disaster risk reduction. Since then, we've been trying to kind of operationalize that note with this set of training materials, which we're calling READY. Right now, READY is an acronym. It's covering the 5 main modules of the training package. And there are 3 additional modules being developed now on substance use, on CBRN related events. So those will be added to the READY package. It's advanced quite a bit in the last year. There's been 3 pilot trainings done by members of the working group. And there's also been use of the training package as part of global MHPSS preparedness capacity building events this year as well. So that's, I think, achievement number 1, and kind of the main focus of the working group that will continue into next year as we try to finalize this package. The second key achievement is development of this video, sort of an advocacy video we're calling it, that is about why MHPSS is relevant in climate change adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk reduction. It's a nice cartoon video that uses a story of a child and her family disrupted by a series of floods that keep getting worse in their community every year due to climate change. It's called Mira and the Disaster Rewind Machine, and it's a bit about a dream she's having about what she could do or what life would be like if things were different in their community, and if MHPSS was part of climate change, disaster risk management, things like that, to think about what things could look different. And it's quite accessible in a way of kind of describing why this topic is important and how these 2 areas intersect. And there's the short guide that's being developed also on how one could use this in sort of awareness raising type of activity. So hopefully others can use it beyond the working group as well. That's a very nice video, was developed by MHPSS.net on behalf of the working group. And then a third, I think, achievement I would describe is the working group submitted a proposal to be part of the Humanitarian Hub at COP28, the Conference of Parties, this year in December. We're not sure yet if that's been accepted, but we are hopeful because that hub is being organized by OCHA. And it will be, our presentation, if it's accepted, will be a bit of a launch of this video and then a description of what the IASC reference group work is and how it relates to climate-related hazards. Next slide. Thank you, Maya. So some challenges. I think this is a challenge that many of us have mentioned. There's a minority of some of the working group members who are less able to engage throughout the process, or there's some up and down engagement, although I'd say overall this working group has quite good engagement. Also, the group's very ambitious, so sometimes we think of ideas that we want to do that are, I think, quite beyond maybe our initial focus or the initial idea of the output of the group, or beyond our capacity as a group. So we sort of set these very broad ideas at the beginning and then really kind of hone down to what's feasible. And that can be a bit of a challenge. And then we've also had some difficulty consistently engaging with disaster risk reduction experts. I think we've had good links with UNDRR and some other agencies at times, and it's an up and down challenge as well. So keen to learn from other working groups where they're working sort of at an intersection of another field like this. In terms of continue or stop, we as a group feel that it'd be useful to continue for at least another year while we finalize this training package focused on MHPSS preparedness, hopefully by the end of next year. And that's sort of the focus. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brandon, for presenting on the great work you've been doing together with all member agencies of this group. Are there any comments or questions for the Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Crisis Group? No, yes?
Quick note and great opportunity. First, congratulations, Brandon and CBM colleagues on the achievements within this group, but great opportunities that Isabel is with us today. We need advocacy from the IASC Secretariat to make sure that the proposal of this group is accepted in COP28, which is coming soon. So I think we need, please, Isabel, communication with Mervet Shelbay as the head of the IASC Secretariat and other colleagues who are trying to arrange the humanitarian hub within the IASC Secretariat. Within the COP28, please.
Yes, no, just to clarify, Fahmi, of course, I'm happy to support and to do advocacy, but it's not relating to the IASC Secretariat and Mervat. It's an OCHA, so OCHA has been entitled or has been requested by the government to have this humanitarian hub in the COP28, and it's another person in OCHA who is handling this, but very happy to bring forward the proposal and to support as much as we can.
I think the backup from the IASC Secretariat towards OCHA on the importance of the topic, because I believe that would be the only interagency MHPSS intervention within the humanitarian hub within the COP28. I think that would be great if we can achieve it.
Okay. Yeah, you can perhaps also use the opportunity to give visibility to some other of your documents, which may be also relevant for this initiative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Just to say that parallel to this meeting, there's actually a really big meeting happening in Europe, in Luxembourg at the moment, funded by the European Investment Bank, which is a meeting of climate crisis interested people. And they've actually requested for the first time for there to be a big session on mental health and psychosocial support. So IFRC is actually chairing that session. It looks like it's a very cool conference that they're having. They've got acrobats and jugglers. So it's a very, very fun meeting and conference to attend. And it's funded by the European Investment Bank. But it's just to say that the advocacy that this group has done is beginning to pay off in other sectors. So it's not our usual friends that we talk to, but they're sitting with a lot of money, and they also have their own groups and meetings, and they are starting to see the links in the relationship with mental health and psychosocial support. So well done to this group, that link's being made. And secondly, I have it on my notepad now, IFRC, Jagan Chapagan, who's the Secretary General of IFRC, he sits on the steering committee for COP28. So I will put this on their agenda for this group. It's in my notebook. I don't know, I may or may not get listened to. Let's see.
Thank you, Sarah, that's great. I was going to ask Carmen where our acrobats were this time. So yeah, just to add a bit to that, this area is just exploding faster than we can keep up with. And this group kind of started thinking about DRR and then realized that climate change was happening. And so a couple of other things to throw in. There's a coalescing group around mental health and climate change called COP Squared, which many of you will be familiar with, Gary Belkin and co. The thing I'm impressed with that is that he's managed to join an enormous number of other sectors that we don't really know about, and that's absolutely how we have to work. So the second thing is the Wellcome Trust has one of its three main areas of investment. They keep saying they're spending £16 billion over the next 10 years. And one of those areas is mental health and one is climate change. And they're just doing their landscaping at the moment. So I think it's a good time for us to engage with them, maybe slightly formally, about this area of work, because they've got investment money to put into it. So if anyone is interested in, or can share with us even, the links that they have with the climate change world, or the DRR world for that matter. We'd be really interested in maybe growing our knowledge and intelligence around what's happening here, because I think we're struggling to keep up with it, to be honest with you. And maybe we should be thinking about a spreadsheet, Brandon, because there's a lot to know in this area.
Thanks, Julian. Just to add that we have in this group, I think, an unusual number of observers. You know, COP Squared is an observer, United for Global Mental Health is an observer, Connecting Climate Minds is an observer. So we're very interested in taking on others who are kind of active in this space, like you mentioned, that would maybe want to observe and then contribute to what we're doing and vice versa. So if you have ideas, do send Julian or I a message. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brandon and Julian, everyone. The next group is Cash, Livelihoods and MHPSS thematic group, co-chaired by IOM and IAS.
Thanks.
Yes.
I can see the energy level in the room seeping out. And I see a few people escaping Marie. No, it's fine. I'm sorry. That was very timely, sorry. Good luck. I'm Annie from IASC, and I am co-chairing this group with IOM. Guli also just joined us. Nice to see you. So I'm going to give a quick overview. This is a new group. You'll remember we discussed this a bit last year. And we had a very ambitious TOR for the year. So we started off with a lot of energy. We still have energy, but we may have gotten a little bit ahead of ourselves in terms of process and timelines. So I'll just start with that. The purpose of our group was really to help us understand the linkages between cash, livelihoods, and MHPSS, learn more about the specific interventions and the processes in place across organizations, and hopefully, as we've already heard echoed across this space, really establishing some better channels, knowing and recognizing that there are solid channels already existing, for example, with CP and cash, and several other areas. So we've really tried to call on, through networks that we already have across the group, existing relationships, ask questions, try and get linked in, read some of the TORs and other existing task forces, what they have on the agenda. It's a lot. I should also just echo what Julian said. There's a lot going on, so it's also quite a lot to keep up with. The key part, I would say, of our achievements this year, besides starting, we've had 7 meetings. We've had pretty good attendance, although I'll talk a little bit about that in challenges. We've had several observers. Columbia University, which as an academic, Carmen, I'm not sure if they're technically observer. Very active observers have supported us basically they're observing a lot. Without funding, Columbia University is supporting us, Claire Green in particular, with students to help us design the mapping and the protocol to better understand the landscape of cash and livelihoods and MHPSS interventions. This has been ongoing since April. The objective is really, as I've already mentioned, just for us to better understand what's happening, what lessons there are to be learned, and how we can move forward. Some of our initial discussions, and I know this has come up as well, was around advocacy. We're not quite there yet, so we're still working through what do we know, what do we need to learn before we kind of get to that next step around donor advocacy and how we want to use this type of information. We also got really excited and developed an interview guide together with Claire and her team, and then realized we didn't know who to interview. We had some ideas. So some people reached out and gave us some really good ideas on key stakeholders. Some of those people have already been interviewed. But we decided a couple of months ago, thank you UNICEF, after some comments that were suggested, maybe we need to think about how we share the survey first to better understand who are potential stakeholders, who are the people across the world, not just through our direct networks in our organizations at the country level, but how else can we share this out such that we understand from the very local level, what are the questions, who are the people that are doing this integrated work. So Claire and team developed another organizational survey, and I've included the QR code, which I don't think you'll actually fully be able to scan, but don't worry, it's on the next slide. So next slide, please. That's okay. Back one. Okay, so QR code again, I'll come back to that, but just in case you want to go ahead and scan. As I mentioned, in terms of challenges, we were overly ambitious, so we really set out to have this mapping done, the protocol, the desk review, the interviews, the summary to come for this meeting to be able to present and give an overview of next steps and what we've learned. We're not there. So we are currently at the stage of the organizational survey, which we will be sending out more broadly across this newsletter, hopefully in the next month. But then we hope also people will share this widely. And the great news is, and you can't tell people that you share this with, but even if you just answer 3 questions, those 3 questions will be recorded. So it's not a survey you have to finish from A to Z. So if you get tired and you only want to tell us a few things, that's okay. We'll take that information and we'll use it. Claire has created a Qualtrics survey with this in mind, knowing that people have fatigue around surveys. I'll mention that we would really welcome wider participation. I've heard this from a few people already. We have consistent, GIZ joins us, our observer PRM has joined us for 4 meetings, which is also interesting. Columbia University, and then of course IOM. But there are many people who've reached out to us, but haven't been able to join meetings. So I just want to mention, if you do want to join us, please do. And then I think more broadly about questions or ideas, some of these have already been mentioned, but how can we encourage broader participation? How can we better talk about what we're doing and maybe some of what's coming out from our monthly meetings? Yeah, I think I'll pause there because I see some tired eyes and see if there's questions. Guli.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, so the World Bank was one of the initiators in all this entire line of work, has in fact resumed the work. I received an email, I just didn't communicate it with you and Atem, but last week, so they recreated a unit that is looking into this connection. So I will connect you as soon as possible. Okay. So, but it's a good news, I guess, because that's one of the main actor and funder in the livelihood sphere.
Thank you, Guli. Marcio, yes.
Yeah, no, just to say that I think many of the actors for this topic, they are also outside of the very traditional humanitarian bubble, right? In terms of cash transfer programs and mental health outcomes in very difficult context, that has been a lot that has been shared. Even the Global Mental Health Summit in Argentina, there was a full table discussion with actors that are not from this scope. So I'm wondering if when we say that this thematic working group in the context of humanitarian settings, if we are talking about very acute emergencies, or we are talking about the half of the globe that is very poor.
Come join our meetings. Yeah, I mean, this is, I forgot to mention, I mean, I would say half of our calls are spent on those types of discussions. So for the purpose of what we've discussed to date, I mean, we've very broadly said humanitarian, post-conflict. We have broadened to essentially all crises, acute crises. I mean, but this is an ongoing discussion.
Yes, Marilo, yeah.
Hello, yes.
Yes.
Just a reflection on, as these things are being discussed, the youth perspective, is that also coming up in your discussions?
Not so much.
Because what's interesting is that being on the verge of trying to move into livelihoods, our youth, and they have compounding challenges, obviously, for doing that. Mental health being a very strong one, I think, whether you can find a job, retain a job. So I think that could also be a really nice angle to have. And if there's if you ever go headhunting, like to go for a youth-based organization that could support, I mean, I'm happy to bring it back and maybe come and be propositional. I just don't have it in my head.
I would also just say on that point exactly, the CP and Cash Task Force, which is part of the CP Alliance, we have tried a few times. So this is co-chaired, I think, by, correct me if I'm wrong, SAVE, IRC, World Vision, and I think it's co-chaired by 4 agencies who it's been quite challenging to meet with them together. So I've met with a few of them individually, but I think the point you're making, Marie, is about serving the kids, the adolescents, and figuring out what makes sense from an MHPSS perspective, which we haven't talked about in this space. But I think there are people talking about it. We just need to better pull that conversation together. Great.
Yes, a last comment, if that's okay. Yes, go ahead.
Just a question, if I may. Is your focus on global research or also on country-level research? I'm asking this because OCHA is coordinating in countries a number of cash working groups, and I would see benefit perhaps to circulate your survey to them if that's of you. So happy to put you in touch with my colleagues who are working on that.
Thank you very much for the question. I think that's exactly what we're trying to determine through this survey. So I would appreciate, yes, very much if you could circulate. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Isabel, for that offer. If it's okay, we will wrap up this thematic group conversation. I have not been very good at my timekeeping task. I'm sorry for that, but we just discussed that we shouldn't really cut in those conversations because this is really actually the reason for us all being together here and having the opportunity to exchange and share ideas. That being said, we are a little bit behind, but don't worry, we will make sure to cover everything from the agenda. We are just moving things a little bit around. So for now, we would suggest you grab a coffee or a tea in 5 minutes and then come back with your coffee or tea and have it here while we continue with the rest of the thematic groups.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Yes?
Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, say, hey, A, A,
Yes. Oh, yeah, it's been donated. Hello, aha.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We want to acknowledge the very important contribution of Save the Children and the MHPSS Collaborative, who do a lot of facilitation. So they've suggested that there's a less noisy way of telling you that you are running out of time, and a bit more noisy way of telling you that you're running out of time, and then the final call if we're, but let's be honest, the conversations are really great and they're very important. So we also don't want to cut them too much, but what we're going to do is continue with these parts and then jump immediately into the next session. And then as much as we need to move down later on, we'll find there's a lot of buffer little bits that we've included throughout the agenda that we can move things around, okay? So I'll pass immediately to next group.
Great, thank you so much. We'll be reporting on the Assessment and Mapping Working Group, which is co-chaired by me, at David Cho and Marcio at mhpss.net. We have a product that we're working on, which is an MHPSS multi-sectoral assessment toolkit, which we discussed briefly also at the last meeting. And we're very grateful to actually have funding for this work, which is often a challenge by the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which we're very grateful for. And this has also allowed us to bring a consultant on board. Michelle Engels, who many of you may know, is supporting us. So we actually have made a lot of progress this year, which I will briefly talk about and then hand it over to Marcio. So many of you have probably seen in the IASC MHPSS mailouts that we have distributed some surveys on learning, basically, from the last 10 plus years. Most of you probably know the WHO UNHCR 2012 MHPSS assessment toolkit, which is more health focused, and we're trying to really make this one more multi-sectoral, more updated, and really trying to learn from the past 10 plus years. How has this toolkit been used? Many of you have also developed your own tools and methods, which we want to learn about. And so this was really the purpose of these surveys on both assessment and mapping, to see how are these tools used, what are you doing, how you're adapting tools and methods. We also reviewed existing assessment and mapping reports, over 104 across the world, to just see how do those reports look like, what tools are being used, are there some common themes. And we also completed a review of existing tools and guidance documents across sector. So health, protection, child protection, many of those fields have their own assessment guidance. And we also looked at, did that actually include MHPSS, or is there room to include MHPSS there? And we also looked at how is MHPSS represented in multisectoral needs assessments, HRPs, HNOs, RRPs, sorry, a lot of abbreviations, but basically we learned that under protection, almost half of them included MHPSS, health 38%, education 13%. So we're trying to get assessment, MHPSS assessment results into humanitarian needs assessments, into the humanitarian response processes, so that it's really there, integrated and visible. So I think that is really our ultimate goal with this assessment toolkit, to really make it possible to have MHPSS needs visible there, quickly, effectively assessed at the beginning, which then can inform the response. We also completed over 31 key informant interviews. We talked to many of you as part of this process to learn in a more qualitative way what lessons there are that have been learned over the past 10 plus years. So some of the key findings in all these processes that I just mentioned are more guidance is needed. For example, how to select tools. What is the bigger picture? Some people found the assessment toolkit that we have now, WHO, UNHCR, a bit overwhelming, looking even at this table. Where do I start? What do I need? Guidance on participatory approaches and also contextual and cultural adaptation. Very few times people actually use the tools as they are. Most of the time they were adapted in some way and also, of course, translated in some ways. And there was more guidance needed how to do that, and also including at-risk populations in these assessments. Tools are also needed for multisectoral assessments, including the GF processes, multisectoral assessments, where often questions come at the last minute. We're giving a survey, we have one question for mental health, what should it be? Just tell me now. And then technical working groups and others have to struggle to quickly put in questions. So we want to make this process easier and learn from all the great work that actually has already been done by many of you on this over the years. And we need guidance on inclusion of specific populations, such as persons with disabilities, older persons, also persons with alcohol and substance use conditions, and age-appropriate ways to do assessments, including with children and youth. And actually, you already see, as I'm talking, the overlap with many of the groups that already just presented now and who we're already seeking input for. But I think there's a lot of room for kind of the cross-thematic group work there as well. And now I'll hand it over to Marcio.
Thank you, Inka. It might sound a kind of a straightforward kind of exercise, but it's not. It's very, we can realize that nowadays the field has grown so much. There are so many aspects. It's almost information management in humanitarian context is almost a sector by itself. It's huge. And define the scope of that, the limits of that in this exercise has been a constant discussions and dialogue we have been having. And that's why we want to learn so much from not only from what has been produced, but also from the different persons and stakeholders, including the final end users, which has been a challenging aspect of this exercise because not only technical working group co-chairs or big agencies, but actually trying to find someone from that technical working group or that context that have used an assessment or a mapping exercise. We have been trying to find them and to inform this exercise, but we haven't really progressed in that sense so much in that front, but it is something that we're still looking for. In terms of the requests we have identified throughout this exercise, I will start by the end. There is a request for developing training resources repository to transform all the assessments and the different mapping tools and collecting tools in a process that can also be used and be learned. So the field is asking to learn more about these the tools and the resources we have. Better coordination and sharing of assessments and findings. It's interesting to learn from the interviews that, as many have mentioned as well, in terms of finding it difficult when it comes to sharing the information of assessments, which is kind of We all know that is a kind of a basic humanitarian principle of sharing information, basic coordination. And then we identify that many have expressed that kind of concerns related to the sharing of assessments, findings, and the coordination of those activities and actions. It has been also asked the simplification of the tools itself. I mean, the core need to know when an emergency takes place. But this is also, we have been reflect about this kind of request because often we hear from different places, oh, can we have a simplified version of a mapping? The 4Ws codification is too complicated, it's too many codes. And that balance in terms of kind of do the proper interpretation of where that is also coming from, to the also actually the need we have to have quality information that can inform different actions and interventions, right? And that kind of balance is a kind of a puzzle when it comes to this exercise. So it's not about the simplification of the tool itself, but how can we reach the core knowledge that we want for that particular context? And the context can be the acute emergency, can be complex context, can be developing context, can be pre-information of disaster risk reduction. So just to show that the scope of this working group is not so straightforward as we would perhaps have the impression perhaps at the beginning in terms of just updating the tool. And then some requests to change some of the tools that are there, for example, the HASPER or the Health Information System Tool 6, and also in the mapping tool as well in terms of the codification of the exercise, to name a few. Next one. So, and I think I have already expressed our struggle in the way that I have been explaining, which is how to develop, therefore, a short, simple, and practical toolkit that can be also comprehensive enough. And that's the puzzle we have for many aspects. And therefore, what's the secret here to transform this in a useful and practical toolkit, but in a way that it's not superficial, can really kind of already get the knowledge that we need to inform our decisions in humanitarian settings. Therefore, we welcome thoughts and we welcome members here really to join the exercise as everyone else, because I think this information is really the core of all activities of our organizations here in different settings, but not only about data collection. Don't think that mapping and assessment is data collection exercise only. It's really how can we transform that information into knowledge about that place and into action. And that has been an identified challenge, not in the MHPSS field, but there are publications about that in the broader humanitarian context, exactly expressing the difficulty in terms of transforming information into action. So it's clear that we are going to continue for next year at least.
Thank you, dear Marcio and Inka, for sharing this very impressive work in only a couple of months. Are there a few people who want to already comment? Yes. I would suggest we take a couple of comments and questions and then go back to you. So Maridel, go ahead. I think it's on. It's not.
Hello?
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, it was on. Just to come to your question on how it becomes practical and comprehensive at the same time. Could you maybe say something about the plans for potentially doing an iterative process of testing in the field? Because I think that's the only way of getting there. And many times, because of lack of resources, we have maybe a short time to try and then you go with what you have. But I think that's really the key, that it's the field that tells us whether it's practical or comprehensive enough. In an iterative process.
Yeah, a few more. Are there more? Yes, go ahead. Oh. Here we go.
I think now it's... Hi, I'm Ala. I work with the Global Education Cluster, and personally I participated in the mapping and assessment surveys. For the MSNA, where I'm not a PIN expert, but when we calculate the people in need, in severity 4, we have a part where it targets well-being. If the well-being of children is affected, that means they are in severity 4. However, the MSNA doesn't cover the MHPSS aspect, nor the national assessments specifically for school-aged children. So if we manage to have the MSNA multi-sectoral enough to capture MHPSS needs for different population, it will help us in drafting the response framework and our strategies better to respond to the needs, in addition to calculating the people in need perfectly. In other humanitarian contexts, we have not only MSNA. For example, Lebanon, we have Wazir, which means the vulnerability assessment for Syrian refugees in Lebanon. So we need to reach a phase where we have one HRP for the population in humanitarian contexts, where both to ensure covering MHPSS needs. For rapid needs assessment, although we have a lot, however, in Syria, after the earthquake, we noticed that every sector is doing their RNA, and we were pushing to have the MHPSS integrated in one of our education assessment. Not fully coordinated, however, we later coordinated with the CPAOR in country to at least take the results and then do a broader assessment. In education as well, as a cluster, we have the joint education needs assessment, where I hope to see it here. It's the main assessment that we do on a yearly basis, and it's a joint with other sectors, mainly CPAOR, and we would like to have it more comprehensive, at least covering the MHPSS part. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to, one more from Koen, yes.
A short one.
And Guli.
I see that your challenge will be a practical toolkit, but you will also dive into the GIAF, right? Okay, solved. Thank you.
And Guli, last comment, please. Thank you.
A comment and a commitment. We are having more and more problems with mixed migration flow when assessment basically let aside migrants because they speak another language. This has been an enormous, problem, with the Ukrainian response, but it's not the only one. So whatever you're doing, please reach out, because we are now investing more and more in making whatever is produced, adding the component of cultural diversity and trainings that should come with that, because unfortunately we are facing it more and more now, so that our population is not really represented, in the survey that we see. Thank you.
Okay, one more, Zainab, go ahead. It should be on. It's not on?
Hello. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I'll keep it really quick. I was just reflecting as you were talking about the challenges, especially as it relates to dissemination of findings from mappings and assessment exercises. I was just wondering how this group can bridge with initiatives that are tied to mental health and innovation. There's a lot of existing efforts specifically looking at data health systems with key considerations for how we can improve dissemination of information, specifically in humanitarian context. So I think just a recommendation to think through how we could kind of start to address these challenges through communication and dialogue with the innovation colleagues.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I will try my best to remember from the start. That's a good exercise for. First, to go to the sequencing, yes, actually, as part of the MSP Help Desk presentation later, we talk a little bit more about the funding from the Netherlands and the project overall, but just to quickly say, yeah, thanks to this funding, we actually do have a sequence of first piloting and field testing, which we hope will start the spring or summer of next year, where we will actually field test the toolkit in several settings. We have funding for that, but we also encourage all of you to field test it and give us feedback. And then after almost a year, we will revisit it again, because I think this process is really important for us, especially given it's such a key document to put out, that we don't just want to put it out and then we wait another 10 years to revise it again, but actually that we need to test it and then be informed by that. So yes. Then I also want to add, about the education, it would be great actually to get your name and get Michelle to get in touch with you. We've had some interviews already with education in emergencies people, but I think it would be super important to connect with you and make sure these aspects that you mentioned are well considered, because we still feel there's still gaps a lot of the time in education that we're trying to bridge with this. So thank you for that. Regarding at-risk populations such as refugees and migrants, absolutely. At-risk populations already came out as a strong focus out of our interviews. Older persons as well, persons with disabilities, but language barriers and cultural adaptation also came out as something that really needs to be considered and underlined, including even guidance on how to translate terms and make sure that when we assess that we are using the appropriate terms for the populations that we're working with. Yes, and then after that, there was a point about innovation. So yes, if you have specific context, also feel free to help us be in touch. But maybe I should, I think that was all that I wanted to say, because these were, I think, the questions that we had so far, but probably more could be said about it. So Marcio, I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, I'm just saying that the reactions that we normally have and we are having here is exactly the exercise that happens when we start reflecting about this. The innovation is entire kind of number of stakeholders that are way beyond this room and other organizations representing this room. So it's a big umbrella when we really think about needs assessments, not only needs, resources, mapping, because it depends on the context. So how do we, my reaction immediately is, we are going to pilot these, but we are going to pilot which aspect of this umbrella of tools that depends on the information you want to have, what's the purpose of that information, it's for a global advocacy or to inform an action and intervention. Inside of that, which group we are going to focus, if it's children, adolescents, where the student adolescents are, is detention facilities or not, and then it goes. It's a never ending. So it's very exciting. I must say that I have been personally, and from the MHPSS.net view, very excited exercise, because I'm learning and I stop to learn. And I think all of us here, and that's one thing that we insisted from the beginning. We want to learn by the persons that have been doing this for a lot of time, because we all have a lot to share. And I was one of the persons that was interviewed in this exercise, and then Inka as well, because we have been involved in those different exercises with lots of learnings by doing lots of mistakes as well. I mean, how many times we have crossed with some pieces of needs assessment or mappings? Have you seen that kind of mapping that you see all that huge number of stakeholders and you don't know what to do with that? Right? I mean, we don't know how to refer anybody. That doesn't bring, the information doesn't automatically links with knowledge or service. No? So all that kind of is a big puzzle. It's not easy. I know that we are going to be somehow frustrated in terms of how can we combine all this together in a way that there will be a limit. But this is a kind of really learning by doing and improving every time. And this is a very good momentum to really revisit everything that we have been doing to do it better and more, basically. So join.
Thank you, dear Marcio and Inka, and I'm sure we will hear much more of you in the coming times. We are going to the next group, Men and Boys, co-chaired by IOM, GRS, and War Child Holland. Who will be presenting this slide? Yes, perfect.
Okay, so presenting for Men and Boys. So to use Peter's words earlier, we had a bit of a dip this year. We started off with a lot of momentum at the beginning of the year. We said goodbye to Andreas and we welcomed a new co-chair, Karen, from IOM to help us work. And our focus for the beginning of the year was to develop a concept note that would help us kind of mobilize resources around research for Men and Boys. Just to recap where we came from, this group was voted on in 2019. We started in 2020 as a thematic working group with the idea that our deliverable would be a guidance note on including Men and Boys in MHPSS, or making sure that considerations were made for Men and Boys and MHPSS. We started with a lot of momentum. Again, we've had several webinars over the last couple of years that were widely attended, talking about MHPSS programming for Men and Boys, talking about identity, intersectionality. So there's definitely a lot of interest especially at the project levels. There's a lot of engagement. We know that there's a lot of work being done, but in order to do a guidance note, we understood that we still needed a lot of research on what are the best practices for men and boys in MHPSS, because when we did our lit review in 2020, we also realized there were so few resources focusing on this group. So with all of that said, we realized we needed some funding to mobilize resources for research around this, so we could understand what those best practices are at the local level. So we did finalize we drafted a concept note, and we're kind of in the limbo period. We shared it for review, but I think one of the challenges that we have is engagement. So it's often when we have the working group meetings, it's the 3 co-chairs that come together and we review our stuff, and we've already written the stuff. So it just ends up being like a vacuum of kind of conversation. So yeah, and then for various reasons from the co-chairs, and of course everyone is talking about all of the events of this year, we had competing priorities in our own positions, so we left it at the concept note as it is for now. We still see, I think you can go to the next slide. So some of the challenges we've had, like I said, was irregular participation in the working group. We've tried to mobilize different actors. We've had members of the group. It's also been shared externally, and we've had other attendees come, but it's still very infrequent engagement. We're a little bit unsure of what our next steps are. And then of course, like an overarching theme is there's lack of information on men and boys for MHPSS and the needs and the appropriate responses. So we have a couple of questions thinking about how we might move forward in terms of engaging an external consultant, perhaps to help us with research, which would inform the guidance note that we still want to develop. And we're also, I'm taking notes of some of the groups here that have worked like with Columbia or have received funding, and like seeing the difference in terms of what that can do for your output. So I might be coming to you after to get some guidance or support. But so yeah, also questions about other working groups that have partnered with academic institutions. And there's a general question if we're still interested in working in this area. And maybe I go back to Zainab's comment earlier about just groups that, I wouldn't say that men and boys are necessarily marginalized groups, but groups that aren't as receiving the same amount of attention in MHPSS and humanitarian responses. And I know we brought this up last year as well, and there's a concern that if we have one group, actually, like what is the output and how do we still focus on all of the identities in the group? So I think that remains a question, but we definitely need like support from the wider group to keep going. So I think that's where we're at. And Guli, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Microphone here. No, just to say that this group started, because there was an evident gap, of processes, tools, and anything else, for men and boys, And for IAM, this was particularly important because we were facing at the time the Syria crisis, and the other crisis, the Afghan one, where the wave was mainly a young men, wave, and we really were at a loss of tools. The problem was from the very beginning, I think, that we were a bit on an advocacy group that wanted to push the agenda, that there were also men and boys in the picture further, and a bit of a very technical group. Our first, I remember the first webinars were with these high academics, working in many different places, and probably that should be the decision to be made. So given that there are not that many tools, rather than keeping on collecting those, probably just to transform the group in an advocacy group, for that specific purpose. That might mean that we are not a fit anymore for this specific configuration of the Intelligence Scientific Committee group that is very product-based. So that's that can be another issue. Then one can discuss if it should be so product-based, but that's another discussion.
Thank you. Would you like to comment?
Thank you, colleagues. There was a global emergency that happened a bit more than a year ago, which is the MPOX, which have MSM, men who have sex with men, as the most affected group, more than 86% and it was a global public health emergency of international concern, so affecting multiple countries, affecting four regions of the world. MHPSS has very little to do during that because we have little amount of resources for this specific group, and the stigma was multiple for this group during this outbreak. I think it makes sense to continue. I know the work of the group go beyond MSM. It covers this group of population, but this is a specific group where there was a recent emergency that show we are not well equipped in this area of work. If there is a need for consultant, I can also talk with the colleagues who were responsible for this outbreak is still ongoing. Although it's not seen as global, but it's still ongoing. And I can check for resources internally within WHO for colleagues who are working on this outbreak, for a consultant to help beyond the mpox, also for this group as a vulnerable, if you identify this as a need. And it needs to be addressed in a multi-sectoral approach, and then long term, because we know very little about this area and have very little amount of resources.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the key here is I agree with the potential of moving it into an advocacy group, but we also know that there still needs to be the publication of resources, and that's one of the challenges that we have.
Thank you. I think
Please. Yes. Hi, thanks. I mean, I think that the thematic area that you're talking about, if I may, is important to this group, but I also think, I think part of the reason for this is that the lack of understanding of the importance of inclusion of men and boys in everything that we do is leading to problems in families. All right, and that is important, all right, and whether or not we need to include that more in the children's group and family group, or you need your own group, I'm not sure, but I don't think that we should give up the theme. I mean, I think personally it does need some kind of document that goes along with everything else, and that is a guidance note. I think that it can include all of these things. I think it's a lot of work to do a guidance note. As a member of the committee who never shows up, I mean, I'm sorry, I can admit that. All right, and that I can't show up in the middle of a work day. I just can't do it. And that I keep thinking I'm going to do it, and then I can't. So I think that, you know, I think many of us are in the same boat. You know, 3 o'clock in the afternoon in a work day just doesn't work. All right, so I don't know how to deal with that, but I don't think you should give up, because I think the guidance note really is necessary.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm wondering, in how far have you been in touch with people working on the inclusion of men in non-emergency contexts? Because the outreach to men in psychotherapy and counseling is an issue everywhere in the world, as well as in Germany. I have many colleagues who are working on this topic. So I think this is one of the areas where we could really benefit from reaching out to the. You want to jump into? I see you jumping into. So tell me, have you been addressing this?
That's everything that has happened so far. So basically, we are in touch with many of those, research center people working, I don't know, with Black American in New York, and so on. But we don't have the connection, the strong connection with the humanitarian field. Also because there is a protection discourse that somehow tend to avoid issues of mediations, working with perpetrators. There are some NGOs, even in the humanitarian sphere, that are doing it, like Peace in Practice, and so on. But obviously the discourse is going into a different path, So it's also difficult, sometimes put you in an uncomfortable situation advocating, for the rights of men, for instance, in the SGBV area. So really, you are attacked. So I received the personal criticism, for being an advocate, for that for many years.
Thank you, Kudi. I see there are many comments. I would suggest we take 2 more, and then the rest of the conversation about to continue or not, we can also continue in the governance meeting, if that's okay. So
I'll give up my comment.
Thank you so much. Just 2 quick points, just maybe reflecting on what Nancy said first about the importance of the group. I think it is very important. There's a lot of wonderful work as well that's being done at the field level. For example, local organizations like Abad in Lebanon have developed programming for men and boys and their role in ending violence against women. So there's a richness in terms of the field and how we can translate that into a core output. But then maybe going back to the question that I asked in the morning, earlier in the morning, around the broader working group and what you were suggesting, Stephanie. I'm wondering if we could combine your suggestion of maintaining the focus on men and boys and looking at specific output, but
then kind of merging that under a broader working group that is focusing on inclusion, and then using it as a platform for advocacy and discussion around these broader issues of inclusion, and then having on a yearly basis specific outputs that we work towards, and perhaps the first year could be that specific output on the voice. So just want to kind of put that back on the table because I really do think that it fills a critical gap across multiple areas under the
And I would actually, Zainab, if you don't mind, that was actually going to be along the line of my comment as well, to bring it back in the table and to add just two quick things. One is, colleagues, we're very aware that the groups are working on their own spare time, etc., etc. So maybe the least number of people in one and another make for a group that can come together and work. The other thing about bringing it together and bringing LGBTQI+, bringing age, bringing all of that broader inclusion, it allows us to work in the intersectionality as well, which I think if we work in separate work groups is much more difficult to tackle than with, okay, so how do we do that one person that is a combination of all of these things? So just to put it, that I think it could be useful. It might need a little bit of thinking through. So we'll put that back to you colleagues to see if that's something that you would see useful or not.
Carmen,
that was my comment.
We now start the performance.
I echo what Carmen mentioned, and also our Help Age colleagues mentioned about another group we are not including well in our work, which is older adults. I think perhaps one of the action points we may need to make is having a call for brainstorming about the future of inclusion group on including topics that we have not included so far, including men and boys, possibly merging, including older adults, including LGBTQI, which we have rarely discussed about in this group, including mental health and racism. So a group about inclusion of what has not been included before within our not only disability, a broader meaning. That require a long call of brainstorming and deciding, I think, within the wider group rather than, because that actually will combine number of potential groups. I think the topic of older adults and MHPSS, it's almost only Help Age working on it, but there are older people in all emergencies we work on. I think a wider inclusivity group, which is really inclusive, would be a great idea. Thank you.
Make that even more optimistic. I'm aware that we also had plans to talk a little bit more after the last year's meeting, and it kind of went, but it didn't. I think the fact that we don't have the annual meeting this year, such as at the end of the year, will help us because we can do action points of this meeting still within this year, and then we will follow up much more quicker.
Okay, if it's okay, we're moving to the next, or would you like to take more comments? It is.
I can celebrate the background for Golden with Facebook. I mean, maybe you didn't execute all of your goals, but at least for our team, the IRC, both technical advisors and field staff really saw things out of that there, and you guys organized a huge value add. Beyond where I think
Amazing, well done. Staff and volunteer care is chaired by Save the Children.
Hi, I'm Sada from ARC International, and I'm presenting also indeed on behalf of Save the Children. Sarah Hummel is not here today, but I am. Lovely to see all of you. Really briefly, we have been working on developing a guidance note that has been, first drafted somewhere in 2020, 2021, with many of you were included back in the day. What has happened since then, basically, is that there were quite a few staff guidance notes floating around and ideas on how to improve them and how to really make a good agency staff wellbeing guidance notes. And Save the Children had developed their own internal guidance note back in 2020, and the Ready Initiative was looking at turning that really into an interagency guidance note. And we thought, well, why don't we join forces to not replicate this work, and therefore we agreed we will jointly develop really this new draft of the guidance note. We have a wonderful consultant, Kate Roberts, who's been working on putting together this work, really kind of marrying the two documents. One that was more theoretical, one that was more practical, and tried to take the best parts of both of them. Where we are right now is that the thematic group has reviewed the latest draft, and the consultant is right now working on our suggestions. It will come back to us somewhere in December, where we will hopefully give some final feedback and also solicit some more feedback from relevant end users, really, especially people working in HR who might be utilizing this. Hopefully finished by January of next year, and then we would like to see how do we take it forward together with the co-chairs and other agencies so that it can hopefully be published in finalize next year. And the biggest challenge is, well, also in terms of participants, there's been quite a change in the people that are members, also really competing priorities in the last few years, also changing co-chairs. I'm also to blame. I went on maternity leave, but I'm back. So there's just been a lot of fluctuation. But right now, the core group seems pretty consistent. And one of the other challenges we had was really balancing the perspectives in this new guidance note draft. You know, really coming from one side, coming from an internal note, the Ready Initiative, which looked at emergency preparedness, and really the thematic group, which wants to make it very broad. So how do we put that all together? And how do we make it really usable? I think that's one of the biggest things. You know, right now it's quite a lengthy document, and none of us, I think, like them in practice. So we would like to welcome still feedback, in particular on what might you see as issues for this staff guidance note for wanting to make it into agency. Can we avoid some of the later red flags? If there are issues, you can raise them now. You can come and talk to me later about what do you definitely want to have there, and what is an issue if you know that there are really problems that might arise with this within your organization.
Thank you. I want to congratulate the group. As you rightly said, no one likes the current practice. The challenge of this document, I think, in its clearance, particularly within UN agencies. And the issue is not about drafting the document. The issue is not about quality of the document. The issue is, from outset, we need to be inclusive of the people who will clear the document, and none of them sitting in this room when it comes to UN agencies. So, for example, in WHO, the person responsible for staff welfare would be a different person, not sitting at the mental health department, sitting actually at the staff health and healthcare services, and responsible for mental health of staff. So none of the people from, when it comes to WHO, and I'm sure it comes to many UN agencies, are responsible for mental health of their own staff. So this is done by a different department. I want to make sure that the colleagues who are drafting this important document are consulting in an inclusive process in development with those who see the visibility. Second, the document also does not target the staff well-being. It also targets well-being of NGOs, implementing partners, which make it even more difficult, because in that case, for implementing partners, it's not the staff well-being officer, it's the duty of care, which would be with admin and finance officers who will the implementing partner contract. So you need to make sure that the admin officers, in addition to the HRs, are actually the ones who will sign, that they agree on the humanitarian system, clearing this document as part of the UN system duty of care, are approving it. It may sound bureaucratic, but this is the reality of clearance, because you are putting new HR rules within organization and within their administrative implementing partner. I think this is a challenge. It's not about the quality of the document, not about the science or theory behind the document. It is about the inclusivity of the process with the target audience, who is not the MHPSS community when it comes to UN agencies.
Yeah, thank you, Fami. That's really an excellent point, and that's something we recently had a discussion with Aisha Malik, for example, who brought this point up, and they can connect us with the person responsible from WHO at least. Perhaps it would be useful if we have people from other organizations who can think, well, who would be the end user in your organization? With whom can we have some of these conversations? Because indeed it is bureaucratic, and it is quite challenging for us, because we are working in this room, but the people who need to approve are not.
Thank you. I think there are 2 comments. Yes, you can go first.
So basically, just to let you know that all the heads of the staff care units of the different UN organizations are also in a process of reviewing the guidelines. So this is only for the UN, obviously, so under the UNDSS umbrella, but they are in a group doing that, So this means also that what you discuss is better probably to reach that level rather than each one of us reaching our own people that can have different, but because they are in a process already, So it will be just connecting with the 2 groups will be easier, I guess, So.
Thanks for this. Just a comment that there's still ongoing conversation, I think probably in my organization, I'm sure in many organizations here, about how and where staff care sits, even when the concept of duty of care for those organizations who don't actively have that in place. And so I wanted to mention that I think there's still space for us to think about how to message, not just amongst, I'm thinking about the broader donor community in a way that is tactful and ethical and moral about the responsibility to take care of people outside of our MHPSS programs. Because I think a lot of the guidance that's come out this year, while very helpful, I think in several different, I'm sorry, I can't name the actual guidance notes or packages where I've seen it this year, but while very helpful, still bringing questions back from the field, like, I can't do this. Like, this is very helpful, and I understand that I have the background to support and be able to provide coaching and mentoring and supervision to those around me, but this isn't enough. And I don't necessarily think that I want to include this in a proposal for MHPSS services to a donor like PRM or others who are raising the important issues, but maybe it's still not sitting in the right place. So I just wanted to recognize that this is a really important thing to be pushing forward, but I think from a governance perspective about how we talk about this as MHPSS as a sector, I think we still have some work to do, and I hope that we keep talking about it. Even with the guidance note, I think there's more that needs to be done.
Yes, David.
Yes, thank you. If I'm not mistaken, last year when you opened the subject, a lot of organizations said, especially Peter, that this document will be very hard to implement in our own organization. So if you take it to UNHCR or WHO, it will be very hard to implement it. But it's mostly being done for small NGOs for local level. Is this still the case, or are we?
Yes, so I mean, we are aware, of course, that a lot of large organizations will already have their own guidance. We hope to frame it in a way where we're saying, this is not meant to, perceive that this is not meant to be something that you need to follow if you have your own guidance, but this is to benefit all organizations that do not have existing guidance or want to see where are they lacking potentially. And if I can just say, that's an excellent point. Practically what we've seen actually in some grants or when we've been told to write applications is that more often they now ask to include staff care, which is a positive thing, actually. So we're moving in the right direction, but we need to keep on talking about it and finding ways of voicing it in the right way.
Okay, Fami, and then Pia, and then Sarah.
Number of points in fact. So for IASC products, we cannot say that the product will be cleared by number of organizations, but others cannot take it up because we need 100% consensus process. We heard one of the documents is stuck because there is an issue regarding a term, a label within the document. So we need 100% consensus. Otherwise, it will be released as an inter-agency document, not as an IASC document. I think one of the key issues about this group, and I think this group is still needed, we need to create a movement around mental health and well-being of particularly local NGOs who do not receive the same duty of care that other entities, international NGOs and UN agencies receive. And to do that, you need a big movement that likely will take years, so that like what has happened with PSEA, that many donors would not include a contract unless you have a monitoring system and access to PSEA. You need the same, I think, for MHPSS services for local staff who get exposed equally to what international NGOs and UN agencies get exposed to but don't have access to services. So you need a move, you need beyond drafting a good scientific document, you need workshops, you need discussions, you need to put the topic on the agenda. I think these are all the things needed by the staff well-being group to make sure that you are actually creating the change. It's bigger than drafting a document. Final point, there are a number of organizations, as Guli said, are putting a reform for their staff well-being access. For example, recently WHO has made some modification on access to psychotherapy. Psychotherapy, I think until 3 or 4 years ago, was mainly through medical professionals, such as psychiatrists, get referral to psychologists. So now WHO staff can get access to psychotherapy directly by visiting a psychotherapist. These small subtle changes actually make radical difference in access to service to staff. So it would be good to hear learned lessons from that.
Hi, I'm Shahana Kozlovsky. I'm here with PRM. But I just wanted to comment in response to what you said, and we have started focusing on staff care. So you might see that in our funding opportunities, but we had a lot of conversation within our department, and we are distinguishing it the way that you said, that our HR department is who's handling our staff care within our bureau. But when we're thinking of staff care for the communities we're working with, that would be me in my role as the MHPSS advisor. So I think a lot of places are starting to have this distinction, and I think it is an important distinction, because those of us, I used to be a clinician, so those of us who are clinicians cannot be working with the people, with our colleagues to provide that kind of oversight. So those conversations are happening. They sit now.
Thank you. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you. Just to say, if we can't get clearance for this product, we've been talking about this route now for 4 years, 5 years. Everybody knows it's important. Let's just not go for IASC clearance. Let's just go for a multi-agency. And UN agencies, I'm very happy that the people are having a chat and they're going to reform the UN system. Go ahead, do that, engage in it. But I don't want this to be another 5 years and we still haven't given our colleagues at country level any guidance, anything that we can sign up to. So my vote, if we can't get this through IASC, and I don't think I can get it through my own agency either, let's just go multi-agency and get it out there, get it used.
I agree with you, Sarah, and you mentioned this in 2018 meeting.
Now that we have funding, the consultant is really hired by the Ready Initiative, who will look at transforming the original Save the Children and internal guidance note, and they are planning on releasing the wider staff care guidance note in any case. Obviously, this will not be framed the same way then, but there is a guidance note that will be coming out, I think, spring of next year then, irregardless of the rest of the process.
Amazing. Okay, final comment. I'm very sorry. I'll be super brief. Just following any, does the guidance note include a chapter on advocacy, or is there like an annex to it which can be used by organizations for advocacy for staff care? Because I think that is really what is needed first and foremost. And the other thing, since we have been working a lot on staff care, and we, in our experience, it's not so much about guiding organizations how to do staff care, but rather to give them a framework how they can develop their own staff care concept, because staff care obviously needs to be tailor-made and organization specific. I know GIZ was involved very much in the first years of the staff care guidance note, but since the last year I have not looked into it. I don't know where it's standing now, but I just wonder whether what we really need, and I don't want to question the product at all, is the guidance, or is it rather an advocacy note which includes a framework on how organizations can approach the development of their own staff care concept. Thank you.
It's a great question. Shortly, there's a part on that list.
Excellent. Okay, that's good news. So we have 2 more groups to go, but we just wanted to mention about the agenda that I can say, okay. So we are good at this. Maya and I have been brainstorming in the background. The suggestion is, and this affects especially the colleagues that were coming next, a little bit ago. So the idea is this, I think we all agree these are very needed conversations, and it's part of the work plan. We need to define the work plan with this conversation. So it's also true that the rest of the afternoon is still very connected to country level support, to this kind of brain thinking about what do we need to do as a group. And then tomorrow there's more space, because we left a little bit of gaps, like long sessions tomorrow that I know we're not going to need so much. The idea or the suggestion is to move the session that we have in cross-sectoral MHPSS efforts. That was also a little bit tight on time. That's going to be an important conversation to have. To tomorrow morning, 8:30 instead of 9, like today. That's why I needed your agreement.
I'll promise more of those beautiful sweets and coffees and everything will be available. And then we move tomorrow with a more on the ground, the multi-sectoral collaboration, the help desk, how we support the country level and the languages that we also have. That will be the suggestion. And then we can go with this until the lunch break with the next two groups. Yes? Yes. Any firm no? Who can say in the middle of the room? That's very tricky. That's like when my yoga teacher says, anybody needs this class in English instead of Danish? I'm not going to be the one saying that. Okay, so let's do that. I really appreciate your effort to be here at 8:30 in the morning. We'll treat you well in the dinner tonight. Thank you.
Amazing. Okay, so we have two more groups, peace building and advocacy. Now we move on to peace building, which is co-chaired by CRS and IOM. And Heide and Melissa are unfortunately not here, but have been co-leading amazingly. And Guli will present.
Yeah, I'm presenting just on behalf of IDA, for IOM. I was briefed yesterday, so there is a guidance note. So the main achievement is there is a guidance note that is now for OPAG approval. Actually, we ourselves, did some further comments exactly on what you were discussing before: LGBTIQ versus SOGIEC and other things. So some small language issue, but basically it's finalized. I think those were the only comment. It's quite a nice document. It was very well thought, very well also illustrated, I think, at the end. And it will be out, I guess, at this point, beginning of next year, I would say, FAMI. It's probably the largest group, we have 26 members. Most of them very active, in fact, active or very active, so they review documents and so on. So it seems that is a focus of interest, Also, there is a very big donor interest. There are some donors that have specifically added, peace building and MHPSS to their MHPSS humanitarian agenda, which is something that is quite relevant for us. The Dutch, are one, but only one of them. Switzerland, Ireland, the Netherlands, and so on. In terms of the challenges, we started, in 2022, a learning exchange, so where everyone would do webinar or learning for the others. In 2023, there were no volunteers, I think because everyone was already quite busy with the development of the guide. We had only two webinars, one about the use of poetry and storytelling in DDR process in Somalia, and the other one on projects of HealthNet TPO in Colombia and Uganda, I think it was. So it was interesting, but there were only two events, that we were able to organize during the year. What is the request? So there is a big, so this will be the next one, I think. Oh no, this, yeah. So these are the achievements. No, okay, so it's there. This is what I said. So the next slide is the one that was there. So what will be then the next? So there is a big push to transform, this guidance note in training tools base, so having a coordinated training, for the field, which is possible to do, but not with the existing capacity. So basically, we will need, again, an external consultant helping us in doing it, because no one of the agencies has the manpower, to do this without support. So this is the main thing, and because of that, we think that there is still a need for this group to relate with these donors, in their development, and also to probably work, on the operationalization of the guidance with training tools. That's it from my side. I don't know if there are questions.
Thank you. So yes, Fami, go ahead.
I want to acknowledge the good work by our colleagues from IOM and CRS throughout the finalization of this project. I also want to acknowledge the colleagues from Peace Building and UNICEF who funded many of the work we did to finalize this document. Also, Raksha is here with us for the first time, working with Mike Business. Mike Business, as you know, was a 10-fold together with Raksha for this guidance. And Raksha will tell us also about the process of drafting and linking with other peace building icons. We have also another achievement in this group. You can see also a key UN agency with us for the first time. The IC reference group, Mika, is with us, and he is MHPSS and peace building for appointing UNDP. And you are here through the good work that happened through this document. We are linking and bridging with other agencies that were not part of this agree. I think the work of this group is important, but we start to see many fruits because of that, and also the dissemination of the knowledge product. And we agreed with Nika from the beginning. This will be a knowledge product, and we are committed to this, because UNDP at the same time had a guidance note that we can join forces in the process of development, and we make sure that the two documents are complementary. UNFPA also, I have to say that UNFPA contributed to many of the interviews and the testing of this document in the early stages together with the meeting. That was really a great interagency symphony work among various actors. It went so well. The document is just that close to clearance from the OPAC. So let's hope it will be out before the end of the year. Only minor comments from my web.
No, we understood later in the process that there were some issues of language in terms of inclusion, you know. Okay. So, for instance, LGBTIQ was used instead of subject, that you know. Huh? No, this was for this document.
I think it was for the whole package because the three documents were submitted together. I think we are there. I think most likely the change we will agree on a compromise on that change, and I think before the end of the year we will have this three documents. Thank you. Thank you, Guri. Thanks, IASC.
Any other comments or questions for the Peace Building Group? No. Okay. Good. Then we go to the advocacy group, the last thematic group, co-chaired by or co-led by UNICEF and HealthNet TPO, and Majid. Another one. Do you need a microphone? There. Yes, Quifabo.
Is this working? Okay, good. Okay, so we were a new group and we're going to hijack this a little bit. We did get pre-approval before they rearranged the whole agenda. So we have you for 20 minutes, if that's okay. We were angling for a whole session and we got 20 minutes, so I think it's a good compromise. So I'm Anne from UNICEF.
I'm Majid from HealthNet TPO. Yeah.
And we are co-chairing this new group. So we started really in April. We have quite a good group of membership and activity. Although some people can't always attend the meetings, but are still very a part of influencing the documents and the work that we are doing. We can go to the next. This is me. So the main thing that we're working on, so we had several objectives, and this is going to come back in what we talk about at the end, but we had several objectives for the group, but the main thing that we're working on is this advocacy package, and that's what we want to spend time with you on now. So there is an older advocacy package from a long time ago, 2014, 11, that UNICEF worked on way back when, and is really focused specifically on the guidelines itself. It's very good for that, but now we have broadened out what we want the package for in terms of advocacy. And so a main objective of our group was to redo the advocacy package and work on that going forward. So we held a workshop in June, I think, and decided on some of these things. And really, we're going to go through what the outline is that we came up with for the package and get your feedback on it, with the goal to move forward with a consultant in the new year to develop it. So we decided that the purpose of the advocacy package is to provide basic information for governments, donors, humanitarian organizations, and communities involved in advocating for MHPSS. So it's for the people who are going to be doing the advocacy. It's not for the target of the advocacy. It's to help people decide how best to carry out their advocacy implementation, with the goals of influencing policy, awareness raising, enhancing access, partnership and development, and then addressing stigma and discrimination.
Okay, I think we had Within this group, the first few meetings, a lot of discussion, because the feeling was that there is a huge gap and there is huge need for advocacy on MHPSS. But the range of the advocacy, where if we are focusing on countries, we are focusing on global, or we are focusing on very much at lowest subnational level, at community level. So there was a discussion within this group on who will be the audience, who will be the beneficiary, or who will be the target group for this package. So we came up that we will need to have more comprehensive package than having a very restricted, focused package. And that is why you can see that it's open now for discussion, because there was a lot of debate. And that is what we need from you, your inputs and also your thoughts on this issue. Looking at the purpose, we define that the audience will be, the target will be those who are engaged with MHPSS at global level, like donors. That is important that to target them, because with limited resources currently allocated and available for MHPSS, especially when coming to the development phase and triple nexus, that is one of important was that who are making policies at global, national, government, anybody is engaged with financial or any policy making, that we should target this package, and that can be used towards that target group. The second was important that felt the group is we should not forget important is the community, the ultimate beneficiaries of MHPSS services. So any advocacy is packages developed, it should address the needs of the community and the lowest level. Then we came to the healthcare professionals. There was a feeling with integration, with more MHPSS part of the regular services or the volunteers or multi-sectoral approach, that the professionals, if they're healthcare professional or mental health professional, that they should be benefited from this package. Then coming to the, especially the fragile states in low income and where there is needs, the NGOs or providing the services, that package should be helping. If there's local NGOs working at the lowest community level, that they can be helped from this package. Even the CBOs, those are community-based organizations, that should be able to use this package. Then we came, because of the media was important, because if we advocate without media, without political commitment, more awareness raising, that media should be able to use this package for advocacy. And there was also discussion about the research, because evidence is important for any advocacy work. The research institutions should be part of this advocacy. Next. So how detailed it should be the content of this advocacy package? It was a difficult question to answer. And you can see the list is a very long list. It is everything was there, because different organizations, they had their experiences and they shared their experiences and their current practices. Based on that, that list is developed, which is further now for today for our discussion to work and look at that and how detailed we want. Because for few areas were last year discussed, that was like key messages. We discussed last year also. That should be part of this package. So any message is coming globally or at country can be referred and should be available. Certain case studies should be part of this package. some definitions, key definitions that can be used for advocacy should be part of this package. But there was questions about this package should guide users how they advocate, especially at country level. So if the government or any organization or NGO wants to do advocacy, can this package provide the steps, the process, the tools, and the guidance for that advocacy to be done at country or global level? So that was some of the details maybe needed part of to discuss and look at it before moving to the next step. The discussion was also, if we develop this toolkit, should we pilot it first or we should go directly for approval? That is another question we will have today to discuss on piloting this document. And then as soon as this package is available, the next step will be how to build the capacity and how to monitor the progress. And that should be part of this package, or it will be the next step to be developed. That was another part of the content we discussed within this group, and maybe discuss it today and when we are moving forward. Next.
So as I mentioned, we had the advocacy package workshop in July, and then we've been kind of reviewing and making that into specific inputs. And then we would love to now, you can see we're in October 2023, get inputs and feedback from you all. Then we intend to fundraise, as we all have those intentions, and then have a consultant for next year. It's very fast at UNICEF, to get that in place probably for next year. Just a quick note on the outline before, on the previous slide, just to kind of reiterate the fact that, so the goal of the package will be to help people create their own advocacy plan, link them to advocacy strategies, and then reinforce that with evidence-based messaging. And so it inherently, and you can go to the next slide now, thank you. It would inherently then be an inclusive package, or we wouldn't need additional guidance on how to make it contextually adapted, because it would necessarily be contextually adapting the content for your situation and your purpose. That would almost entirely be the point of the package. So we just wanted to get some quick feedback from you all on how you think that your organizations might use a package like this. And then a little bit of a convoluted question: how would community-based organizations use that package, recognizing the kind of inverse power relationship we have right now and assuming how they might use the package. But if you could maybe try to think from the shoes of our partners and how they might use the package. And then what are the current advocacy gaps for INGOs and CBOs, and then how we might pilot it. So we'll start with the first one and just thinking how your organization might use the package.
I'm just gonna start with a question. Is the package related to international mission or domestic missions?
Both. So that's why, because the entire package would be what is your own, identifying your own goal and then trying to create solutions around those. It therefore could be either at a community level or a global level. Your target could be a government or it could be community stigma.
And another question, is it only specific to MHPSS, or can it be cross-cutting to other thematic? For example, we at Médecins du Monde have like thematic with advocacy focal point for each thematic, but what we're lacking is how to integrate MHPSS into other advocacy. So is there a part of it?
So in our group, the discussion was that is more focused MHPSS advocacy. So, but sure, the basic principles of advocacy is used. If you do any advocacy, the basic principles are the same, the process is same. But here is the focus is on MHPSS. So if we have a guideline on advocacy, the basic principles in a step and process will be followed the same. It is not different for MHPSS. But what you want, who is your audience, what is the purpose, what is for what you're doing this advocacy. So that is some is additional will be required for any organization if they want to do specific MHPSS advocacy. Yeah.
I think it's a good point, and I think we could, I think I made note to include that because I think that's a relevant point. We also had lots of, we're drawing heavily, at least we did in our conversations, from the Save the Children package where they have put together how to do MHPSS advocacy essentially, and I think there are multi-sectoral components in that. And both Anne and Caroline have been very involved in the group, so. So how might your organization use this package? Do you think they would? Thanks.
Thanks. Just to say, I noticed you had monitoring and evaluation on the previous, or one of the previous slides, and I think that means about M&E of advocacy events and knowing their impact. I think that would be incredibly useful. You know, often we make these videos, we have large events, webinars, etc. Super hard to actually track what's the cost benefit of that, what's the impact of that, how do we improve it over time, you know. So I think that would be particularly useful within this, and I don't know how that would be done, but good luck, and I hope that is part of it. I could be really useful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think for any package, anything is developed, we need to monitor the progress. So that is the broader concept was discussed, not the details, which will be, yeah, not easy. Yeah.
And maybe also just to note that while neither myself or Majid may be advocacy experts, we are looping in lots of people who are focused on advocacy specifically, not MHPSS only, but advocacy specifically. And I think that is a big emerging area for advocacy in general, is how to track the impact. And so I think would make a lot of sense to include.
So from my previous engagement working inside of Save the Children, I think a key thing that was always the challenge when it came to advocacy was that there comes an opportunity to advocate for MHPSS in whichever sector or in its own right. And you're constantly, oh, what are those key evidence-informed messages? So I'm really curious, because I think that is really something that I saw in your list before, so it's there. I'm curious to see, like, how does the knowledge and the evidence translate into messages, and do you have ideas for that? And if you don't, I'm happy to share that we're hoping from the collaborative side to support that more in practice for the global good, helping to translate existing evidence into advocacy messages. So there might be a way of connecting on that going forward.
I fully agree. That will be, I think, great if we have these messages, information shared. But discussed last year and during this year, developing that the outline, there's a number of key messages available for different countries, for different settings, especially for humanitarian settings. It is developed. That will be sure will be listed, but when we are developing the detail of this package, all existing ones and also the new ones in different levels, what is used or practiced, and that will be put together, and that should be part of the package. It is one of important aspects of this package was taught the key messages, and maybe using for different events should be part of it. But it will be great if it is shared. Yeah. Yeah,
it's always coming.
So there's not messages for the new evidence. So what's the mechanism that helps?
Yeah, and I think, you know, in my limited thinking about this at the beginning, I was thinking that's all it would be was essentially like, what are the key messages, the key advocacy messages based on updated evidence and things like this. But I think the fact that it will be a package that is coming together on how to create the campaign as well as including these messages will be important. Also, maybe just to note, linking with Carmen, is it okay to mention about the 2-pager? Or Maya? Where do you want to say?
Yes, so we have been creating a frequently asked questions 2-pager on advocacy, and this was created because mainly because the technical working groups have mentioned that this would be very useful to engage new partners in MHPSS. So it will be having the very, very basics of MHPSS that maybe we don't even think about anymore to include in the advocacy toolkit, but it will be a document with the basics, as I mentioned, and it will also be a document that will be online and we can continuously update. So it's not for clearance or anything, it's just the very, very basics.
And so I think while that's not necessarily specifically about the data of new advocacy messages, it is on the tried and true best practice advocacy messages that our group has inputted into, and I think then we'll link to this package in the end.
Maybe we want to go to the online person first.
Oh yes, Fiona. Yes. We miss you, Fiona.
Yeah, I miss you too, guys, and sad that I'm not there with you. Yeah, so from my own organization, how we would like to use the advocacy package, I think it's a good thing, but a key consideration is the messaging, like everyone has said, and actually the timeline of a messaging. Like, is it just at the onset of an emergency? At what message goes out at what time? The relevance of the advocacy piece also needs to match. And then I think the other is how do we monitor the advocacy packaging? Are we able to assess, the feedback or how it has been utilized, the usage? Because I think there are advocacy messages and packages out there, but I think they are all over the place, and at times to pull them together in terms of the timeline is the challenge. And most of our field offices struggle because the messaging is also sent out in isolation. And particularly in my organization, I think the bigger interest on sectoral integration for MHPSS would add value other than just standalone messaging or advocacy pieces. And then what is also palatable to the field, not large documents, looking at implementing or organization or our partner organization in the field. If the package is too heavy and too detailed, reader, people don't have the time to read. So it should be short, precise, to the point, and actually clear and easy to monitor and evaluate. Thank you.
I think the group, we had this discussion, it should not be like a document that hundreds of pages that when you're lost, when you're reading or using it, but we say there will be attachments to this, annexes to these documents. If you want specific issues to go more details, there will be annexes to this document that can be, and also links will be available to go to those links. So that will be part of this document where more details can be accessed or links are provided, can be reached.
Excellent. And can I just ask Fiona for a follow-up? When you're talking about the timeline, do you mean like the timeline of the year in terms of big events that are happening and how we can coalesce around them? Or do you mean the timeline of an emergency in terms of what messages we might need at different stages?
Both. They really matter. So you find, like, for example, in my own organization, we've always written up, at the onset of an emergency, the impact of MHPSS for children and their caregivers at onset. But that message only lasts it's only valuable within a time. Then when you're moving after 3 months, 6 months, things change, then you need to change your advocacy messaging. So the timing is also very important.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah,
In terms of how we can use it within Save the Children, so we have developed what we call the MHPSS technical guidance, which have the part on how to do advocacy when you are working at national level and you want to pass on some messages. But I guess we need a tool to support it to speak the same languages with the colleague working on the advocacy side, because we are pushing for certain priority, and sometimes because they have to face many different requests and many different priorities, it's difficult to find this point of consensus or this point of where we can head in the same direction together. So this is how we could use it. Like it would be like a step further of what we already have.
Thank you. Can everyone, yeah, Elena, I think you were first. Yes, yes, and Marcia as well.
I think this definitely piggybacks on what you were saying. In the advocacy department at IRC, we definitely over time have built relationships with them. And so when they have something come up, at least at HQ, they'll reach out to us. Often it's very short and quick. So luckily we've built a trust there. But having this resource, I think for our organization, it would be able to something we could socialize preemptively at multiple layers. So also with our global advocacy team, we give them talking points when David has big meetings, but for them to have more of that standard language, we've been building on that, but it's not specific to advocacy. And then also, I think echoing what some other colleagues said about integrating MHPSS messaging within sectors, I think what I see a lot is focused more, we'll have rapid calls on client-focused advocacy. So for a children-focused thing. So we'll pull, of course, from global standards and then run some of our data to make sure it's updated to have IRC examples as well, women and girls examples, etc. And so we have in our protection team at IRC, we have a policy and advocate who is GBV focused, but I work with her. So this would also be something at those two places. We could also socialize it around our policy and advocacy colleague in the education department who randomly will gratefully reach out to us to ask for feedback and a quick review. So I think that's just, and then so many more examples of opportunities at regional and country level, but I think it's definitely a value add. And client focused, I think, is one of the areas that could really help for us.
Thank you. Would you like to comment, or shall we get some more comments here?
Yeah, it's okay. And also, I'm just feel free to answer any one of these, I think, all at the same time.
Yeah, so we have 5 more minutes.
Okay.
I would also suggest we have many flip charts in the room, so you could also put the question on the flip chart, and then during lunch break, if anyone has any comment that they still want to share, we can put it on the flip chart if that works.
Yeah, that will be great.
So firstly, I wonder if the 2011 advocacy book will be replaced, or it's still valid or not, because there are some messages there that I don't know if the group would like to revisit. Let's give an example, not recommending the trauma language, etc. It's there, and it has been a big mediator in many contexts. Second, I wonder if there would be a chance in the scope of the advocacy group, something that I have seen very rarely in the field, but it happened, and I think it was in Gaza 2011. There was a group statement from the MHPSS working group regarding stopping the bombs and the effects of that. So that is something, an area that I don't know, what are the collective voices that we as a group would like to make as strong statements here and there, if these would be on the scope of the advocacy work.
And maybe just to mention that, because we are short on time, so I'm just going to say it now instead of on the next slide, is that originally the purpose of this group, the package was meant to be one small piece. And we were hoping to have other things going out throughout the year that we could all bring everyone together on and maybe make joint statements or combine messaging around bigger global events throughout the year. Because this has been so much of a focus, and because we have full-time jobs, that has not been as much of a piece of it, but I think that is our hope for next year. If we can have a consultant doing this instead of us, then we can focus more on bringing people together around those messages, which was a hope for the group in general.
Yeah, thank you. Concerning piloting, maybe making use of the fact that we have also the Kingdom of the Netherlands and
DJ Echo in the room, we have this beautiful webinar series for donors that was done between DJ Echo and the Netherlands and BMZ. And I'm personally very interested in how convincing the advocacy messages are for donors. And I'm just wondering whether we could potentially use this brilliant group in order to test how convincing those messages are, maybe sending, you know, the messages, having them rate them, because, I mean, yeah, this would be a group that can really much help us in also selecting the key messages that are most useful for donors.
And I think that would necessarily need to be a part of when we have the advocacy consultant, you know, their TOR at the beginning, we're hoping would be, you know, getting everyone's input and seeing how much would make sense. So then that'd be a good group to come back to
I'm complicating probably the discourse. I mean, the tool is fine, no, so but what we are advocating for, we are advocating for more funds for MHPSS, but then we are advocating for the right approach and language for MHPSS. We are advocating for, let's say, enabling action that are conducive of limiting the damage, you know, that some activities, as Marcio was saying, or some, you know, determinants, you know, provoke on MHPSS, because I think these are 4 different discourses, in fact.
So,
then I think as a group, probably we should have a discussion, at least probably not for this tool, on determinants. Because, you know, it's something that we were doing, as Marcio was saying before, and we don't do it anymore. You know? So the issue is that funding for MHPSS is coming, more and more. I don't know if that's only my experience in my, you know, in my organization, but it's coming more and more. The problem is that the discourse on MHPSS now is going, you know, all over the place. So, no, you never understand what people mean, you know, and why people give you the money. And also there is an idea that a lot of structural problems are washed with MHPSS intervention that work with on the consequences and not on the root causes, while our own agencies are also, you know, responsible and somehow, you know, engaged in other sectors. So I wonder if this is probably for funding, but if there shouldn't be a discussion between us on position of this group on determinants. As I say, you know, we can ask as much as we want, as Marcio was saying, we can ask as much as we want, you know, for MHPSS in Gaza, but the problem is not MHPSS, in fact, you know. And this was something that we were doing as a group years ago.
So 2 things. First of all, to your first questions in terms of what is it that we're advocating on, it doesn't matter. It's the package is to help whomever the user is define what their objective is and then create the advocacy efforts around what you have a very different need for advocacy as a community-based NGO in Cambodia. And so how do we make sure that this package can fit both of those needs? And so this is about identifying what your needs are and how to create the campaign around it. Then linking to advocacy messages that would be then perhaps we have headings and these are different advocacy messages you could use if you're trying to increase funding. Here's some advocacy messages. If you're trying to do this, here's some other advocacy messages. That is kind of the idea. Does that fit what you're saying? Then right. Then I think to the other point of what we as a group need to do advocacy on, that's what we were hoping that we'd be able to address more with this group. And so next year, if we're able to hire a consultant to focus specifically on the package, then we can have some of these more necessary conversations around the determinants, around which sorts of things we want to advocate for specifically and bring together all of our different strengths and advocacy experts.
Okay, we have 2 more comments. 3, I see. Katerina.
I mean, this is probably the major challenge then to keep it short as a publication in the end, because, you know, if you're designing a campaign, and this was the whole time circulating, you know, reflecting on, okay, how do I design my own advocacy when I talk to our political partners, to the donors, etc. You always look first, who's my target group? The message I'm creating is based on the needs of, you know, who I'm communicating with. So I think the biggest help would be probably also to understand the dynamics or the needs of different counterparts in a way, you know, to have some helpful questions, but also maybe some analysis of also now Alena said, what is it really that, you know, convinces different partners or counterparts, community, etc. So I think this would be also an important, well, I would use it very much if I knew. Yeah.
Yeah, that is how we designed this one. We defined our purpose for this advocacy package, and based on that, then who will be the audience. So if it is for policy, then policymakers. If it is for fundraising, there is different target group. If it is a campaign on stigma and discrimination, that is more another level you're moving. If you want the government more allocation and more funding, MHPSS or integration or policy making or strategy. So that is, all these aspects will be part of this package looking, but we are looking at giving a main document outline of different issues and also annexing in with that some more details. So when there is somebody is using it, can go to the annexes for more if they make a plan. And if they want to use other organization, they have the same package online available, and they can move to that organization, the package, and can use it. Yeah.
Hi, thanks so much for this. Just a quick note, in my previous hat, I used to teach at a number of universities for global mental health system innovation in Canada. One of our challenges in the department was, how do we teach the next generation to advocate? And so while I see this package being incredibly useful for organizations, community-based organizations, so too I think it will be quite helpful for students who actually want to learn how to be in the space. So thank you for this.
Noting students.
Just a very quick comment connecting with what Guli was saying. I'm sorry because I was doing a few things. You maybe haven't said this. You guys have maybe already had these conversations. I think in the package itself, I'm just thinking about the humanity and inclusion. They have this, I can't remember the name of the strategy, but it's basically this very quick. If what you want to do is this, then you're talking about an information package. If what you want to do is this, then you're talking about an advocacy package. Then if what you want to do is this, then you're talking about, like, because I think awareness raising, because I think that gets very confused, and it goes back to the what do you want? What are you trying to achieve with this? And I think that would be very useful to include in the package. The HI tool is one of them, but I think just a very clear rule of thumb that you can say, okay, actually this is advocacy. And it's not an information package, for example, that these days I'm receiving a few from emergencies that I'm like, this is not an advocacy note. This is just an information note, which is very useful, but different.
Yes.
I think one question was about 2011. The advocacy document 2011 was more focusing on the image gap and other guidelines developed newly that should be used. So that was very focused advocacy document and talking broadly about MHPSS advocacy. That is why we said we can broaden, use the same basics which is there, but it is slightly different, and that is 2011. Yeah.
And I think so. I'm hearing that while the process is important, the content is also what people are really kind of hungry for in terms of the content of the messaging.
Thanks, Anne. I think one of the strengths of the older version of the, I don't think it included image gap. I don't think image gap was out. Yeah. Because it was not out there when the document was developed. Basically. I think the document, one of its strengths is what Marcio was mentioning about comparing the terminology we should use and what we shouldn't use, and that's what makes this package actually still relevant until now. I still refer to it, I still use it, but it needs to be updated because the advocacy needs are different with all this amount of requests we're talking about from countries never asking for MHPSS. You don't have the same situation 12 years ago when you go and need to tell people that MHPSS is important. But also if you talk about finances, there are other tools such as the one I4 CPS Center has developed for integration of MHPSS and humanitarian needs overview and humanitarian response plans. That's about finances. But I don't think also we should do a package on how to do advocacy in general, because that's not the role of MHPSS specifically. There are packages out there about how to manage, how to do project management, how to do monitoring and evaluation, how to do information management in general. I don't think it's our role to do a package about how to do advocacy campaign in general. We need to go specific as the package did, but test and update what are the current needs in MHPSS advocacy nowadays. In general aspects, I think MHIN actually did 5 or 6 years ago a package, Mental Health Innovation Network, did a package on how to do communication and how to do advocacy. So this package is not only out there in general, but also out there in the field of mental health that can be adapted for MHPSS. But I think specificity would be important. Advocacy for what? What do we want to achieve by advocacy?
Thank you.
We have to really close for lunch so we don't continue. Yeah, is that okay? You have enough? Can we have those comments? And also, Maya, you want to comment on the opportunity to leave more comments?
Yes, indeed. You can put more comments on the flip chart.
Okay, so I can't see it from here, but I'm assuming those are 3 flip charts with the questions. Yes. Yes, okay. So, anything else that comes to mind, put it in there in some sticky notes. We have some here. Let's go and eat. So what you have to do is go up to reception again, go to where you had breakfast, and continue going. So you go to the, how do you call it? Garden? The winter garden. So we're having lunch at the winter garden, and we come back at 2 p.m. please, sharp. Even if you come 10 minutes before, that would be ideal. Enjoy lunch, and I'll see you later. Thank you so much. Colleagues online, we'll see you in about an hour's time. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
We'll add to the richness that this group is having. We'll start with number of observers. So our good colleague and friend Yara, please introduce us to Red Noses International. Who are Red Noses International and what are you doing for MHPSS? You are one of our newest observers.
Hello, everyone. Have a nice dessert and coffee. So my name is Chiara, and I don't have a presentation because I listened very well. So I represent Red Noses International. It is quite a big organization that has 11 partners around Europe and Middle East. So just to clarify, Red Noses does not stand for alcoholist, but for clowns. So we are an artistic organization. We work nationally. We have more than 400 clown artists. They are all professionals. They are all remunerated, so no volunteers. And they're well trained. And nationally, they work in hospitals, in the intensive care with children. They work with older people in their care. They work in disability inclusion and as well with displaced people. And as the international office, we run a program that is called the Emergency Smile. And we have missions all around the world to support people, especially those going through crisis. So we work a lot with the focus on migration and displacement, but also in crisis like now in Turkey following the earthquake. So today it was very interesting because all your topic, I thought I will be very lost the whole day, but actually I could connect it to many topics because we actually work a lot with community-based. The topic of men and boys was so big this year for us because we work a lot with unaccompanied minors and single men. Also with the disability inclusion, there was a lot. So our goal is to bring art and through art, allow people to reconnect to emotions, create positive memories together between, for example, children and parents, allow people also to fight stereotypes and going against the stigma, for example, for men of not being able to show emotions in public. Of course, art is something that is common to all of us. No matter if we are displaced or not, or going through a crisis, so we can all connect through it. So thank you very much. It was very nice. All I could hear today, there was a lot of inspiration, and I think a lot that we can take.
Chiara, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you. Where can we get our red noses, all of us?
I will make sure about this. I was a bit scared before when you mentioned that there were acrobats last time in the other conference. Next time I might bring clowns with me, but it won't help with being on time. So just be aware of this.
Thank you, God. So happy that you are with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we move to Norwegian Church Associate. Yeah, please. Welcome, and please introduce your organization and its work on MHPSS.
Thank you very much. My name is Maria. I represent Norwegian Church Aid. We work in more than 30 countries, both on emergency context and development. I am based as the new MHPSS advisor in the GBV department. So a lot of my work is offering technical support to our GBV advisors and case managers in the different country offices. I'm very, very new to NCA, so I cannot tell you much in detail. I just started like 3 weeks ago. But yeah, I'm very happy to be here. And
welcome, Maria.
Thanks a lot.
Can you give us a bit of a glimpse of what Norwegian Church is doing on MHPSS?
Yes, so they developed a manual ITI. It's implementing therapeutic interventions in case management. So a lot of the work is kind of implementing and doing capacity building in this regard in the different country offices, but it's all based in the GBV department. Yeah. So it's kind of offering these or enhancing the therapeutic interventions in GBV case management.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Just to say also thank you, because we'll hear about this tomorrow in the session that we've moved. But the GBV AOR is collaborating very strongly with the reference group, and there's a task team at the GBV AOR to do that MHPSS joint work, and we'll gather your interest in this more tomorrow. So having the colleague from NCA also co-leading that group, it's really, really useful. So just to say that. Yeah. Thank you.
Great to have you. We have a colleague also from PRM. Please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi, I'm Shahana Kozlowski, and I'm here with the U.S. Department of State, the Bureau of Population, Refugee, and Migration, and I am an MHPSS Policy and Program Analyst. And so what that means is within the Bureau, I kind of guide our MHPSS strategy. What kind of programs are we going to be funding? What are we interested in? I developed our first MHPSS strategy. It's an internal document, but if you're interested in knowing a little bit about the work that we're doing, there's a couple links I can share you. And so I work within our bureau that way, but I also work within the department. And so because I'm in PRM, our equities are really migrants, refugees, vulnerable populations. So within the whole State Department, I advocate for those groups specifically with MHPSS. So for example, there's a lot of acronyms in the State Department, but we have offices that are dealing with law enforcement, with narcotics, with LGBTQI, with global health. And so with those other areas, I will interface to advocate for refugees, migrants, and MHPSS. And I am actually a clinician. I spent 20 years as a psychologist doing direct clinical work with the community, with refugee and migrant communities. And so I say that because I really, my priorities and biases are with the communities that you all are working with and with you as direct clinical providers. And so that's why I decided to switch to policy work, is to really make sure that the voices of the communities that we're working with are represented in policy. And so the strategy that I developed, there will be no surprises there because it's based directly on an independent evaluation that PRM paid for, and I think some of you might have participated in. So the strategy that I developed is based on that. It's based on feedback from NGOs that we had through the interaction, and it's also based on the IASC guidelines, IOM, and UNHCR. So it's a really, and I'm here just to make sure that the work that we're advocating for is in alignment with the work that you all are doing and that you all are advocating for. So, hopefully it's a partnership. So happy to be a resource, happy to consult, and really appreciative of all the important work that you all are doing. I became a psychologist to make the world a better place, and I just feel very strongly about that, and I think we're all doing that in different ways, and I'm just really appreciative of the work that you all are doing, so thank you.
and great to have you with us in person. You joined online last year, and also that come from an evaluation that PRM has conducted on MHPSS 2 years ago. And one of the clear recommendations from many of the reference group members is to have a PRM representation as an observer. We're glad that this recommendation is currently being implemented. Thank you, Shana, and pleasure to have you. I would like to move also to True Care, who we have online, and True Care also is with us as an observer agency. True Care, please, Fiona.
Thank you very much. We've just recently applied for membership, and so we are joining the meeting as an observer agency. MHPSS is a core part of our work, particularly within GBV specialised responses in emergencies. And so working at within women's and girls' safe spaces, providing psychosocial support, also providing more focused and psychosocial interventions, including GBV case management, but also other forms of individual and group-based psychosocial interventions, and also clinical care. We work in partnership with local organisations, particularly women-led and women-centred organisations, to deliver this work, and we're looking forward to engaging further with this group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona, and pleasure to have you. And I'd like also to invite London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, who joined us as observer.
Thank you. I have a presentation. Okay. Okay, so let me introduce myself. So my name is Mohammed Qasabi. I work at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. I'll be talking about a specific program at London School, which is the Rapid Support Team. So we are a multidisciplinary team of epidemiologists, microbiologists, and other disciplines, including mental health and psychosocial support. What we do basically is responding or supporting the response to outbreaks in low and middle income country. The area of MHPSS, I mean, before COVID, there was not so much talk about MHPSS in outbreak, maybe in Ebola, but okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so what we are trying to do for MHPSS is trying to integrate MHPSS into outbreak response, you know, the non-outbreak response structure like incident management system. And then we are trying to improve the mental health and psychosocial well-being of people affected by outbreaks and also responders. How we do that, we have terrible remits. We have the deployment components, the research, and capacity strengthening. I will start with the less developed from MHPSS component, the deployment. We deploy with epidemiologists, microbiologists, and we are seeking to deploy MHPSS people. The mechanism for deployment, we have bilateral deployment, so requests from the government of the country to the UK government. We deploy the Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network hosted by the WHO, and we also deploy with the UK Emergency Medical Team. For the research, what we are trying to do is to improve the evidence base on MHPSS in outbreak. At the moment, we had some work around the use of MSP in outbreak response, and we have some of the MSP colleagues involved in this work. The capacity strengthening, we have developed the psychological first aid during COVID. This one was developed for the African continent, and it was translated into English and French. The regional workshops, and thanks to the reference group, they were really helping. So the idea of the regional workshops, so we have so far organized 3 regional workshops in Africa, in West Central and Eastern Africa, and the idea is to bring together not only MHPSS people, but also the emergency preparedness and response people, because we want those people to talk to each other. So we had until now, 3 workshops, 3 member states in Africa. From each member state, we have an MHPSS focal person and emergency preparedness and response person. And unfortunately, those people, some of them just met, and had discussion during the workshop, which usually, what we would like to do is for MHPSS to be considered in the national emergency preparedness and response plans. This food from the workshop in East Africa, and we had we had Carmen, Brandon, Quiva with us. Thanks for the support. And it was after the Ebola outbreak in Uganda, just during the Ebola outbreak in Uganda. And what we were trying to do is support the response in Uganda, the MHPSS response in Uganda, and also preparing the neighboring country. We had a Francophone workshop, and we struggled to find some MHPSS experts, French-speaking MHPSS experts, to deliver the sessions for this workshop. And thanks again to the reference group, we got some support for these workshops. Yeah, so just to talk quickly about our current future plans. As I mentioned, we have a project to implement the minimum service package in Uganda. We are trying to integrate MHPSS into the existing surgery mechanisms. There's a GURAN and there's the African Volunteers Health Corps. And we are hoping, we have, as I mentioned, we have a deployment mechanism is focused on outbreaks. So we are happy to to get any requests for MHPSS support in outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you so much. Great planning. And Mohammed, we are grateful for you and the presence of LSGM with us, because also your link with Africa CDC represent for us a hope in the future to establish a niche in the expansion of surge mechanism. If there is a specific need for deployments to integrate MHPSS in infectious disease outbreak, that's one of the possible expansions. We also have another observer from the emergency medical teams. Nadine, you are attending with us for the first time, and EMTs. Tell us, what are the EMTs and what are your plans for MHPSS? Thank you, Nadine.
Hi, my name is Nadine Wahidi. I work for the Emergency Medical Team Secretariat at WHO's Secretariat in Geneva. I'll make it very short. I was very happy to hear about UK Med that you work with as one of our classified teams. The EMT initiative, just to give a quick background, was found after the 2010 earthquake in Haiti, when many people went and meant well, but it was not coordinated. Nobody had to show whether they were qualified, if they met certain standards. So the initial draft that was written as standards for emergency medical teams was the Blue Book for natural disasters, giving minimum standards for clinical care, but also for WASH, operation support, logistics, so teams would come completely self-sufficient and provide care when they were requested by the country, not just by themselves as they pleased. Now, because we all know that it's not just natural disasters that we're facing outbreaks, we're facing conflict, this has become a much bigger movement, and we have a red book that addresses the conflict setting. We have a number of specialized care team working groups to develop standards for specific topics, and with FAMI we work on developing, hopefully, specialized care teams on mental health or MHPSS. We do have mental health as like a topic in all of our standard books. However, we basically say all team members need to be trained in psychological first aid. But beyond that, we work closely together to hopefully put down standards while not reinventing the wheel. We also are very clear about that. You all have worked on great stuff. We just want to see how we best operationalize it for people in need. And beyond staff, but actually hopefully being able to serve the populations while ensuring continuity of care, and this is why we then need you again. Thanks for being here, and very pleased to see you that you work with UK Med, a great team.
Pleasure to have you. Nice.
Thank you. Great pleasure to see
you. And EMTs, to clarify, is a network formed mainly by member states. means that it is sustainable. Governments invest to send support through medical teams to other governments when there is an emergency, and either they are linked to civil defense, or also sometimes to the military, or sometimes to the health services, or sometimes to the Ministry of Interior. They function, they are operational in many, not only high income, but low and middle income countries as well. So, please.
Sorry, because I always feel if I'm in a room with other topics, it's probably too much information. But currently we have up to 40 classified teams, and they come from countries, they come from the military background. We have different team types that provide outpatient care, but also inpatient surgical and ICU. And there's just a few countries that have the capacity to actually do ICU. We have over 200 in current classification mode, but many are NGOs. UK Med is an NGO, so not volunteers, but also people that are professionally deploying things.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's an opportunity for MHPSS. Currently, we are not integrated in emergency medical teams. We have Donna from Clear Global, formerly Translators Without Borders. Tell us.
Thank you, Fahmi. Thank you, everyone, for the discussions today. My name is Donna. I'm one of the language service partner coordinators from Clear Global. Clear Global is an NGO that provides translation and language services to international and local aid agencies and other NGOs. It's not only MHPSS sector, we cover almost all sectors in the humanitarian world. Mainly with the MHPSS reference group, we have been collaborating for the past couple of years on the translation on a majority of their publications. Maybe later we will talk about them further. Just to say that, as Fahmi said, a couple of years ago, we were just Translators Without Borders, but we have observed that it's not only the matter of translating a document, it actually goes way beyond that. That's why at the moment we're Clear Global. We have three main divisions. The first one is, again, Translators Without Borders. Our volunteer linguists are with us, but we do have now Clear Tech. So we are focusing also on developing language technology, especially for the languages that are lowly sourced or marginalized. And we also have Clear Insight, which focuses more on the evidence building and research on language, specifically on the basis of understanding the intersectional nature of language exclusion, irrespective of the responses in which we are working on. So thank you once again for having us today, and I look forward to all our discussions and talks.
Thank you, Dawn. But
want to know how big you are. I know the good work you did in Bangladesh, many settings where you actually work. So
the purpose of this session is to act as a primer or a teaser, so that all of us go and get introduced to our new colleagues and invite them also to know more about your respective agencies. So please welcome all our new colleagues and get introduced to them, and use the dinner also tonight as a networking opportunity. Donna, you did amazing work also with our technical working group led by IOM in Maiduguri a number of years ago, when you also tried to look into the local translation in number of local languages for MHPSS terminology. So as you rightly said, it goes beyond translation into semiotics as well. I want to move to new members, and I would like to invite HelpAge, please. Tell us what HelpAge is doing for MHPSS.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here again. I was here last year as an observer, and then HelpAge International applied for membership. I have a few notes. I don't have a presentation, but if I don't have them written down, I'm not going to remember them. Well, HelpAge, it's a secretariat of global network. Big changes happened since COVID. We closed down regional offices. We closed down a number of Country offices are, should I say, they're on that path to localization, about 13 country offices, maybe 6 of them have already localized. We work with over 170, network members and partners in over, I think it's about 90 countries. Our mission is to promote well-being and inclusion of older men and women and reduce poverty and discrimination in later life. And we do this in many different ways. I work within the humanitarian team, but we also have the healthy aging team who work in a development perspective, a lot of crossover there, challenging ageism, protecting older people's rights, are promoting them, and we're also campaigning for a UN convention on the rights of older people. You'll hear, sadly, a wee bit more from me tomorrow as well. So I'll save the best till then.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome. And it's wonderful to have a voice for older adults in our reference group. Welcome. And some of you might be wondering, what's the difference between a member and observer? Basically, an observer cannot vote when there is voting. An observer do not clear documents, so cannot put red flags to documents. An observer also cannot lead a thematic group. So these are the key difference, but they can be members and observe thematic groups. But member agencies engage in voting and can lead thematic groups and can provide feedback on clearance of various documents and request putting a document on the agenda. Current criteria for an agency to be a member or observer is implementation of the IASC guidelines in at least three countries. And also we don't accept as members donors, so donors has always to be as observer, even if they are funding 3 countries, and we don't accept also academic institute, it has to be a humanitarian operating organization. But having that said, according to our current TOR and the TOR of the IASC in general also, any organization which is a member of the Interagency Standing Committee without applying for membership is by default, once they attend with us, is by default is a member of the reference group. That's why UNDP, as one of the members of the Interagency Standing Committee, is by default a member of the IASC reference group, even without applying. So you're a full member and have the voting power and request also for being a lead for thematic groups. So having that said, Nika, it's the first time that we have a colleague from UNDP, and I invite you as our newest member to introduce yourself and what UNDP is doing on MHPSS.
Thank you so much, Mahmi. Really appreciate it. I'm so glad that I made it here today. And UNDP, being one of the big organizations and doing development and peace building, sadly did not have any person to deal with MHPSS. So on top of my other work, which I'm not going to share with you, I picked up on MHPSS for the last 4 or 5 years, and I bothered Fahmi quite a lot and everyone, and tried to reach out, because I really believe MHPSS is part and parcel of everything we do, livelihood, you name it, climate change. And I just want to correct myself. I'm not saying UNDP is not doing on MHPSS, but we are doing it ad hocly, and we are very decentralized. So we're doing it when it's a GBV, when it's the demobilizations and reintegrations and non-climate change and the food security, it's a lot of that. But there was no policy or structure. What are actually we doing it, how we are exchanging, and what does that mean, and how to make it sustainable. So I picked up with a few colleagues and we started running that. So at the policy level, we try to come with some structure, which the guideline on MHPSS and peace building come out. And then also we try to advocate within UNDP, because that's a work you have to do also within your own organization and also outside. Currently, we have created a championship. So we reached out to anyone who was eager to help us on MHPSS and said, would you like to be our champions? And then colleagues start joining, mostly women. So we try to also reach out to men as well, of all different ages. And then we have got gradually few men also now advocating for that. Very interestingly, many people mix MHPSS as internal care or the work we are doing for outside. Yeah. So then we also have to work around that issue and work with our human resource, because when you're talking about the care of our own staff or the one that we are working, then human resource comes. So anyway, all the different parts of UNDP start paying more attention to the well-being and MHPSS, and the policy work comes up. And the programming currently, we have minimum 27. We are going to do a bit of more mapping because we just realized we are getting more and more information of the countries that are doing, not only MHPSS in peace building, but MHPSS in part and parcel of different other things. And then also we are looking at a partnership because we can't do it alone. We need more experts. And so I'm so eager to have further conversation, Fahmi, on understanding the mechanism we have. Yeah. Because one of the challenges we're facing, our country offices are reaching us, like, give us some consultant, give us some, support on the search and everyone. And at the same time, I'm hearing interagencies deploying their own MHPSS. So how we can actually work around that? So those are the question mark I have on partnership. And the second question I have, we're looking at the organization who are doing MHPSS in different, across different sectors. So I just wonder, do you have a database? Please forgive me, I haven't looked at the website very well. So database to be able to actually utilize and work and see, okay, here are the organization working, for example, in this and that area. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just adding my questions and my introduction at the same time to the chance you have given to me. But thank you so much, everyone, for all your things.
Thank you so much, Nika. Pleasure to have you, and pleasure to have you NDP within the MHPSS family. And also we have two other UN agencies. They are not with us in the annual meeting, but has been observing many of our activities, two new members, to UNODC, which is a member of the thematic group. It's important to mention that UNODC is not a member. It's actually the official status is observer, because UNODC is not a member of the IC, the Interagency Standing Committee formed by the principals. And the same apply also for the UN Office on Counterterrorism. If you are not familiar with this agency, UN Office of Counterterrorism is based in New York and one of the long-standing agencies that focus on counterterrorism, and they do a bit of work, and they have recently actually a UN resolution on psychological trauma for survivors or for victims, according to their legal terminology, of terrorist attacks within their assembly. And we had a link also with them. We will invite them as an observer until they apply for membership. But as I said, for UNDP, you are already a member of the ISC, and we welcome you, Nika. I would like to move to RVO. RVO is actually a member, according to our TOR. So RVO applied for membership because, obviously, based on all the statistics we saw, they implement the ISC guidelines in more than 3 countries for the last 2 years. So they fill the criteria and they submitted a letter, and we have you from this year as a full member. RVO, what are you doing for MHPSS, please?
Thank you, Fahmi. My name is Marijke Hofman, and I'm here on behalf of RVO. My question is, have we been an observer in the last years, Fahmi? Yes? Yes. Were we? Okay. Yeah. Well, we are very happy to be a full member now. Yes, what do we do? Well, we launched our Dutch search mechanism in 2020, and we work closely together with the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with my colleague Marike. We will be representing a presentation this afternoon, so well, then we can explain more about the mechanism. And of course, we work closely together with Carmen and Fahmi, who are very supportive to our experts in a technical way. And also a new colleague in the world of MHPSS, a fascinating world of MHPSS. I recognize myself in your story. I used to be a therapist as well before. So I'm very happy to make the world a bit of a better place.
Thank you, Marika, and pleasure to have you as member. So please, colleagues, as we said, welcome our new members and observers, and feel free to network. This is part of why we are all here. Over to you, Carmen, please.
Okay, I'm multitasking, and you can tell. We're just going to move ahead with the. Well, let me check. I'm moving the agenda so much today that I'm confusing myself. Yes, no, actually, that's why. That was your question to our colleagues on. Yes. To go back to what we were sharing this morning about our deployments and our work at country level, and send that question to you on what else and how else. Yes.
The question this morning was focusing on acute emergencies. We had unprecedented situations this year. where we had a call, where at the same call we had to discuss Libya, Morocco, Nagorno-Karabakh, and we discussed also DRC. It was at the same time 5 or 6 acute events happening. That stimulated at that time the question, how can we serve you better in acute emergency? How we can serve ourselves collectively better in acute emergencies? Is a newsletter useful? Are the regular calls on emergencies, including acute events, are they useful? Anything we need to do collectively together to make the calls on acute events better? Management of acute events. Acute events mean like the calls we have in Cox's Bazar, emergency, no coordination mechanism. The country is new to emergency. We try to understand who is doing what. We try to initiate the mapping process. So this is 20 minutes for reflection among all of us. How can we do better in management of acute events? Or if what we are doing now is sufficient and if it needs to be scaled up. So colleagues, over to you for advice, for feedback. David, please.
I actually have a question related to the Dutch support system mechanism, how to activate it, because when the Armenian crisis started, I tried to do that, but I didn't succeed.
Yeah.
I tried to send a mail, and then I contacted the focal person who was on the regional call also to ask for support, but I got no answer. So is there a specific way to ask for this? I'm a bit lost. Yeah.
I think it's a very good question. Currently, the agencies who have an agreement with RVO, agreement means a legal agreement, signed an agreement between the organizations, the legal body of the organization and the RVO are UNHCR, IOM, UNICEF, WHO, and ACF. ACF is the only international NGO. What does it require to sign an agreement with RVO? Nothing. An agreement from your organization that this would be the process. I think you simply need to discuss between the legal in your organization. Happy to have bilateral about that. And we are really looking forward for international NGOs. So it's not only the only international NGO we have is ACF. We want more. We would like, and please.
Just a quick question related to this. You say, do we need to have staff within our own organization who could be deployed and be part of the search? That's part of the criteria or not?
Good question. Good question. No, you don't need. You don't. By the way, also another question. Do we need budget? No, you don't need salary budget. Do you need to book a flight ticket? No, you don't need to book a flight ticket. Do you need to arrange a visa? No, this all will be arranged, but you need commitment. You need logistical support.
And maybe it's also useful to discuss the needs in terms of safety support.
That's a good one, because I think the agreement, and you will, when you get into the discussion, the person who get deployed, the agreement basically say will be treated as based on the security of your own staff. Means the commitment from the organization is logistical commitment. If the person needs to be evacuated, the responsibility is mainly on the hosting agency. But who will pay the insurance? Who will pay the medevac? These are all the details that need to be discussed mutually between MDM and RVO legally because deploying a person to an acute emergency is something big. If God forbid something happened, who would deal with the insurance, with the medical evacuation, with the treatment of the person? So or your legal, you discuss internally who is in the right position. With ACF, it was not very complex to sign the agreement. I think what ACF, I think I'm allowed to say that what ACF do is having a simple contract of $1 with the deployees, but then the person is having a contract with the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the Netherlands, and they receive the medical care, they receive the psychological care as well, and the logistical support provided and the salary provided by the Netherlands. These are all logistical details that need to be discussed, but you cannot host a deployment without having a legal agreement that protects you and protects the person who's going to deploy it and ensure their financial reimbursement. Please. Please. Thank you.
You asked about the newsletter, and also Carmen, I want to say that I received it from a colleague from Save the Children and So if I don't receive it from Anne, I lose the contact of the MHPSS Technical Working Group focal points in countries. For example, after receiving it for Sudan, we received over the help desk of the Global Education Cluster a request to support on MHPSS. So rather than thinking I'm talking to too many people, I take the contact from the newsletter or what's happening in each country and then update the education coordinator, cluster coordinator in place. So I believe it's very useful if it's shared widely, because otherwise also
so you don't get, your problem is that you are not in the mail list, huh?
Not a problem. I'm saying because it's useful, maybe it's good to be shared with extended list of contact.
Yeah. So my understanding for that is the IASC PS Center is based in Europe and apply European legislation in dealing with information. Sarah, if you tell us, please. You have to subscribe to the newsletter. So
sorry, this is really boring chat, but basically we're based in Europe, we're not UN. So our entities in Europe are under the GDPR, the global data, which is not global, but the data protection regulations, which apply to every organization, every entity that has data passing through Europe that's not UN. Which means that you have to proactively subscribe to a mailing list. You can't be added by somebody else. It's also why we can't share the participants list here unless you all give permission for your name and contacts to be shared. And that's because we're based in Europe. So that's how you get on the mailing list. And that's probably the reason why you can't be manually added by somebody else.
But how can someone subscribe? That would be everyone's question.
Barbara.
Ask during the break if you want.
It's very simple. Send an email to Barbara today. The process for subscription is simple, but no one can subscribe on your behalf. It needs to be from your own personal email. But we appreciate that you find it useful. Any feedback on that?
Yeah, it's fine. I wanted to, you said how we can do it better.
Yeah,
I believe
please.
the collaborative child and family group and MHPSS.net were very fast during emergencies like earthquakes to share over different groups resources that can be utilized for the country. So rather than letting the team in country, I'm talking about education, we were able to get those resources and utilize it on the spot, even adapting specific guidance or flash appeals that we are drafting.
Yeah.
So those groups for MHPSS were very useful in addition to the newsletter. And thank you.
Thank you, Ala. Okay. I leave this for you.
So something, I'm going to say something a bit controversial, but I think we should take it out. I think what we left in sudden onset, but also in general, is the fact of being sure that whoever is deployed or is assigned the role of chair of the MHPSS group or the coordination works for that and not for the respective entities. Because it has happened more and more. The people either deployed or whatever were actually working for agencies, on the top, which created confusion in many actors on whom to refer to, but also a strange dynamic between maybe local group, community-based organizations, also an agency that have been there forever, or being parachuted someone that was more perceived as a person working for one specific agency. So I think this will be extremely helpful, to make sure all of us.
So you're asking for more neutrality of the person.
More neutrality of the person.
How
take the role?
How to safeguard? This can be easily said by us, but how to safeguard that in reality? Because you say that in the TOR, you say that you need to play an interagency role, you need to coordinate the group, but how to make sure that actually happens?
What we did in the past, not being able to do it in certain places and less in others.
Yeah.
So what we did in the past was to make sure to the mission, requesting that wasn't another one, or wasn't, a stuff for them, but it was really something that referred to you, for instance, in their accountability, they refer directly to you and Carmen, not to the manager, the manager of this project. That's one way of doing it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if then the head of the mission tells them you have to do this and that, they will do it. So this one thing. The other one is dedicated budget. So ESS, but also agencies, to have dedicated budget for coordination.
No, it's okay, Mike.
There was a presentation in the morning. This is what I was trying to share with you, Guli. I know you came a bit late. We discussed that while discussing Surge. What I wanted to share with you, we learned it in the first 6 months of Surge. I was implementing this with you, Sarah. We learned it from actually one difficult deployment that we had. I'm keeping the agency anonymous and the country anonymous. In that deployment, the person was asked to work 100% on agency-specific priorities and one specific sector priorities, and led to a big clash in the exit evaluation that was really sufficient to make the person during his or her career, completely blacklisted from working with any UN agency, because the person insisted at that time to work on the interagency as stated in the TUR. And the supervisor did not like that. So the evaluation was terrible. And we raised that up within the agency. Sarah and I, and RVO at that time helped us. That's from ancient time in 2023 years ago. It worked, and the evaluation was improved, so the person was not blacklisted. We protected him or her on having something really bad evaluation based on something he or she did not do. From that, we start to put the habit of briefing and debriefing from a representative of the IASC reference group on all deployments, saying, we are not your supervisor, but we are here to back you up in case something happens. You are not here to serve your specific agency or specific sector role. Your role is multi-sectoral. Sometimes challenges do happen, but this briefing and debriefing interview helps, because you set the standard on behalf of the system, and the IASC play exactly the role it need to do. Reviewing the TORs help. We learned also that engaging the focal point, so if the deployment is with the IOM, I need to make sure that your counterpart or country office briefed by you that this is not specific. Having that said, IOM has a mandate, for example, on migrants, and sometime in a country office, something specific happened to migrants, and the person need to direct some of their work, but at the same time, they should not use the compass from interagency work. So we need to do that, not with complete flexibility, but understanding that their supervisor is still their supervisor, and the agency hosting them still need to ask them to do work based on the agency current immediate priorities, not on the priorities seen from Geneva or from London or from New York. It's complex, and I don't think it's 100% black or white, but the role of the IASC reference group and the role of the focal point from the agencies that have a signature with RVO, I think is critical. Also keeping the strict rule of not accepting any agency-specific deployment, meaning that we will not accept a capacity building program for somebody to go to a country to do MHGAP or to do child protection specific guidance. We accept multi-sectoral interagency deployment. It's a complex matter, Guli, but I think we're looking for a neat, creative ideas to try to do it.
The thing that in the past was to deploy people only in our case, where IOM had already the MHPSS basis structure. No? So that means not they have their own program people, not have the international, so the person can be really dedicated full time to the rest.
I'm keen to hear from Peter. Thank you so much, Guli, for sharing that. Because Peter, UNHCR deployments come in places where resources are very limited, and the person is asked to start from scratch. What's your experience with that?
It's not always. Sometimes it's where there is an MHPSS working group, and that helps. That really helps.
Yeah.
And it's clear what the person comes to do and added value for a period of time. But we have some of these quite problematic emergencies that could be in South, for example, where the needs are huge, the resources are extremely limited, and the number of actors providing MHPSS, the number of providers and organizations providing MHPSS is extremely low. And that is why we want to deploy it, to put things in motion, to have a proper assessment, to make sure that MHPSS is included in assessment, in reports, in funding, plan for next year. So there is an inherent tension. I think it's good that we mention this. Because the person is hosted within an organization, is sleeping in the guest house, is eating with them, and you're within that organization, but you're not from that organization. And that is a message that needs to be repeated, and not always easy. What sometimes helps, but not always, is at least to broaden, let's say, the steering group around the person. So, for example, in Chad, we explicitly have a national level coordinator who's far away from the emergency involved in the deployment. Or in Pakistan, we have at least UNICEF and UNHCR both involved in working, supporting the consultant, because that gives a bit more guarantee that the person will not be hijacked. So I don't know if that helps. I do think it's important to also go to source core settings, just because of the fact that you can set something in motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I know we will have a session to discuss specifically the surge mechanism, but to share with you also the emotions of the person deployed by surge. Sometimes in the debriefing, the person gets irritated when they are treated so much for 3 to 6 months in a rough place, really like Chad or DRC, like a complete external. They say, we are treated like the standby partner syndrome, which they standby partner syndrome means you're a standby partner. You don't work for IOM or for UNHCR or for WHO. So they will go for dinner without inviting the person who is with them at the guest house, because they're seen completely as an external. And you see that with rapid deployments across all areas. So also it's a challenge for the person when they perceive completely as an external. And it's a complete failure when it turns into agency-specific work. It's a balance between both, which need an entity to try always to play the balance throughout, but the mechanism of briefing, debriefing, TOR review, discussion with the consultant, troubleshooting when something happened, talking with the focal point is what we use now. But if you think there is a better mechanism, we need to brainstorm about it. And you wanted to say something, and then Kuida.
And this is not on the search mechanism, I'm changing the subject.
Yeah, please.
Or something else to say on that?
Yes, I have one on that and one on something else. Just to say, yeah, I think, that's a really important point. I think there's a political dimension to it, and there's sensitivities in country, but I also think at the human level, all of us are more comfortable in some sectors than in others, just because of our own backgrounds. So I think often the individual will lean towards child protection or health or GBV, depending on their own background. So I think a lot of it is about in the onboarding process, helping them to feel confident about what MHPSS looks like in the different sectors. I think we have lots of tools to help them to do that, but how do we kind of institutionalize that to build their capacity and their confidence, and so that when they do arrive into a country, they feel confident going up to the education sector and saying, can we be friends? Come and join my technical working group meetings. Can I join your technical working group meetings? And feeling confident that they can say something intelligent in those meetings, actually having that technical capacity, because none of us can be experts in every sector. So how do we get them to a point where they're comfortable? And if I could just sneak in my other point, when you're asking about the newsletter and the global calls, I find them incredibly useful. In terms of how to improve them, what would be really helpful for me would be, and you're not going to like it because it's extra work for you, but would be just a bullet point summary. It wouldn't have to be formal minutes, but I'm always frantically scribbling, trying to get the contact details of who's doing what, where, and who are the coordinators. And sometimes you might have to wait 3 weeks for a newsletter because that's monthly, so I understand the need to balance.
I hear you. Also, Ala mentioned that this is useful for her. Are we getting the points? This is useful. And please, thank you, Kuida.
And that's actually what mine was then on as well, is that it would be helpful to have a summary or some sort of just ongoing web page so we can see who is doing what, where, essentially.
Yeah.
Or not who's something like that.
Yeah. I would like to build on that just 1 second, if it's going to be changed on something else. Or
I just have one other point on the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wait, now I forgot it. So you go.
Sorry about that. No, it's just that I think this is very, very useful for us. When we started to do the emergency things, if you remember, was last year with Ukraine, that level of daily, that requires a person full time. And I think we are now in the middle of in between, not that, neither once a month. We feel that we want to do more, and I think it's very important that you share those ideas for us to see how we can do it. But I made a comment last year that I'm going to repeat this year. The difference on how much useful information we can share is made also by the organization sharing. And we see a massive difference in some emergencies. Everybody jumps, sends an email every day, we are doing this, and then I can take that information, Barbara can take that information and put it in a paper. With other emergencies, we send reminder, please anybody, please let us know, please send, and we don't get any answers. So that's also something that I think we need to see how we do better. Sorry for taking the word there.
And then very briefly, Marie.
Yeah, so this was on that too, is then I guess I'd love to know what you would prefer the best route to be for that. Because one of my questions is, how do we make sure we're not, what is called, duplicating what should be happening in the technical working groups?
That's very important.
And then how would you prefer, like, so if it's in a region, should I loop in our regional person at that time, or should they be getting the information from the technical working group? I also don't want to have like 25 UNICEF people on the global call, so.
Yeah, good to hear this dilemma. Yeah, I think it's better to keep the global focal point unless the local person need to share critical information, which is an update from very acute emergency. Like when we had Peter sharing, he just landed in Armenia, Nagorno-Karabakh emergency, visited. He is the only one who really has the information. So if you can hear a global person, but the person who's now on the ground have critical information. But to do that, you need to do a little bit of humanitarian intelligence on the spot for 2 or 3 emergencies to understand who is now deployed, have seen what, and invite them in the call in places with no connection. Sometimes that's easy, sometimes that's a challenge. I have done some of those calls. The critical moment is the moment where you need to wean the technical working group from the global support, meaning that you need to withdraw and not do the 4 Ws for them as a global group, for a group sitting in Ukraine. Actually, in the early days, we had to do it for Ukraine because the chairs of the technical working group were hiding in shelters with no internet connection and switching off, and the psychological status of everyone was running for their life in the first. So we did the call in their behalf. We cleared with them using methods. We update some of the 4 Ws. But the idea was also to protect the pre-existing technical working group so it don't fall apart. So the weaning and the exit also need to balance it by us, because sometimes the technical working group may not do 4 Ws if we are simply doing them on their behalf. Why they would?
And sorry, just to add to that same point, something that is also tricky, you mentioned it really well, and you were saying as well, we need to separate very much because we need to make sure that the role of the technical working group is well empowered. So if there is a technical working group, we are not sharing mappings and so on. But the other thing that is true is that we've tried to establish a system where Barbara will reach out to every technical working group every month to say, as you know, the emergency update is coming out, what do you want to share with the global level? And we also depend a little bit on that. Of course, we have more information. We're part of the technical working groups. We see information coming up and down, but we are nobody to take those minutes and extract information and share it globally if they don't feel that's something it needs to be shared. So we also depend on the leads of the technical working groups telling us, please share these, or please, and that's the information that you receive. So sometimes you will not receive anything from somewhere because that group has not reported on something else. But I do feel that I think we need to keep on brainstorming on this, and maybe this is one of the follow-up calls that we'll have to have on how to do this better.
This is the action point. This topic needs more discussion. We have so many dilemmas. The meeting minutes, sometimes we struggle because it depends on who show up on the call. It might be that Caritas is the only agency which is active in the country that showed up in the call. But then IOM is doing all the work in the country. And if I share the minutes, and this goes really globally, we have so many people on our mailing list, then it's very clear in that specific emergency, the work is led by Caritas. Well, it's not. There is limitation because it's limited by those who showed up on the call. And we are respected entities, so people look for our information and forward our information to other entities as well. So there is limitation. Sometimes there are meetings where we share the meeting minutes, and there are meetings where it's clear the information is incomplete, and we need to be careful that we don't create a mess by sharing incomplete minutes. Marie, please, sorry, I've been waiting for a while.
It's a very short point. I was wondering if you have considered to get around the issue where some actors who might not be on the mailing list, and maybe not wanting to be on the mailing list, but still wanting to access the information, if some of the global updates that you do could be available on an online link, so that those who might want to themselves check in now and then, or to see now something just happened, what is the latest on this emergency? Because then you might have at least the key contacts who to get in touch with if you do want to engage. or for whatever reason, if you're global or if you're local. So the information that's not considered, I guess, sensitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Could
Like
be
location in
available
an
on a-
armed conflict of
Exactly,
MHPSS
whether that's,
facilities.
for example, relief work, which I heard that you just are actually working with.
Exactly, and that is a lot of the work that we're doing in establishing better platforms for the technical working groups, working with MHPSS.net, and also having a dashboard for them to be. We're working on that already for a year, but we're getting there. And I think I'm noting an action point on. We had a follow-up call this morning on something else, on the broader inclusion group, and the second follow-up call or discussion they will have to have after this meeting, I think, is on the information sharing of, in general, and acute emergencies more specifically. And that also brings the work that we're doing with the interagency and in changing the website as well. So see where in all of that puzzle can be the most useful access to information that protects also those who share it. Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues. This is helpful inputs. Let's get one last feedback, please. Go ahead.
I was thinking of trying to think of like.
Sorry, just for the colleagues online.
Proving my point. I was sitting here thinking and agreeing with a lot of the points brought to light, and also thinking what's like a stopgap measure. So when I do join an emergency call, I feverishly take notes and copy over the chat box to share with my IRC colleagues, Isubalu, Odia, who might not have attended the call. They may do the same thing if I'm not available. We also have a separate department, EHOW, who don't have an MHPSS TA, so we spread that knowledge to them. So I imagine a lot of us are taking notes right now. I'm thinking that's not the end-all be-all solution, but with limited capacity, if there's, I mean, my notes are not great, but I'm happy to share them. Maybe it's a Google Drive, and then others could add to them. How we could just do it now together as a stopgap measure, if there's something like that.
I know we discussed this morning that surveys becoming a cliche, and not everyone will fill in surveys. But this actually we need from you inputs. How do you use actually the newsletter, and how you use this call so we get your user experience so that it matches with your expectation for how it will be useful. We are keen to improve it. We are keen to improve it also with human resources, so we don't have a situation where we have 5 emergencies and we are only giving attention to the 3 which are in the news. So we don't want to leave an emergency behind, and only leave no one behind. But we're keen to get your user experience, and these are many eye openers for us. Thank you, colleagues. One last comment, please. You have one.
No, I just wanted to add to what you just said, Fahmi, that it's important to share information, of course, internally, as we just discussed. But for me, it's also, the newsletter is also very important because I share it externally to showcase the work that the MHPSS is doing, reference group is doing within my IASC partners, for example, with the gender reference group, with the disability reference group, and so on. This also showcase all the good stuff that you're doing, and it's important to give that visibility also.
When this email is sent, sorry.
Yeah, no, maybe one point that's coming to my mind that is important to share is the newsletter and the updates. They are received right now by around 600 people from all sorts of organizations, from local level to global level. That listserv is very big. That's the reason why we reached out to the focal points of the organizations and we asked, please, let's create another list where we can share sensitive information, and then the focal points are responsible from sharing that internally. And that is important. We can't do that efficiently if we don't get, for example, hey, I'm leaving, the new focal point is this person. Because if not, that's going to be a blockage of information. And it's important because we can't just share, for example, the minutes from a global call. I would not share it through our listserv. I don't think that would be okay, in the same way that we don't record the calls. So for that, is back to that. If that is working well on the focal points, let me know if there's something that you think would be useful. Like, I don't know, we send a quarterly reminder on update your global, something like that. We're happy to also improve that. But we really strongly depend on that for safety sharing.
I
very good, but I think it should be clean then, because what I do is that I forward it to all my team, and then they will reply saying, I already have it, thank you very much, don't send it again. So basically, to make sure that there is only
That's why we're very careful with the content, because the content is treated officially and disseminated widely. So it's not only about sensitive information, but sometimes we want to make sure that the information there are factual information. And that's what makes us a bit reluctant on the meeting minutes. And perhaps we need to ask also a legal disclaimer about responsibility collectively on the information included, because it may not reflect the reality in some of them. And that creates immediately irritation and bad relationship with the field. If one organization is doing extensive amount of work, and for any reason the person don't show up on the call and disseminate it to 6,000 people while the organization is absent, that creates huge sensitivities within organizations. I think we wrap up this session.
We wrap up. Can I make one final, now that I have the whole room here and I can say all of these things like send us your contact. Also remember, anything that you want to put in the newsletter, any key information that you want to share, there's a specific comms email address, because if you send it to me, the chances that it will get lost in a million emails are quite high. So yes, cc mhpss.refgroup@gmail, but the email for comms is
mhpss.comms@gmail.com.
So do communicate with us in that way, and then we'll continue to explore. I think this was very, very useful, and we'll bother you more with that. And again, we're a little bit behind, but just a little bit. So we're going to move straight into the next couple of contributions, which are very useful. One is to hear from our colleagues from those very important help desks that we share with you this morning, and we let you know that are really, really getting a lot of requests from country level, and that is the monitoring and evaluation and the minimum service package. So updates in general, what's been going on this year with your help desks, and any questions that you have for the group as well. I don't know who's starting, if help desk of MSP. You have it? There's just... Yeah, yes. I know I send people your way too often. Every now and then, Emani, oh yeah, there's a help desk. So here you go.
Thanks, Carmen. So I'll just give a quick update on the M&E help desk that's staffed by myself and Rebecca Horn right now. We'll be adding a third person next year for French and Spanish language as well, and then keep working on Arabic and other languages. Quick update, you can go to the next slide. So just a quick reminder about what this help desk is about. We focus on primarily monitoring and evaluation of MHPSS using the IASC M&E framework for MHPSS. So we're focused on that model, right? Certain agencies might have their own approaches to M&E, and it might align or it might not, but we try to kind of use the M&E framework as kind of the foundation of what we're focusing on. But within that, we do a lot of support on how you would design monitoring and evaluation strategy, log frames, choosing means of verification, developing indicators, things like that. All again, using this M&E framework as kind of the foundation. And then additionally to that, we do some trainings when requested on M&E or orientation to this M&E framework. So kind of a whole host of things within the space of M&E. Next slide. I can grab that thing too. Thank you. So just a recap of the main things we've done this last year. I think there's two kind of buckets you could put them into. One is awareness raising activities, so a lot of dissemination of training videos, so self-paced learning type of resources on how to understand what M&E is for MHPSS, how you can use the M&E framework within your own agency or within a specific project or program. And then doing some awareness raising activities with reference group agencies, technical working groups, and other sectors and clusters when requested. And then I think another bucket you could call support activities, where it's more about capacity building or specific targeted requests on M&E about things ranging from, I guess, a lot of diversity, from indicators to means of verification, how to use a specific tool, how to think about translating or adapting it for an M&E plan or a project. So a lot of variation, I'd say, in those requests. There have been 48 total requests in the last year plus. The most common request was about capacity building type of sessions, either in person or remote online workshops. Some other highlights of the other type of things we've been put into creating terms of reference for the Dutch surge support mechanism on an M&E deployment if such requests come through. M&E session with a number of different agencies within the reference group, orientation sessions to MHPSS technical working groups, as well as groups of technical working groups in specific regions like Francophone countries. Quick breakdown, most of our requests come from UN agencies and international NGOs, and then there's a mixture of other types of requests coming from different sectors and different types of agencies and organizations. Most commonly, the requests are coming from European region, I'd say particularly in Ukraine or refugee receiving countries in Europe, but there's also a lot of requests from Eastern Mediterranean region and many others. Western Pacific is not so well represented in our requests so far. That's a quick recap of what we've done so far. Moving forward, we want to do a bit more to make it, number one, easier to find out about this help desk. You might be finding out about it right now for the first time, and if so, I'm sorry we haven't put it out there enough. We're building a website, thanks to mhpss.net, where we'll have this help desk kind of hosted and more easily accessible and disseminated to understand how you contact us, what we do, what we don't do, things like that. We're also expanding the language capacity, as I mentioned, by having another staffer available to provide support in French and in Spanish. We're doing a bit of an evaluation of the help desk, so I know another survey, but we'd like to send you a very brief survey, and I'm promising it's brief. It's 8 questions. The first 3 are just about who you are and what you do, so that should take you like 8 seconds. So I think you could do this thing in less than 5 minutes. So please, if you see this survey come across your emails, do respond. It's just about what this help desk could do better and what we could develop or engage in as a help desk to better support people in engaging in monitoring and evaluation of MHPSS. And then we're also planning on, from that survey, developing further guidance or a tool about how to engage with the IASC M&E framework and becoming a bit more operational by doing a bit more country-level capacity building workshops on the topic of MHPSS M&E. So last slide, this is just how you get in contact with us. You can scan a QR code for a contact form, or you can just send us an email, mhpssmne@gmail.com. Please do get in touch if you have an M&E related problem or question. We're happy to brainstorm. We don't always have all the solutions, but we can at least think it through with you or find out someone who does. So do get in touch with the help desk. I'll stop there. Oh, Femi, please.
Thank you, Brandon. I'm so happy with the help desk, and I think it's a way forward for all our resources. This is how the reference group start, and now we're having also support mechanisms within the reference group through member agencies for supporting agencies who want to use a resource which I think is technically advanced and require orientation-wise. Can I ask you a difficult question?
I don't know if I know the answer, but
a really difficult one. Is that okay, Brandon? You will talk to me again.
Sure, yes. I'm sure you will.
The M&E, I think, is one of the best tools that this group has developed. Really, very advanced tool, unique. And I think most useful because it will help us to measure the big question, how to measure collective impact of MHPSS across sectors if implemented successfully. But why it didn't fly? What do we need to do to make it fly in country? It didn't yet. Huh? We make orientation, we do help desk, we do capacity building. But if you ask me which technical working group have taken this across sector and measure the collective impact, no one. So how to do that? Yeah. What are we missing to achieve that?
mean, this is a 3-hour answer, I suppose,
Sorry.
but no, it's okay.
But really, I'm keen
No,
to know. I don't know.
I think it's simplifying it because, you know, like you said, this document is very technical and it's huge too. So just when you open it up, 127 pages, half of those pages are actually just about the means verification. So it's not as big as it looks, but it looks really intimidating. And then you look at the whole framework itself, it's sort of like, oh my gosh, I think we need to do something to just make it simplified at the beginning to access it. I think that's the problem, is people get overwhelmed with the idea of it. But then there's also structural issues, like some of the indicators we have in HRPs and RRPs are useless, and then it makes M&E seem more like a counting exercise rather than a valuable exercise. So I think there's some structural challenges to address as well.
Can we simplify it? Because that's also a challenge with the older version of 4Ws. Sometimes it's too comprehensive to be filled and take ages, and by the time you fill it and want to use it, the data is outdated.
That's one of our ideas with job aid, making something like two pages. How do you use this? Targeted to specific types of audiences. But Sarah, you had a comment as well.
So Sarah is smiling a smile with a meaning. I'm keen to hear, Sarah. But I'm not taking over the facilitation from Carmen. Back to you. And sorry, I only wanted to ask only Brandon the challenging question.
Yes, please.
Out my comrade in arms, Brandon, with your question. Within IFSC, we just did a big piece of research this year on M&E and why our national societies are not doing it well enough. And we were looking specifically at MHPSS M&E, and the feedback, it was actually Rebecca Horn, who is staffing the help desk that we contract as a consultant to do it. Yeah. And the feedback is because they just don't know how to do M&E. It's got nothing to do with MHPSS. The literacy level and the understanding level of monitoring evaluation within the national societies and in the organization I represent is low. So and we've written a fantastic document, but they are genuinely scared and don't know how to do M&E. So to get them to then be able to do MHPSS M&E requires quite a big lift, because we've got to get them literate on what M&E is. So for us, we've had to do a lot of training courses on this is M&E. This is an indicator. This is an outcome. This is an activity. This is a goal. This is a means of verification. Do you understand that? Yes. Okay, now let's talk about MHPSS. And that's a longer period of time, and it's a lot of accompaniment that we've had to do to get some of them there. But I don't think we should beat ourselves up. I don't actually think it's a problem with our tool. I think it's genuinely a problem. It's about capacity development of local organizations in the same way you have to develop their finance systems. And to get them to advocacy, we also have to develop their M&E systems. And they're not there yet. But don't touch that tool, because it works very well.
And also
this is an eye-opener, because also that means sometimes these trainings are talking to the wrong audience. Yeah. We get the MHPSS people in the room, while we need to get the M&E people actually in the room, and get them interested in MHPSS and then in measuring it.
Yeah. That's what works. That's definitely what works.
What I can say about this is, like, I, for example, use this tool. We made it into a catalog. We made it into an Excel file. We shared it with the field. But from my side, from Intended Mode, it's one part we're understaffed for M&D. Like we have one M&D officer for the whole HQ, which is super low. Yeah. And when people come and ask for help, they come either for me or for the M&D officers. They rarely go to the other agency, something committee, help desk. So there is focal points between the field and the help desk. But what we can do is like share this contact. But usually everything should be approved by the HQ. This is why nobody goes up. But the tool by itself, it's very, very, very good.
I agree. I totally agree. Yeah.
I think, I don't know who was in that table. There's three very Guli and then Kun.
Something that we have done, so obviously major problems, it didn't work for us at the beginning. We created a chapter of the manual, of our manual, for MHPSS on selecting the indicators that we wanted them to prioritize. We worked only so and so. And then we identified what were the problems. The organization itself has means of verification and a strategic framework. So you have to make it fit with that. Otherwise, no one will bother to monitor, especially in the limited time frame that they have, because our projects for emergency, especially, the ones we are talking are 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. How are you able to measure impact, or the most complicated, of those tools, in that sense, even if sometimes they're not even able to tell us how many were for psychiatric service and how many for counseling, so that's it. So what we did now is to sit with our M&E people, not with the psychosocial team. They didn't have talent there. and try to see how to create strategic result framework indicators of the organization that fit with some of the items, of the, I don't know if it will work. So
Please let us know. I think those kind of initiatives will be very interesting to hear from, because that's exactly, I think, where we are noticing that we need to go. It's that idea what you were doing your simulations, WHO, with the preparedness and MHPSS. You have to bring them together. So can we do trainings that actually bring our MHPSS and our MNE colleagues together and use it?
Know what we did, but also how it will work, because it will start in January. So I'm not sure if
we'll be asking you.
And then the question I have, sorry, not for this group, there is something in the UNGA, in the new United Nations General Assembly resolution on mental health, that is more simple than that. They are asking us to report on how much money we get for MHPSS and how many beneficiaries we have. Is there any action that you are envisaging as a group to get there? So to be able at the end of a year to say, collectively, this is the money we got and these are many people we served, which would be, all this is very nice, but would be the minimum requirement in the UNGA Assembly resolution.
We'll have a session on the funding and how to...
That's coverage, that's service coverage.
The coverage, right, no, yeah, that's... Is the combination of those two together, so I think we'll have to bring it up with the next session.
Measuring coverage even within specific sector is so difficult, even for specific condition, and vary between condition and another. For example, in health system, measuring coverage for depression is extremely difficult within mental health system because it's more existing within family physicians and primary health care, and the opposite for psychosis, which is very difficult to trace its service coverage. So all attempts to ask member states within WHO to report on service coverage ended up with complete failure. WHO has stated in the Mental Health Atlas in 2 rounds that Atlas data reported by members, including some of the richest countries in the world, were uncomputable. You cannot get the data, and the data are not reflecting also the GBD data. But so I think measuring coverage is very difficult, and in MHPSS we need to come with a creative way to estimate coverage rather than actually measure actual coverage, because the current information systems basically does not have the infrastructure to actually measure it. But I'm really having a very difficult question, more difficult than the first one to Brandon. Is that possible?
We have 2 interventions, and then we'll see, and then I have to cut you all because we are already late.
Thank you. No, just some feedback from what I heard in the CPAUR is indeed, if you want people to use it, it needs to be simplified. You're totally right. And also, they also say that gathering the information for this means of verification is just too much work. But then there is a third problem, which is a bit annoying, but I'm going to be honest about it anyhow. And that is the fact that, excuse me, that we are all caught a bit in a circus of that we need to present both to donors and for HRP purposes positive results. And individual agencies do not want to present honest results. If there would be a collective change and the donors would agree, I guess we could change them. But you don't want to present really sincere outcomes of your result to donors, because that's not being done these days. You really want to have good results. You reach so many people and you optimize it in any way that you can. And really everybody is really now has a much lower stress level and so on. And this is the game that we play. And that is not helpful in that game. So we need to find a way to change that, working with donors and in a collective way as well. That's really, I think, the root cause of not being overused.
Thanks, Koen. I think that is a big task to solve, but I hear you there. I do hear you there. I think it is a different way of working to think about honestly measuring what's happening and then reporting when things aren't working. And there are contextual reasons often for why that might be the case. So yeah, but I hear you.
But I think, with Save the Children, there were some webinars which were tremendous, and that was learning from failures. We don't celebrate our failures. We only celebrate our successes. But, we really need to work on what can we now learn from mistakes that we make, why didn't go improve? We can really do good things.
And a big part of that, I wouldn't say so much only, I don't think we need the donor to change. I think we need a dialogue with the donors. I think most donors, and we have a few in the room,
are absolutely probably on board of tell me your negative results and what you've done to remove that and how that has been a positive, At least that's been my interaction with some donors in the past. But we're not having that dialogue. We're stuck in our perception of the other. And I think the donor wants this, and the donor think we're reporting okay, and then we're not really going through these things. And that's much bigger than M&E. That's that's a much bigger conversation that I'm worried that we don't have the time to have right now. Sorry, guys. Last comment, because it was already agreed, and then we have to move to the next session, and we're taking notes of what's in the parking lot.
Yeah, and I'll also make it super brief because I think the structural reasons why it doesn't fly have been even more complicated than the question itself. But I think one other thing that I have to say is really critical is resources, like in terms of men or woman power to do M&E. In my team, we have 2 people focusing on that, but with our partners implementing on the ground, they cannot afford that. So in the end, we also have to adjust our M&E expectations to what we are able then in the end to pay for somehow. And this is one of the other structural reasons why it doesn't fly, I think.
Absolutely. I think we've taken note of the structures of the issues that have been raised. Again, another action point. I think there's a bigger conversation around not necessarily maybe the M&E tool itself, but those other issues around the mentoring. Yeah, exactly. So if you don't mind, let's move on so we can cover today more or less.
Madam Chair, can I take 30 seconds?
No.
30 seconds.
No. No. I'm not even looking you in the face because then you convince me. So now we go to the minimum service package. What is it? When the minimum service package comes here.
Thank you, Carmen. I'm so grateful. That's the best thing you did in my life. Thank you. Brandon, I think the tool, and this is also for Rebecca, I think the tool is strong on M, but not that strong on E. If I want to extract from it specific guidance how to do evaluation for an MHPSS program or MHPSS implementation in a country, I'll struggle. I know you can take all the data on M and use for the E, but you don't know how to start the E currently from this tool, or I don't know how to provide guidance using it for a specific person deployed on search. Their specific request is conduct an evaluation for MHPSS across sectors in a country. They may struggle a bit. I think one of the job aids would be how to use this also for the E, not only for the M.
This sounds like the M&E thematic group might be reopening relatively quickly. Right, so the other group of people I sent a lot of people to, and I said, oh yeah, really, no worries, there's a wonderful help desk that can help you with your minimum service package understanding and using. So let's hear from you guys how this year has been for the minimum service package. Thank you.
So I have the honor to start. So I think you all know the minimum service package by now has been officially released in December and given free for dissemination in January. So it's less than a year old and already causing quite some buzz, I should say. Originally developed by 4 agencies, but adopted by IASC. So it's it's from all of us. But the 4 agencies who started working on it had also submitted a proposal to ECHO for a further, let's say, introduction of the package in different settings. And that's what we are going to talk about. So we have 3 agencies. UNFPA is not here, but Monica Vega, who was the consultant, or is still the consultant for this project, and many of you know her, was very actively involved. And for UNHCR, Rebecca Dempster, who used to be with HIAS in the past, but she's now in Pakistan. So what we did, we gave in-depth support through these 2 external consultants from UNHCR and UNFPA in 4 quite different settings, but all of them difficult. So we didn't make our life very easy. Ethiopia actually went very well, but it's more the complexity and the fact that you have a strong government. Don't joke with the government. They want to take the lead. They actually very much adopted the minimum service package. So there have been workshops in Mekelle in the north, in Gambela, a refugee setting in the south, and in Addis, 2 different ones. And the technical working group in Addis very much liked this and basically said, we want to use this tool, we want to take ownership to bring it to all the different regional working groups. Sorry, I speak too fast and I'm still a little bit chilly. I don't know. So the plan of the government was to actively introduce the tool in the 7 regional technical working groups. And that is now being done. First a TOT, training of trainers, of more than a week of people from the government and from the different regional working groups. And with some seed funding from UN agencies, they will then transmit it to the regions. With the idea, of course, that the different agencies, government departments, local organizations can better plan for services for next year. So it's quite timely to do it in this time of the year. Pakistan is also a complicated context for different reasons. A huge country with actually no coordination, no functioning coordination around MHPSS. Still, the work was quite successful, so workshops in 4 different provinces. Now, provinces in Pakistan are bigger than most countries in the world, as you know, but quite successful. But the follow-up may be a little bit difficult because of there is not a clear government ownership or ownership in general, but we may get there. Iran, now, if you want to have a complicated context, Iran, because the government doesn't allow much space for humanitarian work. Nevertheless, the consultant has worked very intensively. There is no technical working group as well for MHPSS, but there is a protection working group, there's a health working group. And the consultant worked intensively with them to see how they could do something with MHPSS within their programming. And actually, that was quite an eye-opener. We got very good feedback that people liked it. It doesn't really translate in massive action yet, but at least the seeds are planted. Myanmar was also a remote consultancy because the consultant couldn't enter in the country. And she was not the only one because the whole leadership of the technical working group is outside of the country. So it's, again, difficult to build capacity if the expat professionals are all outside. Nevertheless, also there, I think, mixed positive results. I mean, things are changing, but not as fast as we would want. And there were also some brief HQ-led supports in Moldova, in Northwest Syria, and in Mozambique. Mozambique, yeah, it just happened, I think, yes. Those were briefer support missions, and actually in settings where there was an active technical working group that asked for support. And I perhaps should stop talking. We did lots of online orientations, so almost 3,000 people who participated. So I think MSP is getting well known.
Thanks, Peter. So as well as the ongoing support with the MSP activities and the sort of coordination and overall implementation of the MSP, we've been developing some specific operational tools. So the whole process of developing the MSP and coming up with a set of activities that was largely agreed on, largely by all IASC members, was one part of it. But even when we recognized how fundamental some of those activities were, it didn't mean necessarily that all the resources were available to implement them. So just because we saw it as important didn't mean that we already had tools we could offer people to implement them. So some of these tools have been developed out of that. The other thing we learned was that, perhaps not surprisingly, is when you release a big package, people in emergencies don't have time necessarily to sit down and read it from start to finish. And so they want to implement it, but they also want more in-person support and more ongoing support and capacity building. So we've developed a package that's a workshop that is 2 to 3 days as a workshop or 4 to 5 days as a training of trainers. It's a modular format, so you can adapt it depending on the capacity in the country that you're in. So you can include a module that kind of really goes through the basics of MHPSS with definitions and stuff like that, or you can skip it if you're in a country where you've got high technical capacity. It's available as an in-person workshop, and there will be a remote version as well. And that's what we've been rolling out in the different countries that Peter mentioned. And it's still being revised. We're learning a lot as we go along. We're doing a lot of evaluations and getting a lot of feedback. The second one there is the key MHPSS message bank for children and families. So this is a set of ready-made key messages for caregivers of children and also adolescents. The idea is that this database of messages can provide raw material for products then that any agency can develop, but with confidence that they're using messages that have had some technical review and approval by MHPSS specialists. So it covers things like how to look after yourself, how to recognize signs of distress in children of different ages, what you can do to support yourself, what you can do to support your children. But then it also goes into messages on specific issues like grief, challenging behaviors, problems sleeping, things like that. And also some messages on specific circumstances like evacuation or when you're on the move. So that has been translated into 10 languages. People are finding it very useful. I think a key point to mention is that we only translated it into maybe 3 languages, and all the others were people coming to us saying, can we translate and use this? So I think that's a good sign that people are finding it useful. And finally, the M&E Indicator Bank, which ties in a lot with what we were just discussing. This is a list of indicators that's under development with a set of indicators tied to each MSP activity. So we hope it might join some of the dots. I don't think it's going to make M&E super easy for everyone, but I think it could help with some of the challenges that we've mentioned, in that it's very concretely linked to the MSP activities. So you can see very clearly, if I'm doing this activity, here are some ways I can frame my indicators. And it talks to the common M&E framework, so it uses the same goal impact indicator categories, so subjective well-being, social connectedness, etc. I think that's all the key messages on those. So I'll hand over to Inka, who's going to talk about next steps with the assessment and mapping.
Yes, and maybe to mention one more thing about the M&E Indicator Bank, which of course draws on the M&E IASC framework, is that it also has a table with more general indicators that could be reported across the response, because I think this is what Fahmi was just mentioning, like how can we show the impact of MHPSS as a whole. So yeah, we would be happy to actually connect more on the M&E team with that, since M&E is also a big part of the MSP. So I think there's definitely a lot of overlap there and potential to do more to support the field. I now want to mention again that now we have funding again from the Netherlands for the MSP2 project, which actually started in June, and it's 4 years. So we're very, very grateful for that. And that will fund the assessment, which I just mentioned this morning already. So really having the assessment and mapping tools, a multi-sectoral MHPSS assessment toolkit, which also includes mapping. So that's quite a heavy lift, and I think can really be transformative for the field to have something like that that is easy to use across different sectors and can really put MHPSS into the humanitarian response processes much better as well. And secondly, the other part of the project is capacity building. So this basically means building on what has already been done under ECHO with the field deployment, with the development of materials, but further developing MSP capacity building materials, especially to help people who are deployed to the field, who are building capacity on the MSP and on different topics included in the MSP. As part of that, we also would like to really include capacity building and training materials in each of the MSP activities. So I think all day I've already heard a lot of people saying that they're developing training materials, or they're planning a workshop, or they're, so I would say, please also get in touch with us and see if any of this matches the MSP activities. And I would say pretty much everything I've heard matches some MSP activity or the other, because we would love to put your materials or even announcements about training on the MSP website, though that if people, for example, look at an MSP activity and then they look at the resources, and then they already know if there are training materials or even a training on the specific topic. I think this will be, again, another way in which the MSP website can really kind of consolidate all the information and all the initiatives that are out there and kind of put them in one spot so that people can easily find what is available.
Then ECHO funding ends in spring of next year, but we are planning to continue deployment support then with the Netherlands funds. So this means that the MSP help desk also means that we will be able to have to continue in-country deployments, also deployments of several months if needed as well. And based on these deployments, again, we will really look at these capacity building materials and develop them further, because at the same time, we're field testing the materials and we will hear how did the workshop go, which exercises went well, which didn't go so well, how can we improve, so that at the end, in about maybe a year and a half or so, we will have a more finalized training package, which then we could also share and disseminate. And of course, again, we welcome all of your participation and input and even use as well of these training materials as we're developing them. So if you're interested, please reach out to us and we would love to work with you on this. Online orientations to be continued always, so don't hesitate to reach out for any orientations we can do for your organizations through technical working groups, donors. Happy to do that. Even in different languages, yes, thank you, Peter. Portuguese, Spanish, and French we have at the moment covered amongst our team. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Just a teaser of the session we're going to have in support to language, Francophone and Spanish-speaking language. One of the things that they found more useful is the orientations on the MSP. So there you go. So it's happening. There might be. Is it okay if we move forward? Thank you. Let's see if we have a little bit of time at the end of the day, but we're already behind again. But I think it was extremely useful to hear from both help desks and how much you're getting reached to by people. I think it shows the importance. Let's stretch and get a coffee. Yes. We come back in 5 minutes, something like that. Yes, please. Then first, don't move. Some important announcements. And then while we do the announcements, just to say that Elizabeth Stickman, who is joining us online, made a happy comment saying, yes, we do, with a smiley face that I believe is related to what I was saying about donors being happy to receive, the negative news as well, and then maybe this wasn't so great. So thank you for that, Elizabeth. Yes. And then some quick announcements, then a coffee, and then we reconvene for the last few things of the day. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have 4 announcements. I'll be very quick. Number 1, for those of you who are joining the open forum on Thursday, the technical working group, the key was identifying together with the members priority topics for the country. And these are written behind you on the flip charts. They are basically suicide prevention, key populations, MHPSS specific needs, community-based MHPSS interventions, MHPSS needs for children and caregivers, and lastly, specialized MHPSS services. 44 people from the international community here registered, which makes it 9 per topic. And we're trying to keep the balance between nationals and internationals, or people working in Turkey. So I invite you to sign up to the different topics, and it's on a first come, first served basis. So once we reach the 9, please skip this topic and try to go to the next one. Then the second thing I want to say is the dinner tonight. It's rather this afternoon. we made it at 5:30 because some people are not staying at the hotel, and so that they don't have to just stay here and wait until dinner or even come back. That's why we have it early. We will gather at the lobby at 5:30 and walk there. It's really just 30 seconds on foot. It's very close to the hotel. A third announcement, and by the way, it's $29 US, or 850 Turkish liras. So we can pay, I think, in both currencies, and we will have to pay, each person will pay the restaurant directly. No one will collect the money. Then the third announcement, we have to double check if card is possible. Yes, I'll double check. Then the third announcement, for those who signed up for the boat tour tomorrow, it's $25 US or 700 Turkish liras. We're also free to pay in both currencies, but for this there is no possibility to pay by card. We will gather at the lobby at 6 to go to the pier. The boat tour will start at 6:45 and will last for approximately 2 hours. So we will finish at 8:45, then the bus will be waiting for us to take us back to the hotel. And the last announcement is that basically we have in total 58 participants, and only 50 signed the participants list. And we're not 58 now, so I hope the people who did not sign it are here. But please, if you haven't signed the participants list, if you can sign it. And last thing is for the boat tour, Fleur, our colleague Fleur from GIZ is collecting the money. So if you can already give her the money either this afternoon or tomorrow morning, so that we can collect it and pay the guy. Thank you.
Sorry, last thing. If I've just been told that you're very welcome to bring your own drinks and food, since the boat ride goes until 8-ish, 8:45. There will be Turkish coffee, tea, and some other snacks, but you might get hungry, so please bring something if you think that's the case. Thank you.
Enjoy the coffee. Yes, see you in 5, 10.
Coming too bad. Traffic jam, especially in the peak time, morning, when the people they go to their work, the children they go to school. I honestly don't have time to deal with my friend. Send my son to the school because of this. So I
Okay, colleagues, we are almost there. How beautiful. Hello. This is one of these meetings where you can literally call everybody by their name and embarrass them. So don't make me do it. Make me do it. We're almost there, and we have two sets of very interesting. So it's four kind of small sessions, but they're all connected in two main groups. One of them around search and our capacity to deploy colleagues that can work at the country level, very connected with what we're doing yesterday. So of course you are very familiar with our search support, supported by the Netherlands, and also we've been having support from BHA to deploy colleagues for interagency work. So we're going to hear a little bit today about how can we bring it even beyond what it is right now. And then we're going to have a little bit of time to also bring to the room the voices of other agencies that have a voice of doing deployments and doing support at country level through deployments to see how that can contribute. And then we're going to move into something very important that already we were hearing a little bit from Clear Global. That is, I really like how you say, it's not just about translating, it's not about languages, it's really our capacity to reach contexts from different language backgrounds is so important. And we've had a few developments this year that we think are important, and we want your ideas to, again, bring it even beyond and do even better. So that's what we have to wrap up the day, and then a dinner. So I think it sounds like a good evening. No? Okay. You also received the agenda modified for tomorrow. You'll see that it starts half an hour earlier. But you also know the colleagues that were having the session today with me on the multisectoral, now we have a full 2 hours for that. Thank you, thank you. Yes, that's the enthusiasm. And also the colleagues for the child protection, education, and GBB session, you also have a few extra minutes. I can't remember how much, but I added some more. I think it's 45 minutes. Okay, so how did we? Thank you. We're geniuses here of the agendas. So with that said, I'm going to hand over to the colleagues from the Netherlands, Fami as well, to facilitate the rest of this session. And let's see how we can deploy better and more. Thank you.
It's Marijke, Marijke. Thank you. Are we going to stand there? Okay. Well, as Carmen already mentioned, I think the most of you are already familiar with our mechanism. We are briefly going to explain something about the mechanism. And after that, my colleague will tell us. Oh. Do you hear me now? That sounds better. Well, to start again, as Carmen already mentioned, the most of you are familiar with our mechanism. But since we have some new organizations here, we will explain briefly about what we do. And after that, my colleague Marijke will explain something about 2024 and beyond regarding our mechanism. Next slide, please. Yes, perfect. Well, our search mechanism has been launched in 2020.
Can't hear you very well. Can you, no, just can you just, yeah.
Is this better? Yeah, that's better.
You know?
We do search support on request with rapid deployments. So that means that organizations can send us a request and then we can see if that meets the criteria of the interagency aspect and the cross-sectoral aspect. Then we can deliver some expertise to set up MHPSS structures in country. And as we already have mentioned before, we are working together with UN agencies and one NGO, which is Action Against Hunger. And we are very willing to have more partners to join us. So, because we would like to expand the mechanism and not keep it so small. What can I say more? And capacity building of the experts is also a part of our mechanism. By deploying the experts, we deliver our contribution to capacity building, but we also do some trainings to do capacity building. Yeah. Well, this is the connection between the different organizations. I work for RVO, which is the Netherlands Enterprise Agency, and the mechanism has been launched because we already had a mechanism for water experts. So it was very easy to adapt this to MHPSS. We work together with the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that is our donor and our commissioning authority, and UN agency or NGOs, and NGOs can request for support. We support in sending the experts to the country, and the experts will get support from Carmen and Fami, which is also very important for us because we don't have the technical expertise in-house, so they can support us with that. So yeah, for example, a part of my role is to get the experts in country, and for now we are working on countries as Central African Republic, Venezuela, Colombia, Afghanistan, Iraq. These are all countries that have been requesting us. Facts and figures. Oh, some of the facts have lost on the slides. Okay. Yeah. Well, the last 4 years we have had about 50 deployments and 285 experts on the roster. And I definitely want to say that these are international experts. So not only Dutch experts, but international experts from all countries all over the world. What I was mentioning, we will be having a deployment in the Central African Republic, and an expert from DRC has been selected to go there. So we definitely would like to keep it local as possible. And already mentioned this morning, the number of technical working groups have been increased from 23 into 85. So that's a very great number, I think. We really would like to diversify our mechanism. In the last years, we have been focusing on coordination activities, which is definitely great to give a better structure in the technical working groups. But we really would like to add more expertise. such as M&E. We were already talking about that, but also training of trainers. We are currently doing that in Venezuela. So that's already a kind of pilot to see how that develops with doing other expertise deployments. And we are really looking for experts with this different expertise. So I hope we can find them in the next years, but also we are very open to hear from you if you have access to databases with experts with this type of expertise. So yeah, and capacity building, as I said, we also do trainings. Several trainings have been conducted since the launch of the mechanism. What we usually do is a technical working group coordination workshop, and the next one is in December in Tunis. And we also have done trainings about the code of conduct and other topics. And we are very happy that we have the chance to send some participants to workshops such as the preparedness simulation workshop from WHO in Estonia. And we are very happy to work closely together with the Fordham University to send our participants to the mental health and complex emergency course. And these are our current partnerships. So we have standby agreements with them. But as Fami already mentioned, the only criteria for a partnership is to have an agreement to be sure that the security of our experts is guaranteed. So if you have any questions about that, please feel free to come to me and then I can explain a bit more about that.
Marika, if you can get to the previous slide, it's very important because not everyone here know what is this.
The standby partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very important institute, I think. The standby partnership is a connection between partners who and please who have signed the partnership and who can request to another partner, can you support me with this?
Exactly, it's really interesting how you see it and how actually the agencies who sign agreement with you see it. With standby partnership. For you, IOM, UNHCR, WHO, UNICEF are standby partners. These are agencies with standby partnership agreement to host your deployments. To make it really complex in the jargon of this universe of deployments and search, we see you as standby partner. The standby partnership network include different standby partnership. You are one of them. So you see agencies as, and you term them in your legal agreements, standby partner, and we term you in our internal communication within HR as standby partners. So we have currently only collaboration with one standby partner, which is RVO. There are around 25 or 28 other standby partner. I don't remember the number exactly. Their secretariat is based in Geneva, and RVO is only one of them.
Thank you, Fami.
Thank you, Marijke. So for the people who don't know me yet, my name is Marieke Pijnenburg from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Everybody can hear me? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm going to walk you through this slide, which is a bit more boring than the other slides, but the content is very exciting because I'm going to talk about the mechanism 2024 and beyond. So this process really started in 2022, where we commissioned a study into the efficiency of the Dutch search support mechanism. And this study, it's really a recommended read. It is very positive about the mechanism. It really states that it has outperformed expectation when it comes to deploying MHPSS experts, and this really brought us at last year in a difficult situation, because on one hand we have this very positive review, and on the other hand we realized that we as the Netherlands were almost the only donor of this mechanism, besides from BHA, who has done a one-time contribution of 1 year. So if anybody has connections to BHA, let me know. Oh, that's nice. But really this, this brought us into trouble, because on one hand it's really a positive evaluation. On the other hand, we know that it is not sustainable if only the Netherlands will continue to support this mechanism. This brings us to this year, where we commissioned another study into the feasibility of turning the mechanism into a multi-donor mechanism. So there is good and bad news. I'll start with the bad news, and that is that currently in this moment, it is not yet ready to be a multi-donor mechanism. And this is mainly due to misconceptions about the mechanism being present among donors. And this, for example, is the fact that often donors think that it might be only Dutch experts being deployed, and also the name Dutch Search Support doesn't really help. So therefore, starting now, we're not going to talk about Dutch Search Support anymore, but MHPSS Search Support. Let's see.
Is the name finalized?
Well, from next year onward, so that was the bad news. The good news is that this study also recommended that while the possibility not at the moment is there to build it into a multi-donor mechanism, it did see a lot of opportunities to use the coming years to build, to really start this process of making it into a multi-donor mechanism. And one of the recommendations was that, of course, the Netherlands would continue to support this mechanism. And considering the very positive evaluation combined with this recommendation, the Netherlands has decided to fund the MHPSS search support for another 3 years, but really also under the condition that we use, all of us use these 3 years to make this mechanism ready into a multi-donor mechanism. And it lists out very concrete suggestions to do so, but it really asks some action from all of us. So really it is about continuously targeted advocacy towards donors to really show, because the mechanism is effective and we really need to get that message out there. So this is really a call to all of you to also help us with this advocacy. I'll leave it there.
We completely agree, and I think MHPSS will struggle a lot in the scale up we are reaching without this mechanism. This deployments, the number of the deployments I shared this morning of 17 deployments this year would have not happened. All this number of technical working groups established would not have happened. So we really appreciate that you are extending the mechanism for 3 years. And I'd like to share also what we are going to do to make sure that we are committed to the recommendation you have put, to try to look into other standby partners to join the pool of funding agencies and contributors. We had a roundtable during the consultation of your experts around the humanitarian networking and partnership week. We have agencies based in Geneva joining this roundtable, through which some of the recommendations that came is that we have a standby partnership meeting that the IC reference group contribute, particularly agencies who signed an agreement with RVO or agencies who are interested in expanding the standby partnership and showing the feasibility of the program using the good example of RVO, but also inviting other standby partners to join the mechanism. From WHO side, we had the human resource focal point, Nicoleta, who lead on the standby partner. Other agencies who are members of the standby partnership mechanism, we invite you to also liaise with the standby partner focal point from WHO. So we join forces to invite into this SBP meeting. The meeting is targeting a group we have not worked with before. We work with one standby partner, which is RVO, but there are many other standby partners that we want to invite. Since the Secretariat in Geneva, it most likely will be in Geneva, but if the standby partners requested that this happen elsewhere, we will do it elsewhere. The meeting will run by the steering group for which many of your organizations have signed for, steering group for search that signed for last year, but there is an opportunity for other organizations to join the steering group. So once we do the voting again, you are most welcome to join. There will be a parallel meeting actually for the steering group to discuss the standby partnership meeting, which will happen in Q2 next year, and also to discuss the capacity building for the search pool, because we don't only need to expand horizontally, but vertically as well, by adding more expertise into rare areas that the country don't have expertise. So the steering group meeting will happen on 26. This will be mainly for those who has registered actually for the steering group last year. But if your organization interested to join the steering group that will work on standby partnership meeting, please, while we are voting, in the period where voting will be allowed, please add your name. I think currently we are having UNICEF, we are having Save the Children, we are having MHPSS.net.
And then the organizations.
And I4C, and WHO, and
the
RVO.
organizations that are hosting as well.
Not all of them signed to the steering group. Peter, yes. IOM, not yet. Yeah. So UNFPA, we have UNFPA
as well.
It's not necessarily the same organization we signed agreement. For example, UNFPA does not have agreement with RVO because that's based on a principle that some of these organizations might have contact with their organization in areas not related to MHPSS, but with other standby partners. So we want to capitalize on that because this meeting is not for us. Those who will lead this meeting actually will be the standby partners, focal points from our respective agencies. It's mainly not about us. The standby partner focal point is usually a person sitting in HR in your organization. If your organization is having any standby partnership agreement, if they exist, they usually sit in HR. If you haven't met them yet, please meet them and please check their interest in having a standby partnership agreement on MHPSS, and check who is having a standby partnership agreement with your organization to add them to the pool of invitations. Sorry, Isabel, you want to say something? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just moving a little bit away from the standby partnership, we have in OCHA also other mechanism to deploy, which is the Gen Cap and the Pro Cap. We have the Cash Cap, which is deployment of experts.
Cap for gender, Pro Cap for protection.
Yes, thank you. And then also the AEP, search now and so on. Just wanted to wonder, in case it's not already the case, whether there would be value for you perhaps also to link up with these colleagues in order to share a good practice, lessons learned, and perhaps also capacity.
The history of this standby partnership mechanism is that there was a meeting back in 2018 where we met and discussed various models that we need to adapt. There was a scoping that was done by Marguerite Blau, one of the former co-chairs of this group, and Marguerite has put a scoping paper on different mechanisms, and we had a meeting in Amman where we actually invited the Gen Cap and Pro Cap and many other search colleagues. And I think the mechanism that was voted by the group members at that time in 2018 was standby partnership mechanism. And I think that was a wise decision. It is working. But now we get from the main donors that this is 3 years, we are investing in this, but our condition is that look out for other standby partners and other investors and that. And that's what we want to follow, because we committed to the donors that we will do. So Zena, please. I see the mic is.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. We really are so grateful for this mechanism. It's been invaluable, I think, for a lot of the work that we're doing on the ground. I have two questions, one for you, Fahmi, and then maybe one for you on the capacity building piece. Fahmi, I guess the question relates to the steering committee that existed before the MHPSS Surge Working Group, before that was established. And I'm wondering, what is the vision in terms of how these two entities differ? Is there a vision to merge the working group and the steering committee in terms of function? I think it goes back to some of the questions that were discussed earlier around how do we safeguard, agencies who are hosting and how they understand their role as a hosting agency, as well as understanding the interagency format of the entire mechanism. So I'm just curious, I guess, does that kind of muddle the responsibilities in terms of who's on the receiving end of TORs for review and what process we follow, including with our own, for example, within UNICEF, we have EMOPS who sits in Geneva, and there's really kind of some confusion sometimes around that. So would love just some clarification on that from your end. And the question just on the capacity building, because you asked about, like the different expertise that you're often looking for to populate the roster. So one of the initial kind of decisions very early on when we first established the Children and Families Working Group, one of the key responsibilities within that was to develop a module that would support in building the capacity of those who are already on the roster so that they could be equipped with specific expertise on children and families. So I'd be just curious if that is something that is still of interest, if that's something we need to be mobilizing resources for.
But let's also check the answers. Marika, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I think that would be definitely a good solution. But I think maybe it's a good idea to have both, to add experts with this expertise on the roster and to train the experts that are already on the roster. Yeah, but definitely a good comment. Yeah.
And we reached out to the Children and Families Group and plan to have a session in the training in December in Tunis with focus on children and families. That was a request from the search pool. So there will be a module in this training. The steering group that exists for the current agreement with RVO should not confuse us from the steering group we tried to make to expand the SBP, because the functions of both are very different. So agencies with signed agreement with RVO, they day to day need to deal with their own deployments. So, for example, IOM, when requesting a deployment or have issues to discuss related to a specific deployment, like resolving an issue between a supervisor and one of the deployees, putting the deployee work a plan which is time bound on a specific area, do not need to sit in the steering group which deal with which standby partner we don't have an agreement with, like radar, for example, and how to approach them and who is the focal point. These are two very different things and need very different approaches. With radar, we might need a workshop, advocacy, sharing the know-how. So we wanted to make a distinction because the day-to-day operationality of the existing surge mechanism is very different from looking for advocacy opportunity or actually opportunities for orienting donors about opportunities to expand and have more partners. So that's why we are making a distinction between dealing with the focal points on surge deployments, which are both the HR SPP within every agency signed an agreement with RVO, and the technical focal point within the reference group. We have to copy both, you and your counterpart in Geneva, then whenever there is a request from UNICEF, but also those who sign who do not necessarily have an agreement with RVO and may decide not to have an agreement with RVO and looking for a specific, maybe you are looking for Canada, maybe you are looking for radar, maybe you are looking to another, and we encourage the colleagues that actually to think of innovative methods to add new SBP. So we want to make a distinction between both. That's a steering group and that's another one. We need to give them creative names. In the meeting on 26, give two different names, because two steering groups, better than steering group A and steering group B. We need to do better.
Question that might have with this. So the idea is to have other donors and understanding mechanism finding their own ways of deploying people to the working group, or the idea is that they should fund the NGO that is actually a large enterprise to do it.
Actually,
that's a because it makes a change, you know?
Do it themselves. Do it themselves is absolutely fine. We would be very happy if Radar decided to, or Canada decided to do exactly the same model that happened with their own funds, from any other donor, and that's what we will be actively seeking in this.
My understanding happens that most of them ask you to contribute. It's not really for free.
Maybe to add to Fahmi, I think first and foremost, our priority is finding other donors. And then if they have certain, if they want either funding to go through FREO, or if they want to have certain experts in the roster, or if they want to have another kind of mechanism with the same aim, I think that's all on the table and up for discussions. So that's really up to preference and also up to policy objectives of those donors.
We're looking into joint hosting for this meeting. We think it would be lots of work also for our standby partnership mechanism within HR, within WHO. So if your agency is based in Geneva, where the SBP Secretariat is, and have this SBP focal point, we welcome joint collaborations that within the steering group.
My second question has to do with the refugee forum. There is a pledge out for the refugee forum that include also the forum.
That would be great.
Just sign for it. So that's only the Dutch again. So it's not the three agencies that are in charge. The pledge is from the Dutch government, the German government, and ECHO.
Yes, exactly.
This line is still only up to you, or the other two governments have been sensitized about?
I think the pledge is subdivided in specific pledges of, amongst others, Netherlands.
Yeah, we're going in the next newsletter, which is, it's going to be 1 week delayed, let's be honest. You're not going to have the newsletter next week. But we're going to send a detailed information on the Global Refugee Forum pledge and how to either join your voices to that one pledge something else, etc., etc. There's one on MHPSS, and there's then MHPSS within others. So GBB has also a pledge that includes MHPSS, education has another one. So we'll send that information maybe end of next week or beginning of the following one.
My feeling is this specific organization, in addition to the pledge, they need a link. The way we get introduced to RVO was through introduction, meeting, we make few presentation, introduced what we need. Then the colleagues were I think we need a meeting to facilitate networking with SBP who don't know us and we don't know them. We presented at some of the SBP forums, but we want a meeting specific on MHPSS. They see the model and imagine we're getting around 17 deployments per year from RVO. Imagine if we got only one standby partner, then we get 30. That's that's gold for the field of MHPSS. That's why investment in reaching out and networking with this group, I think, is gold for this group.
Yeah, and maybe to make a fun, and I'm sorry to be the one saying we're out of time, but maybe to make a comment connecting to what Zainab was saying as well, that of course we're hoping to add that module on children, but in general, from my side, and you know very much the work that we've been doing this year especially, we are deploying a lot of colleagues. There might be wonderful MHPSS experts, but they still need to get very much on board of the interagency work they're doing. So there is a lot of capacity building pre-deployment, during deployment, and post-deployment that we are doing. And I think those two things need to go on in parallel, because we can end up having a wonderful mechanism, but if we don't have enough experts to deploy that are well qualified. So I think as follow-up of this session will be, please support for this meeting, join your voices to see how we can make this a multi-donor mechanism, and also ideas or support for the capacity building module. There's a few ideas going around, mentoring systems, things like that, it doesn't, so it's not Fahmi and I trying to be in the WhatsApp with all of them. I think that's also very, very key. And I think what we can definitely say to summarize this is that we are all very, very committed to support this transition and to really know that this mechanism is really being a change in game.
The reality is that Surgeon at its core is an HR project, not only about recruitment, about contracting people, evacuation, medevac, providing support, paying salaries. So that's why the focal point are SBP HR focal point. So the reform is a logistical HR backbone for the project. We are having one consultant who will be reaching out to all of you. We have Marieka, we have Maraika, but we will have Marieka, who a third colleague with a very similar name, coincidentally, that was not intentional. She will work on building the database we have with rare expertise. We don't have colleagues who work on older adults on MHPSS, substance use on MHPSS, peace building on MHPSS. She will equip our database with rare expertise that fit in the database. So please respond to her. She will ask you for networks. She will be like really looking for the hidden gems in these very rare specialties to fill a database that will stay with RVO. It will not be our database. It will stay, and RVO is willing to share this database with other SPPs once they come on board.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah. Now I have a question to Anne.
I'm afraid, Fami, if you keep on making difficult questions, then people are going to leave the room when you say, I have a question for.
No, I promise. That's an easy one. That's an overview. We heard about the search, which is the interagency MHPSS search through the standby partnership. But we have other mechanisms actually for search. One of them is the ongoing standby, what do you call it? Standby rapid deployment mechanism, which Saves the Children is hosting in collaboration with Education Cluster and CPAOR. And can you tell us about this mechanism and how it linked to the IASC reference group and who are the experts?
Does it work? Okay, I promise I'm going to be very fast. So we have within Save the Children, we had the opportunity, thanks from coming from UNICEF, but also the Scandinavian country, to have positions that we have seconded. One in the CPR, Kuhn is just there, and one in the Global Education Cluster, Ala is just there. For us, it was to push to ensure that children and family, when there is a deployment, are taken into consideration. And both of them are responding to crises inside a cluster system and so on, using the IASC tool and pushing our leader agenda in terms of children and family, which is not the leader agenda, I should have said it this way. And that's it. I don't know if you need more information. They are both there, and I would invite you to reach out to them if you have any question. How do they coordinate? Because I know that sometimes it might be a bit tricky. And how we can improve it also for our end. What I can say is that we do it for the, and that's cool expression, like for the greater good, meaning that this is not about Save agenda, but this is very much because we have assessed that there might be a gap, and we are grateful for the support we had to make it happen, and grateful for the people who are actually responding to this crisis. And I'm over.
Thank you so much. And just a reflection on what Anne was saying, I think that's a little bit what was coming to my head when listening to our colleagues from RVO, is that the search mechanism has definitely served the entire MHPSS community. So I think in the same way that it aims at, in that study, it was showing that many donors thought, oh, but this is just for Dutch colleagues, or this is not ours. I think we need to feel it like it's ours, that this is really your search mechanism in moving forward, in having ideas of how to fund it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I think I missed the evaluation. There was an evaluation mentioned, and I think I missed it. I never saw it or I never read it. Could we have it? Because it would be super useful, for instance, for me within SAFE to talk about the search. I don't know if others had or if I'm the only one who has missed it.
With the colleagues, because that's an internal Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Okay. Okay. So
that's an internal donor.
That's why I didn't say it. I feel better.
There's an executive summary that can be checked.
Thank you. Just a quick point to say that we
By
also
Margaret, and we were asked not to share it as a confidential document.
we also have the other mechanism that's supported by the UK government and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, which is for public health emergencies. If I'm correct, please correct me if I'm wrong, Julian and Mohammed, because that is another one that's supporting.
Please, Julian, and indeed also we have the emergency medical team mechanism, which we try to integrate in this. Please, Julian.
Yes, so as Mohammed alluded to briefly earlier, there is a response mechanism that is UK government, Health Security Agency specifically. The London School of Hygiene is more on the research side, but we also deploy people. And that's mainly responding to outbreaks, and we mainly follow the go-on mechanism, so WHO coordinated, invited by governments. So partly we're working within that to try to encourage governments to invite MHPSS experts. Our biggest problem at the moment is a lack of requests. So we're working hard through the system to try and encourage people to do that. But the other thing I wanted to mention is the work we're doing with Africa CDC, which you mentioned. So Africa CDC, which is the health wing of the African Union, has a mechanism called the Africa Volunteer Health Corps of African experts deployed within the continent. And to date, they haven't done MHPSS within that mechanism, but have responded really positively to the beginnings of a conversation about how they can do it. And the great thing about it is that we're expecting that to be entirely integrated into their existing mechanisms. It's not going to be externally coordinated. And we've made really great progress with a lot of support from the Dutch Surge Support, which is great, to identify African experts who can kind of be a cohort to take forward the process as we build a training capacity for new people coming in who haven't necessarily been on many deployments themselves before. But we know that there are people who, through Dutch Surge Support or others, have already had quite a lot of experience. So we're kind of relying on them to really be the front runners for supporting other people who are going along. So very exciting. They're really keen to work collaboratively with the Dutch Surge Support. I should say MHPSS Surge Support, because I think that's a great change of name. And the idea is that they will always be supporting governments, sitting alongside Ministry of Health people, as opposed to interagency external to government. But that means that they can collaborate very well together. And they're very keen on making sure there's a good interoperability to make it quite possible to have a technical working group running with a person deployed into government to work very collaboratively with that technical working group.
So you said government or Ministry of Health?
Ministry of Health, usually.
But it's good to have a niche. I mean, that's one of the surge mechanisms that would focus on Ministry of Health, because it's done by Rapid Health, UK Rapid Health team, focus on infectious disease outbreaks, to work with. So if there is a specific request that come for this is the right place to go. And I think this likely is the future of surge. We have the standby partnership, we try to expand it. Then we have niche if there is an infectious disease outbreak. Emergency medical teams does not provide advice to the Ministry of Health. They provide mainly clinical services in the field, on site, so you can integrate. You can integrate a clinician who would provide mental health and psychosocial support service. And I think it's good to start having niches in this surge. One more thing before I come to the question of Zainab. It is important because the focus was on the mechanism by Save the Children in Education Cluster and CPAOR. Since this mechanism also collaborates with the reference group, we put in the announcements in the newsletter with Barbara, we put the announcement of all the surge deployments, including their contact details, which country they are. We try to share their updates as well during the updates and codes. I think it would be good habit that we include also missions by Allah and by Kun in the newsletter and say where you are. 1 or 2 lines within the emergency newsletter on what you have done. I think that would be really, we have not been doing this before. We have been ad hoc sharing it during the emergency call, but I think keeping the habit of adding the mechanism, since it's in collaboration with the reference group, would be very helpful. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry, just really quickly, given that there's probably a very solid assumption of the collective desire for quality across these different surge mechanisms and the need for coordination, could we think about having the steering group engage the other mechanisms as well to provide that platform for coordination?
Yeah, indeed. Makes sense.
And we actually have just a couple of weeks ago, which is why they're not here, we have Canada asked them to be also a member of the reference group. So that can also be a very good contribution.
That would be amazing. Yeah, that's a good entry point.
Final, mega final, very good point.
Okay, just very quickly, I have a question, and please excuse my ignorance, because for me, when we talk of surge support, the EMT pitch is always to say we all speak the same language. That means across the board, the MOH, the country that requests us, know exactly what they ask for. They know what kind of team will come. They know what the composition of that team is going to be, what the competencies are, how long they're going to stay, and how the continuity of care is ensured. If you speak of surge mechanisms, do you speak of a single individual that then will go and
that's
so is it clear for everyone what that means then, or is it when we talk of coordination?
The universe of emergency medical team focus obviously in health sector, because these are emergency medical team providing clinical services. But the focus of these groups, there are many, from health to education to protection to child protection. So health is only one component, but by nature the person has to play a function across all sectors, not their counterpart always the Ministry of Health. Sometimes it's easily Ministry of Education or Ministry of Social, which is very different for what the EMT do, but in a positive way.
I understand, sorry, but when we talk of the rapid response, this means like, because this, I suppose, is needed always, you know, like expertise across.
That's different from RRTs, which exist usually in the child protection and sometimes have mental health
I'm confused.
RRTs many times are teams. And in some countries they do exist and are teams, and sometimes even multidisciplinary. But the surge we talk about, the RVO we heard about extensively today, is usually one person, which is different from the teams that you deploy. Your team can be 20 surge or even more.
Thanks.
We are just going to close with something. I'm really excited to ask Cecile to join me here. I think everybody knows how annoying I've been since I took over the role, saying we need to speak to all the languages, and we didn't have the capacity. I used Google Translator in a terrible way to try to communicate with colleagues in the technical working groups in Francophone countries, and I do my best with the Spanish speaking. So we want to have a little bit of an overview, very brief. We'll skip through a lot of the slides, but we will share them so you can see, because there's a survey that we've both done with the colleagues we've been supporting to see what's been more useful. So we're just going to skip through them a little bit for some lessons learned on how this 1 year of engaging with Francophone technical working groups and 2 years of engaging with Spanish-speaking countries has been going. So, Cecile, thank you, first of all.
Thank you, hello to everybody. So I will be very brief because I don't think we are really running out of time. So it's just to explain, if it works, what we have been doing with the Francophone countries since the beginning of the year. So mainly to speak French with them, and it's, I think, what is very helpful in fact. So what we have done is to meet all the Francophone countries, the colleagues, so I'm talking about support to colleagues and to the technical working groups in Francophone countries, so being either in Africa, there is also IT. And so what we are doing, we start to do some regular meeting with them, each of them individually, but also to propose some ad hoc technical support. So the issue is really that most of them, they don't speak at all English. And so it's just difficult to know what is existing, to receive information about the documents. And as I was saying to some of you, it's not easy to find on a website that is all in English. The document name needs assessments.fr and not understand that it's French for évaluation des besoins. So it's really complicated just to know that there is some French translation of some of the documents, but also there is some documents that are not translated, and the website is the same. So the idea is really to provide them access to the existing resources, to review and translate some of them, and also to make some kind of peer country support, so for them to know each other, to get support from each of them. So for this, we do also some regular Francophone meetings with the country, either with only the colleagues or with the colleagues and the member of the technical working group on different topics. So it can be only question and response. It can be about the coordination handbook, but we have invited also the minimum service package or the monitoring and evaluation. So just for them to be aware that it's existing, to know that there is a help desk. And so it's one of the things that is the most useful for them. In addition to that, we try to translate emails, and sometimes just very basic things, to invite them to integrate the newsletter and to send what they would like to share in French, and to translate some of the part in French for them. And the idea is really to have a voice for them. So I think what they learn is that they are not alone, and they share the difficulties, and they try also to set up some clinical support among themselves. In addition to that, we have talked a lot about the Dutch search support. So since the beginning of the year, we had 5 deployments, 3 now in Congo. So I should say that it's a bit challenging. We didn't discuss this so much, but in terms of support to the deployed experts, I think it's at least 1 day a week to support them and to work with them on technical issues minimum. And there is also one other that is planned to Forca and maybe another one to Congo. So it's also very challenging, and just to discuss about the DSS support, it's also how you work when there are different experts on the same area, and how you invite also the National Technical Working Group to be part of the work when the people are deployed in provinces. And the idea is also giving a voice to Francophone countries in different places like here, and to hear about what are the specific needs, for example, and the specific challenges that they are facing and that are not the same that for some other areas. So I will be quick, very quick on the survey. What is very helpful for them mainly is the Francophone session is very helpful for them. It's one of the most helpful things that they talked about. And also translation of the document, so they are really willing to. One of the things that we would like to work on with Donna and with Maya is also to set up some Francophone words that help to harmonize the dialogue and discuss about the same things. There is some English words like we do a gaps analysis. We are still trying to find how to say this in French. It's just impossible. So it's hard work, but after I think it will be also help to have a community and to speak the same language and to help in terms of dissemination, because we know what we are talking about when we are talking about basic psychosocial support, for example. And in French, we don't translate it the same way in all the documents.
I was trying to translate the gap analysis in French.
Yeah.
And it came out something like a rectal inspection, but no, that's
Good luck. I spent some hours on this. I'm open to any propositions on this kind of things. So I won't go too much in detail about this. In terms of suggestions for improving, because we asked orally and through the survey what would be helpful for them. So as I was mentioning, the translation in French of the guidelines and manuals, and easy access to the documents in French, meaning to have some places where you can find easily everything, including, for example, training package and all this, to avoid everyone to do the same thing all the time. We have done, for example, with the MHPSS that meant for the crisis Sudan to have also the package in French, so that is the people in chat can have access to it and read it. They are also really willing to have specific trainings for the colleagues of the MHPSS technical working group, providing possibilities for DSS experts to go to other areas and to see how it works, and to get some more knowledge about this, and to facilitate the presidential meeting with experts and colleagues. And the differences and challenges you want me to? Okay. So the key ones, I think it's really differences between countries. So in terms of capacity, in terms of knowledge, in terms of resources. So there is really in some countries a very, very good knowledge about the IASC documents, the IASC approach, etc., etc. In some other countries, we are very, very, very low in terms of knowledge and in terms of even what is mental health psychosocial support. So there is a lot of differences within the countries, and so also a lot of differences regarding the types of requests that we receive. So there are some countries that are not very demanding, and some others not so much. It doesn't mean that, and some are doing many, many things, and some others are really struggling to make things interesting. One of the challenges is when you see that there is not a lot of knowledge, even if there is a meeting, monthly meeting, for example, they don't know so much what to talk about during this meeting, And the members, they don't know why they come because there is nothing for them that come out of this meeting. So it's something also to support, to find out how we can help them to make something that is interesting for everybody, and when they will learn and share something that will be interesting for the future. And I leave it here.
I'm also going to be very quick, and I'm going to pick it where you left it in this last avoid conversation of Francophone countries, and I think that is the challenge. It's not to create a way of supporting countries for them. So you have all of the Francophone countries talking to each other, and all of this. I think for me that is the biggest challenge, how we can grow as a community, we can communicate in different languages, and this is very difficult. Not very difficult, it just requires some commitment to some resources in things like having the global calls with simultaneous translation. Our colleagues don't join the global calls because they just know they're not going to understand anything. So those things that I think we need to look into resources and make some decisions on how to do that. And then there's some others that are very difficult to do that I know because I've asked. And it has to do what you were saying. It's not only about translating a resource. If you translate a resource and you put it online, but I have to Google it in English to find it, I'm not going to find it. Or we have to do that previous work of saying, this is the links, and we're doing that, we're creating packages. Barbara has been helping us with creating all of the IAS resources in French. Here you go, all the links in Arabic, all the links in Spanish. So I think there are things that are a little beyond our capacity, but what can we do with what we have? So I'll just talk very briefly from the Spanish speaking. As you know, that has been kind of happening since I joined. There you go. And I would highlight similar kind of what has been happening is first reaching out, who are you, who's working in this region, very different context. The Latin American context, which is where I've mostly been focusing on, it's been a little bit of needs from Spain, where Volcano last year, more in the Latin American region, is very different, a lot of capacity, a lot of expertise in mental health especially, very strong support of organizations in the region, and some different challenges. And the challenges are actually much more interagency. It's much more the integration in the bigger humanitarian response, is the integration of health and protection, education, etc. So that's been a lot of the focus. A lot of working with the translation, the trainings online. When I started this support, we were still at the second year of COVID, so there was a lot of online trainings and presentation of resources. And then search support. So we have both regional and national support developed, sent to the region, and they all have had very positive outcomes, I would say. And then my own missions. Again, I'm not going to go, just to highlight maybe, for example, what they find more useful. The three key things is the experts being deployed. It's the missions of the reference group, my own missions of the reference group, and the translation. So that's quite clear. And then what are the sessions online have been more useful? This is the one I was saying before, the minimum service package, and any other key ones. But also just letting people know what is the reference group, what do we do, who are we, what is this thing, because it's not so common in the region. We'll leave this slide so you can go through both the French and Spanish answers. The recommendations, more capacity strengthening. They want, and I've heard a lot about, just give us the TOTs and bring the capacity to the region, and then we will continue that training down to our organizations. There's a call for reaching out more to local and small organizations and to create a bit more of a conversation with them. Online toolkits, of course, more frequent sessions with partners, nominating a specific regional person, and there's a few recommendations on what we want to do online. But just to give a bit of, what is it? I can't find it. There was one very clear image, which was when I asked them how often would you like to meet online, it was monthly. And how often do you want training? Monthly. So there's a lot of requests for support that I'm not sure we have the capacity to do as we are right now, and this is what we're bringing a little bit this conversation, how else can we do it? And it's also be more of a global effort and not kind of like a standalone effort with Spanish speaking and French speaking. So again, I'll leave these ones there. I will close with saying the successes are definitely, there's more connection from the Americas to the global and what is happening there. There's been technical working groups established and doing very good work. There's more visibility of MHPSS needs in that region, and again, that is really still needed. And the capacity is strengthening, but there's a clear limitation in time and the global recognition of the needs of the region. And then we still have to see how we work around that health protection divide that is quite strong in the region. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. We'll share this. It's just to open the conversation. And actually, the next session is from Clear Global, who's going to help us understand a little bit that. So maybe what we can do is move to that session. I don't think we'll have a lot of time today because it's at 5:30 we will be meeting. But let's hear from Clear Global. And if you don't mind, tomorrow we'll pick this up again very briefly to see if you've had over dinner some conversations around this and some ideas. So this will be another action point on how to follow up on this. And if you have any final requests or please tell me on this.
I think for the front-end travel community, at least this is a great opportunity for me in terms of capacity building and to have access to big audience in terms of yes principles and activities. And I think there's maybe to think about something that is a bit more structured. For example, for the conversation for now, we have this months which we pick up and choose a topic, but maybe something that is a bit more structured in terms of capacity building, for example. Because there is real opportunity and it's really needed as well.
It's really been amazing. It's really been amazing. We had serious challenges to hear anything from any of the technical working groups in France. And we will send communications, and you've joined the team, and I can't deal with your emails. I'm just click, folder, Francophone support. And then I have a conversation with you. There's such an enthusiasm between them. There's such a this is happening, we have access, we can communicate. So I think, yeah, just to say you've done an amazing job, and that is very needed and very important, and I'm going to allow this one comment.
Yeah. It's gonna be super quick.
Yes.
Gap in French is gap. So gap analysis, analyse the gap. It's the same word.
When you are English, yes. When you speak also English, yes.
Yes.
You can
Yeah, but it is in the dictionary, the French dictionary. So, and second, Carmen, it's, if you notice some mistakes in the translations and the IASC documents, who should you go to? Because there's two huge ones.
Communicate with us because we're trying to clear that as much as possible. The general MHPSS.reference group email.
Okay.
That's a very important point. One, yes, it is. It is for us, humanitarians. We have a lot of this terminology that we've translated in our heads, and it's clear now. But that's not how a normal Francophone person would maybe, or a Spanish-speaking person would call these things. And we're talking with colleagues that are not so human, that we still, so it's a big mix. So I think this is very needed, that we keep on pointing at those mistakes in the handbook, that we are trying to create like a very long list of terminology, both in French and in Spanish, that is coherent and that we can also share with other sectors. Because if you look at how do you say area of responsibility, in the OCHA website comes in one way, and a document of one of the area of responsibilities comes in a different way. There's no even harmonization of terms when it comes to the translation. So let's create ours and be very consistent and use those. And I'm doing this, sorry. That's it. Now, change of plans. We're going to talk to Clear Global tomorrow because we still want to give the floor to Fahmi to talk a little bit about that Arabic speaking support as well, that we have the capacity to do thanks to your presence. Very quickly.
That would be very, very quick, Carmen, but I have a... yeah, now it works. Thank you, Sarah. And I'm grateful to Cecile for the amazing work you do, and for you, Carmen, also for leading this work. This is the type of work in French-speaking countries where I think we need more NGOs to step up and host the deployments as well. I remember in the deployment in Central African Republic, we struggled because there was no host. And Cecile mentioned to me that WHO is willing to host, and I was resistant to ask our regional office in Afro to host because there were so many deployments hosted by WHO. And thank you so much. But at the end, it was hosted by WHO because there was no other agencies interested to host that deployment at country level. I don't wish to see all deployments hosted by WHO. I don't think it's a good practice because people also take long time to understand the system, the public health system emergency architecture within WHO. It takes them 1 month to get oriented to a system where there is an incident manager, health cluster coordinator, WHE leads. It takes them really time to get oriented to the system. So I encourage our colleagues from international NGOs who are operating in French-speaking countries to sign an agreement, particularly with RVO at this stage while we are expanding in French-speaking countries, and take the lead on deployment. I think it would be more practical and allow us for more coverage and allow us not to have all deployments by UN agencies, and particularly not many deployments by WHO, as many of them ended because that was the interested agency. Back to Arabic, I'm not going to spend long time on that. Arabic, how we operate classically is this. I speak Arabic. Obviously, I worked in so many Arabic countries. I can twist my dialect a little bit based on the country I'm operating at, whether it's eastern part or western part of Libya, or whether it's Jordan or Syria. But when also we translate documents, we contract consultants specifically for the IASC documents. Recently, we had Yanis reviewing number of documents when we identified challenges in the implementation of the Arabic translation of the minimum service package. The good thing Iyad do is that he is not only consulting with Syrian colleagues. He created a small pool of experts from Moroccan to Jordanian to Tunisian to Egyptians, where he would consult with. And that's the real challenge of Arabic, that a meaning of a term would be very different across dialects, and you want to create a universal term. Within WHO, some of the scalable psychological interventions even have a dialect version, such as the Syrian version of doing what matters in times of stress. Even the IASC guidelines in Arabic was released twice based on controversy of the Arabic English term. We had that most recently within the minimum service package. We have this less now with this mechanism we are forming of a coalition of Arabic-speaking experts in 5 or 6 dialects, which are having wide diversity. And actually, we do workshop when we have a new document to go through the best term to use on all controversial terms. So we ask the readers to identify all the controversial terms, and then we reach a bridging term among them. And we ask them to consult experts from the respective dialects. This is how we do majority of the Arabic translations, and was helpful in the minimum service package through Iyad.
Can I just very quickly, because you mentioned this in the past as well, there's also that tool that it was created from the PS Center of IFRC, the glossary of
Yeah, that one is an amazing resource, especially that you updated also this year a new version. We use it with Arabic translation, and thank you for reminding me of that. I think Ahlam from the IFRC PS Center in Tunis did a fantastic work, one of the best, and she did exactly what we described with the most commonly used terminology in Arabic. What are the terms to use? The issue is that you need an Arabic speaker to identify which term fit into which context, and that's what colleagues like Iyad would do when they do exercises like this. But there are terms which are so difficult. How would you translate self-help plus as an icon with the plus to Arabic? The plus does PM plus. How would you translate that into Arabic? Ala, you want to say something?
Question about the terminologies. For the terminologies, Carmen and Fahmi, we do translate every and single GEC document into Spanish, French, and Arabic. But I do struggle because I don't speak Spanish, so usually I get a help from a colleague. French, the same. Arabic, I imagine what is the appropriate word.
Yeah.
So can we get those glossary, or even if it's informal, not very official, so we can at least stick to minimum?
The existing one, for example, this resource that we were talking about,
It's public.
That's definitely shared, and we will be shared. What we are working on the French and Spanish is ongoing.
Yeah.
So we will reach out to anybody who can give us a hand on finalizing them.
Even if there's any basic thing, because we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ala.
I hear you a lot.
So Arabic is a challenge is not only with translation, but also adaptation for training and ensuring consistency. And some of our older terms are not great. And some of our older translation, and we pick that up and we try to update, not only based on consistency, but based on our updated understanding as well. So PM plus it's never had the sign plus because it does not have a meaning in Arabic. So it would be modified problem solving. What is the equivalent of modified problem solving? You put the semiotics, the symbol of the meaning.
Or for example, gendered languages.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you transform all of your documents for a gender-sensitive approach? And you don't have an easy way to do that unless you put lots of ads for every single word. So yeah, there's so many challenges.
Yeah, the issue with Arabic, the meaning can be completely different if you do. And especially in our area, if you talk about scalable sites, so it's called talk therapy. Imagine if the talk you're getting it wrong. So it's really important. Getting back to Arabic, one of the things where we have been using as reference group Arabic is humanitarian MHPSS diplomacy. You mentioned an example this morning, Carmen, which was the first ever linking between groups actually on sides fighting one another, the groups in Damascus versus the groups in northwest Syria versus the groups in northeast. There is no way, no how you can do this type of negotiation among groups with all the bitterness which was there in the beginning, but you needed to coordinate because there is access and there are things you can do, and evacuations and passage of psychotropic medication and exchange of capacity building. There is no way, no how I see this done through a translator. You reach that through doing the tone, talking to people, not even in their language, but actually in their own dialects. I think we have the strengths in this phase in the reference group, where we had French, Spanish, and Arabic, the language most commonly in emergencies, able to be spoken by the secretariat within the group. I think we need as much as possible in the future to keep that habit because it's healthy for the group and our coverage. And I think it's essential as well. A group which rely mainly and only on Anglophone, I don't think that's smart in today's humanitarian emergencies.
So probably to wrap it up, bring these beautiful thoughts to dinner and to my dream about it. Come in the morning and we will wrap up, we will continue with hearing our story so much for tomorrow. Because as it was mentioned this morning, it's not just about translation, it's that bigger importance of language access. So yes, Portuguese? Of course you're
No, just to say that I profoundly identify with everything that was said in terms of the translations. I have been doing either myself doing the Portuguese translations or the revision. And when I say it's not myself only alone, I mean, at the initial stage it was me alone, but nowadays there is a group. Because it's not about the language translation, it's about the cultural translation. We are 10 territories when it comes to Portuguese speaking. And we cannot have the same guidelines translated in 10 tones different for Portuguese speaking countries, right? So I think the effort in being made that will never be perfect in terms of harmonizing some of the translations are important. But not only that, perhaps because years ago, Zika time was like when we were able to translate first of all, the guidelines itself to Portuguese. So it was not that long ago. Nobody would want to make a translation or would have funding for that. So now it's different. I mean, like popping up everywhere and very quickly, boom, putting and having the translations available for several languages, or even agencies on the ground saying, no, I will do the translation for these emergencies here, not you, and so on. Therefore, I leave a suggestion at the end, if we could have a 2 or 3 agreed page in terms of orientation for IASC translation, or at least the reference group materials translation that are relevant in terms of some of those efforts that need to take place. I also resonate when it's not as much as Arabic, but Portuguese speaking, the same word will have, culturally speaking, a very different meaning in that specific context. So how do we, I have some ideas, but I'm not a professional translator, I'm a mental health professional. No? So just to say that.
Thank you so much, Marcel. Colleagues, you only have about 10 minutes, let's make it 15, to go out and run in the hills, maybe refresh a little bit, whatever you want to do. We meet again, maybe not so much later than 5:30. We know it's quick, but you're about to be fed and next to the drinks. So thank you so much for today. Thank you for being here. Thank you, colleagues, online for joining us. Pleasure to have you, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning for Istanbul town.
I know, also I'm not hungry.